Welcome to a very special Kings of the North watch-along in my basement. There's a lot of Disney stuff here. I was worried about, do people want to see my family through the years at Disney World? And my wife was like, it's fine, it's fine. So
it's lovely.
So this is what we do. This is who we are. Doug Lesmerises, Bill Landis. We're so happy you're joining us here on Kings of the North. We are going to watch the Penn State-Ohio State game at noon Eastern along with you. Then we might eat a little bit. Might make you watch that. And then we're going to watch the Oregon-Michigan game along with you at 3:30. And we also have the other Northern games that are going on that we might have on an iPad, on a 4-box or something, Bill. But obviously, I mean, Minnesota, Illinois at noon matters.
Yeah.
Northwestern, Purdue matters. Syracuse, Virginia Tech matters. But Penn State, Ohio State matters the most. That's what we're going to be focusing on. And then same thing, we have 5 Northern games in the 3:30 Eastern window. But the main game is the defending national champs against the #1 team in the country. So we're going to focus on that. We haven't done this before. Will it work?
I hope so. Yeah, I think we're okay for right now, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and then we'll see if we get hauled off to jail at the end. No, this is fine. We're just people hanging out in a basement.
That's right.
Talking about football, and so we do want to talk about what is happening. This is one of these things where this is going to be a great day of Northern football. We want everybody to enjoy it, and the pregame shows and everybody does a great job. But like, we're just not going to be like cheesy about it, you know. Like we're just gonna like talk ball. You know?
Yeah. And I'm gonna try 2 things. I'm gonna try really hard not to do. One is to give like straight play-by-play, but also do the Tony Romo thing where I'm trying to guess plays because I do that in the press box sometimes.
Really?
Yeah. So I'll try not to do that on this show, but no promises. I'm sure it'll sneak out a time or two.
No, when I was in college, I did a lot of radio. I actually thought I was going to be more of a radio TV guy than a print guy, and I would like drive down the road with my then girlfriend, who is my wife now, and like practice play-by-plays and stuff. And my big thing would have been, I always said for basketball, if anyone made a 3, I said, hello. So this is why I'm now in a basement and I'm not doing play-by-play. Let's talk about what's happening in Ohio State, Penn State. And there's a couple injury things, Bill, right off the top. Let's start on the Penn State side of the ball. Drew Aller is gonna give it a go by what people are hearing and saying at Beaver Stadium, the starting quarterback for Penn State, who has made a leap this year, who made some really big-time throws against USC when Penn State came back and won that game, who is enough of a run threat, I think, when you get after him or if you try to drop in man-to-man coverage, he can scramble on you. It does allow them to play Bo Prabula at the same time or as a wrinkle and keep a defense off balance. I do think Drew Aller trying to play is a big deal, but I think if Drew Aller tries to play and can't move, that's maybe even a bigger deal. They're going to have to be smart about this.
I've gone back and forth a little bit on what I thought maybe Ohio State might prefer in this game, which is to face a not 100% Drew Aller, which I'm fairly confident that's what we're going to get, or Bo Prabula. And maybe in some ways you can convince yourself that Bo Prabula, with his mobility, the design quarterback run stuff, is a little more threatening than a Drew Aller who may be a little bit more stationary. Like I think Drew Aller is a tough kid. Obviously, he's going to try to play through what I think might have been a ligament sprain of some kind for him in that Wisconsin game. But the thing that has made him, I think we talked about this, the thing that has made him or helped him take a step this year is extending plays, is getting more involved in the run game, scrambling a little bit. I think he scrambled a time or two in that game tying drive against USC a couple of weeks ago. So that's a big thing that Penn State will have to find a way around, I'm assuming. Drew Aller, it reminds me a little bit of when JT Barrett played in the Big Ten Championship in, what was that, 2017, when he hurt his knee and then played a week later. And he just wasn't, I'm not saying they're similar quarterbacks because they're not, but JT was pretty limited mobility-wise in that game, and it just sort of took something away from him. And during the game, you were kind of asking yourself, like, is this actually the best thing for Ohio State that he's playing in this game? So I'm a little bit on alert for that with Drew Aller today, especially as we get later on to the game. I think the adrenaline of it will maybe help him power through the first couple of drives, but as we get into the second quarter and second half, if he's feeling that knee at all, we'll see whether or not Penn State is getting what they can or should get out of him.
I do think coaches get caught up in this sometimes. I think Ohio State, to a degree, got caught up in it in 2017. I think Utah got caught up in it this year. Yeah. When you have a dude and you believe in your dude at quarterback, and your quarterback is tough and he's fearless, and he's helped you be who you are and get where you are, and then he's compromised, and you don't want to bail on him. But sometimes you can think, and Ohio State did win that game in 2017, but I think they might have had a more comfortable game if they had played Dwayne Haskins.
Right.
And I think Utah's had huge problems because their backup quarterback is a true freshman, and that turned out not to be the best situation in the world. But when they were trying to play Cam Rising the other week, when he was clearly compromised, they are going to have to, Penn State is going to have to be very strategic and ruthless to a degree. Like if Drew Aller doesn't have it, if he can't move, I think they have to take him out. And I do think like Drew Aller is so important to Penn State. That's going to be a big decision for James Franklin, because that's not an Andy Koltnicki decision. That's a James Franklin decision. And if it's not what's best for your team, you can't pick a guy over a team. And I think with their most reliable players, coaches get caught up in that sometimes. Like we owe it to this guy to give him a shot. It's like, dude, he's 61% of what he normally is. You owe it to your team to put in a healthy guy.
I agree with all that. Again, we don't know what percentage Drew Aller will be playing at, right? I know that James Franklin early in the week said it'll be a game time decision. I think on Wednesday night when people were out there watching a little bit of practice, he said, I think he was a little more emphatic that like this is progressing faster than we thought it would. And then this morning I was listening to him, I think on Fox, and he said we were surprised just with how much he was able to do on Tuesday. And then obviously Wednesday practice, Thursday practice, I'm assuming he was even better. So maybe it's not a fully compromised version of Drew Aller, right? But even like, I don't know, 85% of Drew Aller, especially when you have a viable backup in Bo Prabula. That's the other part of it. If you don't have a backup that you believe in, of course you're going to roll with your guy. But they believe in Bo. Like he's played a lot for this team. He's going to play today no matter what. But I'm mildly surprised that it has been sort of a no doubt about it. Drew Aller is going to play in this game, and it hasn't really been left up the question at all this week.
It has been, I think, two things with Drew Aller really matter here, right? As we relate it to the knee situation. One is mobility in the pocket, stepping away from the rush. Again, I've been fixated on the Penn State USC game in analyzing this Ohio State Penn State game. But there's a play on a 4th down against USC late where they bring a blitz and he steps to the right, evades the pressure, and makes a throw. And if you can't be nimble in the pocket, especially if Ohio State's going to get after Penn State the way they did a little more against Nebraska than what they did against Oregon, you've got to be able to do that. And then again, relating to the Nebraska game last week for Ohio State, if they're going to run some games up front and create some lanes, you have to take the scramble yards when they're there.
Yep.
When they create lanes up front and play man behind it and give you the middle of the field, if you don't take those opportunities as a quarterback, you're staying on 16, like you're giving away your edge to say, well, how do you combat this if they're dropping 7 and playing games up front? So he has to be able to do that.
Yeah, no, he does. And he showed, I think, a pretty strong ability to do that so far this year. It was part of what helped keep Nebraska in the game last week against Ohio State, a guy who doesn't typically do those kind of things, and Dylan Raiola finding some space to scramble. So I think that will be the determining factor. Like I get wanting to play Drew Aller because of all the things you talked about. Like that's their guy. He's from Ohio. This game means a lot to him. It's a huge game for Penn State. Like you want your guy out there. If they're 2 drives into the game and he's a sitting duck, I think they'll take him out.
Yeah. Okay. Let's talk on the opposite side of the ball. We do have information now about how Ohio State's going to play it up front on the offensive line. Zen Michalski, who started at left tackle last week because Josh Simmons is out for the year. Zen Michalski is officially out for this game. That is not a surprise, but that's on the injury report. It's not going to be him. As expected, Donovan Jackson's going to play left tackle, bumping out from left guard. But not as expected, Carson Hinsman, last year's starting center for Ohio State, looks like he's going to start at left guard. He's been running with the ones in pregame. Let's talk about the Carson Hinsman part of it first, because that's more the surprise. This is, I think, there's a chance this is a Carson Hinsman redemption story today, and this happens all the time in college football. Carson Hinsman is Ohio State's starting center last year, probably a year earlier than anybody planned. I think definitely a year early than what he was ready for, because Luke Whippler went into the NFL draft and Ohio State was a little bit surprised by that, and they didn't have anybody else. So as a second-year player, first-year starter who was probably ahead of what he should have been, he didn't play that great, and it threw off the Ohio State offensive line. They got Seth McLaughlin in, and now he's the starting center. He's a veteran, and that's contributed to Ohio State's offensive line playing better. But then you kind of like Carson Hinsman's gone because he didn't play well as a year 2 player.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not really in the mix for much as a year 3 player. But it's also very possible now that Carson Hinsman, as a year 3 player who has a ton of snaps and who doesn't have to worry about snapping the ball, he can just play guard, might be good.
I think he could be good. He had a good offseason, right? So maybe the best way of gauging that is Ohio State does the Iron Buckeye thing, where it's basically like if you handle your business in the offseason, you
hand out one of these.
You make gains in the weight room. Carson Hinsman was one of those guys. It was actually quite surprising that he was one of those guys because it was pretty evident that he wasn't going to start this year.
Yeah.
But they still throughout the offseason talked about how differently I think he was approaching the job. And he went through a lot of difficulties last year. Again, like I think it's more about the situation than it is the player himself. He was playing far too early as a redshirt freshman who did not play at all the prior season, then was Ohio State's starting center. He said he thought he played too early. Ryan Day, in hindsight, said he thought he played too early, and the product was not good. And they benched him going to the bowl game against Missouri last year, and that was a bit of a mess as well. So it's absolutely on the table for him to perform better than he did at any point last year. Perhaps he's even more comfortable playing guard than he would have been at center, which I think is what you were getting at.
Yeah.
Has not played in the last 2 games.
Has not played.
He played, here are his snap counts by game. 10 against Akron, 27 against Western Michigan, 13 against Marshall, 18 against Michigan State, 3 against Iowa, 0 against Oregon, 0 against Nebraska. And now he will start in Beaver Stadium.
So this is the thing that sometimes this is how I think about this. Do you know your team? Do you? So Ohio State got into this a couple years ago, and other teams do it too. And I think I like it in theory that, hey, our depth chart is going to change week to week based on who practices the best.
Mm-hmm.
Great. In theory. But then in practice, when it's like, hey, man, I don't know what to tell you. This guy who we haven't seen in a month, who's been an afterthought, is now starting against Penn State. I think, did you not know your team before? What has changed so drastically that Carson Hinsman goes from not in the mix to starting again? Like, why isn't this? Because what we thought it would be is Tegra Shabola and Austin Sarabeld have been sharing right guard.
Yeah.
So you have 2 guys who have been playing guard this year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just move one of those to left guard. If Donovan Jackson's bumping out, we thought it'd be Austin Sarabeld at left guard. And it's not. And you had a week to switch sides. Like, it can't be that. They really have come to the determination that Carson Hinsman gives them a better chance to win. But then why wasn't Carson Hinsman part of the right guard situation in that rotation? Because it's not like right guard has been great for Ohio State. So there is part of this that maybe there's a secret buried treasure here with a guy who does have a lot of snaps. But also, why has he been so buried this year if he's now the answer?
He did play, unless PFF is wrong, he did play 6 snaps of right guard against Akron, but has been at center every other time he has been in a game this year. Here's part of what I think happened. So the reason it was like kind of illuminating. Last week when Zemahalski got hurt, Donovan Jackson moved to left guard, and then Luke Montgomery,
yes,
who also had not played at all, was the one who went in and played left guard to replace Donovan Jackson. That was because prior to that, Austin Sarabeld and Tegra Shabola had only been practicing at right guard. Luke Montgomery on the depth chart was the number 2 left guard because that's where he had been practicing with the 2s all week. So they just put that guy in there rather than have guys flip-flop sides, even though Austin Sarabeld had started the first 2 games at left guard. I think they were overthinking that, but that was at least the explanation for it.
Okay.
And I think now at least part of the reason why it is Carson Hinsman is Tegra Shabola, I think, is pretty clearly playing injured. He was injured in the Oregon game. I don't think he's been very good, probably like since the Oregon game. I'm not saying Austin Sarabeld has played great either, but I would imagine in practice they want to keep Austin Sarabeld at right guard in case at a certain point in this game they just think like, well, Tegra doesn't have it. We need to put Austin Sarabeld at right guard. So those 2 guys stayed at right guard, and I'm guessing left guard then in practice was Carson Hinsman and Luke Montgomery. May the best man win. And it's not surprising if that was the case that Carson Hinsman would have won because he's the more experienced player and he's older. And he played against Penn State last year, right? He didn't play in Beaver Stadium when he played against Penn State last year. He played at Notre Dame last year. Like this this environment should not be a shell shock to Carson Hinsman based off everything that he went through last year. And I think if you played, honestly, anybody else, it would have been. So I get why they're going to him now. It's just really strange given the path to get to this point that he's now the starter in this game.
Yeah. But it is one of those, if you said, hey, Ohio State has a transfer who started for a Power 4 team all last year, who's now coming in as a backup in an injury, you'd be like, oh, that guy's like, well, that's what this is. It's just the Power 4 team that Carson Hinsman started for last year was Ohio State. Because when you get in the portal, you know what happens? There's a magical portal wash. I could use this probably. It's like you go and it's a really hot shower, right? And sometimes when you're in the portal, you just look at snaps or you look at experience and you say, oh my gosh, this guy started 21 games. And then you don't ask as frequently, was it good? So if it'd be like, oh man, they got this guy, interior veteran experience in the portal. Great job, Ohio State. It's like, oh, was it good? So just pretend he had the portal wash. They put him in the portal washer, even though he was just at Ohio State.
Yeah.
So this is not a huge deal, but is it maybe part of, I think it's part of the Carson Hinsman story. He went on a podcast at the end of last season and said some stuff that was like sort of not telling secrets, but giving more information away about the interior workings of Ohio State than I think the program would prefer. And we're not against that because we like talking to players and getting real information. But it felt like maybe there was a little bit of I don't know if it's fair to say he was in the doghouse, but I don't know if he maybe lost a little bit of trust. And the only reason I say that, they're young men, they say stuff. I don't think there's bad, whatever, stuff happens. But do you think it possibly could have factored into where he was on the depth chart this year and that he had to earn something back?
I think so. I think that there was people were trying to equate a podcast appearance with him not starting in the Cotton Bowl last year, which I think is incorrect because we had heard that Matthew Jones is going to play center before that podcast ever came out.
Yeah.
So maybe they were going to play them both and that limited Carson's opportunities. Yeah, I think maybe there's something to that. Doghouse might be a good way to put it. No one's ever said that explicitly, but it's not a tremendous leap in logic to assume that may have happened. I also think that maybe they just wanted like another year of seasoning in the background for him because I actually do think they still view Carson Hinsman as this team's starting center of the future.
Yeah.
They just brought in Seth McLaughlin as a 1-year stopgap.
Yep.
And want to let Carson Hinsman, who would be a guy, well, I guess we'll see what happens the rest of this year, but he would have had 3 more years after this year, right, to play. No, I guess that's not true, 2 years. But I don't think they decided they were out on him after last season. Because frankly, if they did, I think they would have said that, and then Carson Hinsman would have transferred sommer.
Yes.
So
and the fact that he did transfer when they brought in a starting center into his spot.
Right. So I think there was something for him to earn back, yes, based off, and it wasn't even like I can't remember all what he said. Maybe the worst thing he said was like Ohio State doesn't pay a lot of NIL money to offensive linemen or something. Whatever. I think last year
it's not like he set the program on fire.
Yeah,
it was just like you know how coaches are. Don't tell them.
It was also at a time when Ohio State was in a pretty sensitive state.
Yes,
right? Coming off of another loss to Michigan, going into a bowl game that didn't have a whole lot of juice to it. The timing of that could have been better as well.
Yeah.
So whatever the path has been, it has now led him to starting in a major game for the Buckeyes.
Yeah. So that is a huge deal. And there has been, and I do think this happens with the best programs. And I think it is a good check on the offensive line coach. I think this is a good check on Justin Fry today.
Yes.
Because we joke sometimes, like Ed Warner at the end at Ohio State, I didn't think was doing a great job in recruiting, and he was over his head as the offensive coordinator. But I do think he was a, I would say, very good developmental offensive line coach. Do you think that's fair?
Warner?
Yeah.
Early in his tenure, yeah. I think he got away from him a little bit at the end.
Because I think he had too many other things going on. But anyway, there have been times at Ohio State and the other best programs where somebody comes out and here comes Pat Elflein and he's ready.
Mm-hmm.
Or somebody goes out and here comes Wyatt Davis and he's ready. And so I thought last week was an example of not that, that it did not look like Zem Michalski at left tackle was ready. But I think if Carson Hinsman looks ready, I wouldn't be shocked. And the game's going to start here in a couple minutes. And we're gonna be like, oh nope, that was totally wrong. Because I still think it's not, we won't be able to tell the outcome of the game in Ohio State's first 2 drives, but we're going to get a feel for the offensive line and what that's going to mean for what the Ohio State offensive game plan can be. Because the thing that remains most interesting to me for Ohio State from last week is that the left tackle grades, and I thought the biggest left tackle breakdowns were in pass protection. There were too many whiffs. And there was like one whiff in the run game where that backside end then made a tackle that really mattered. But for the most part, I actually thought the left tackle held up okay
in run
blocking.
Yeah.
But yet Ohio State couldn't run the ball. So I think like specifically the pass blocking was an issue, but I thought maybe the general offensive line uncertainty, some of that permeated the run game, even if it didn't show up as specifically play to play. Did you think the offensive line uncertainty was a big part of why Ohio State didn't run it effectively last week? Or was that something Nebraska did, or just Chip Kelly had an off game, or what was it? Because they didn't run it.
Yeah, I mean, it's all of those things. I do think Nebraska, like going back and looking at some stuff, did have a pretty good game plan to, I think, mess with a lot of Will Howard's run reads. I still think maybe the biggest misstep by Ohio State was that it didn't throw enough off of run looks. Like all year, really prior to that game, RPO had been a huge part of what Ohio State wanted to do. And then whether, I don't know if they weren't live. I tried to ask about that earlier in the week, if they weren't live or it was a game plan thing, but the opportunities were there. The numbers advantages were there to throw the ball to the perimeter the way that Ohio State has done for much of the season, and they weren't doing it. And then I felt like just kept running into unfavorable looks. So if you don't have enough guys to block all the guys, like I don't care how good your offensive line is, like you have to be able to account for everybody in the run game. That being said, I thought maybe the offensive lineman who had the best game was probably Josh Fryer, but collectively, not just the left tackle, collectively it was maybe the worst offensive line game Ohio State got this season. And I don't know if, I feel like the short yardage stuff really sort of like took over the overall feel for the rushing attack. It's not like Ohio State couldn't run the ball at all, but in key moments it really struggled. It was a 3 third and or fourth and short runs they had. I think maybe they converted one of them on a quarterback sneak. So it looked a little bit like last year. But yeah, I thought, and I don't know if that's preparation or so hyper fixated on making sure left tackle is right that they sort of lost sight of the rest of the line or what that was, but the play of the 5 was not as good as it needed to be. And whether you want to blame that on the one kind of weak link there or not, I'm not entirely sure, but it needs to be better today because they're playing a much better. Nebraska has a really good defensive front. This one is better.
And you saw, not a surprise, but Derek Harmon in the Ohio State-Oregon game, that defensive tackle for the Ducks just kind of blew up stuff. He's the guy who forced the fumble, ripped the ball away from Quinshon Judkins. Zane Durant for Penn State has a chance to be that kind of disruptive defensive tackle, right? I mean, we talk
he's good,
about Abdul Carter a lot. Deni Dennis Sutton, I think, is still out today, right?
No,
like is he a game time?
Everything about him in warm-up says that he was going through it. Both he and Anthony Donka, the offensive tackle, who was also injured.
Oh, that's big.
They're both listed as questionable on the official report, but both have been going through warm-ups.
Okay. So because Deni Dennis Sutton, so that's one of those, if you have 3 guys to really worry about up front, and that's one of those where if Deni Dennis Sutton at the opposite edge of Abdul Carter can play 20 snaps, that's a different conversation than Drew Aller. Get him in certain situations, create certain matchups, even if you're just enough of a threat that you can't double Abdul Carter if he's over the left tackle and you're trying to give help, like that kind of thing. That can really matter. But even if the Ohio State offensive line plays well, there's a chance this Penn State defensive line is going to give them trouble, because we saw like the Ohio State offensive line in general, right? The first half of the season was better than people expected. And there were moments in the Ohio State-Oregon game where the Oregon defensive line was giving them trouble without Jordan Birch.
Yeah. I've gone back and forth on this a little bit this week because if you look at the statistical profile of Penn State's defensive line and Ohio State's defensive line, which has been like under the gun for 3 weeks, Ohio State's is better. So I do wonder, as we've gone through this week and there are so many questions about Ohio State's offensive line, if we have been a little too effusive with our praise of what Penn State might bring to the table in this game. They're really good individual players. Abdul Carter's awesome. Zane Durant's awesome. Denai Dennis Sutton's awesome. The linebackers who will get involved, obviously, are really good too. Kobe King and Tony Rojas. Like, I'm not saying this is a bad defense, but I don't know that it is. I don't know that it's discernibly different than Oregon's, I guess maybe is the best way that I would say it. And Oregon did give Ohio State some trouble, but Ohio State also moved the ball pretty well against that team.
They did. They put up points, yeah.
So I don't – I feel like partly this week it has been talked about as like a foregone conclusion that Ohio State's offense is going to not be able to do anything because Will Howard's going to be getting sacked on every play. I'm not nearly 100% certain that that's going to be the case in this game because I think – combination of Penn State's defense being very good, but perhaps not like the elite of the elite, and Chip Kelly finding ways to work around some potential offensive line deficiencies will give Ohio State a chance to move the ball.
Yeah. Zane Durant, though, is one of the more pleasant surprises of Northern college football this year, I think, right? That he really has elevated this game. And that's just one of those where you're always on alert. I feel like you're always on alert with Penn State for the edge guys.
Mm-hmm.
But when, interior pressure really changes things, and that's a guy who's played at a very high level.
The biggest problem for Penn State especially games against Michigan, but I think it's also in games against Ohio State, is that the defensive tackle position really wasn't kind of holding its weight. Quite literally, there were smaller defensive tackles who were getting knocked off the ball a little bit. And I think Penn State has done a nice job of addressing that, mostly in the weight room. Like they're just all their tackles, I think, to a man are bigger, including Zane Durant. But also Zane Durant then gives you that extra gear as a pass rusher too, that maybe Penn State has not always had. Even with its best defenses, it has been more sort of edge and like cornerback oriented than it has been maybe defensive tackle linebacker oriented. And this group seems pretty balanced.
All right, let's go to the other side of the ball before this thing kicks off. We did talk about it a lot in our preview. I think we know that Penn State's receivers are not that scary, but I do think tight end and two running backs, if we ever wanted to do that breakdown in the North, that trio, there's a lot of good tight ends in the North. We've talked about that all year, but we think Ty Warren from Penn State's the best one. Might be the best tight end in the country. And then you add Nick Singleton and Katron Allen. That's going to be an issue, but a good point you brought up, and I've been talking about that Ohio State needs to get the ball to Jeremiah Smith and target him a bunch. I think the most targets for any player in the country this year in any single game in the power conferences is the 20 that Ty Warren had against USC, but it's not like Penn State has done that every game. That was a very specific instance of them just deciding we're going to force feed. But I thought even though it was 20 targets, which is a ton, it was still pretty natural in the course of the game because they move him around so much and they do it in so many different ways. I think Jeremiah Smith for Ohio State needs minimum 12 targets. If I were Ohio State, I'd like it to be closer to 15. Does Ty Warren need 15 targets for Penn State?
Maybe 15 touches. Okay. Not necessarily targets in the passing game, but get him involved in the run game, Wildcat stuff. Yeah, probably minimum. I just don't it's hard for me. Like, I'm watching a decent amount of Penn State this year. What else is left for them to do with Ty Warren that hasn't been shown already? They've really done a lot with him, including having him snap the ball on a play where he caught a touchdown pass. So there'll be something. I was on a Penn State podcast, the Nittany Dispatch, with Audrey Snyder and John Salber earlier this week, and they were asking me about all the formational stuff that Penn State's going to throw at you, and I said the key probably is just like not getting caught up in any of that, right? It's just kind of playing your matchups and letting all the window dressing just be that. And I think because Jim Knowles has seen this offense at least once before when he was at Oklahoma State and Andy Koltenicki was at Kansas, and I'm sure that it has evolved over then, so I'm not saying it's the exact same thing. I think that might help Ohio State not get caught up in some of that. We'll see how it plays out, but I do think they'll have like for like athletes following Tyler Warren the entire time. And even with that, Penn State will still try to manufacture touches for him. So whether it's receiving or rushing or even throwing the ball, I think 15 is probably the right number for him.
Just as a reminder, 3 other big Northern games, not as big as number 3 versus number 4. But Northwestern, Purdue kicking off, Minnesota at Illinois kicking off, Virginia Tech at Syracuse kicking off. We will try to keep our eye on those. Actually, I left my iPad over there. We switched sides so that we could be over our names.
There was
here, live on YouTube.
Big late breaking news in the Syracuse game. Kyron Drones, the Virginia Tech quarterback, is not playing today.
Oh, that is big news. And then the other big news today is that the Army quarterback is out.
He is out. Yeah, Bryson Daly not playing against Air Force. Yeah,
which is not that was on. I've been not obsessed, but Army is 6-0-1 against the spread this year. And on our betting show with T-Shoe, I was very tempted to try to get T-Shoe to take Army giving 3 touchdowns against Air Force. And if their quarterback's not going to play, I'm kind of glad I didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I did make it one of my best bets on the betting show. But that is super big news. And again, that Syracuse as a home dog against Virginia Tech. And now I still don't really know how to work an iPad. I think I'm recording myself right now.
You are recording yourself right now.
Help me, wife! Help! That's usually how it goes in this house. Why am I? I just want to play I want to play a TV thing.
Here, want me to set it up for you?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
Sometimes I feel young and vigorous, and sometimes I feel 85 years old. iPads make me feel 85 years old.
How old is this iPad?
It's brand new.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe I don't.
We got it.
Maybe I don't know how to use it either.
The very first time that we bought iPads, like 12 years ago, we got them for our kids on a trip, and we were driving, and one of the iPads started to fall, and we tried to grab the falling iPad with the other iPad and crack them together. And like 12 hours after we bought them, we had cracked screens. So anyway, I'm just going to try to not crack my screen today. I just want a 4-box up here so I can watch multiple games. Come on, YouTube TV. Urban Meyer. We can't do play-by-play of stuff, but what a shock on Fox. I wonder who Urban Meyer picked. Oh, thanks.
Yep.
So can I get a full Northern 4-box?
No, we can't, man. That's why YouTube TV is great with the 4-box stuff. I really wish we could customize it because I'm trying to find one that has Syracuse and Illinois in it. I can't.
Because sometimes you can go, it'll say like customize your 4-box. That's one of the options once you go in, but it's still not, it's not unlimited.
It doesn't give you every game.
No.
Yeah.
And sometimes I wonder if it's like, depending if it's on I don't know what the rules are about, do Fox and ESPN not want to let their games cross over in a 4-box sometimes?
Maybe. And Syracuse is on the CW, so who knows?
Oh my God.
Watch Felicity.
Did you watch Felicity when it was on?
I didn't. No.
Oh my God.
I did listen to a podcast with Kerry Russell this week, though.
You did? Oh, for The Diplomat?
Yeah.
I'm getting sued. I'm sorry. I'm turning that sound down. Oh, Felicity. We were all about Felicity. All right. So I have Northwestern, Purdue, and Minnesota up in my 4-box as we're waiting. Fox goes later on the starts now. All their noon starts are like actually 12:15 because they want to get like a little extra juice out of it, right?
Yeah, they usually start with like 12:09 or something like that, I think or maybe 12:11 something.
Yeah.
It's weird.
So I don't love this conversation topic, but let's do it briefly anyway. I was asked about it on a radio show this week. I don't think we can look at a matchup between number 3 and number 4 and be like, the loser's going to be on tilt, the loser's in trouble, whether that's as a program or for a head coach. But I would say this matters more to Ryan Day than it does to James Franklin. But it is a very difficult spot where this is an awesome game for the Big Ten, an awesome game for Northern College football. And do we have to talk about it in terms of what's it going to mean for the team that loses? Is that a fair, as much as I don't want it to be, is there a part of that that's a fair conversation?
Yes and no. Like, I don't mean to be dismissive of the reality of the situation, but another part of the reality is like nothing's going to happen after this game, right? So that's always difficult for me, like, because I want to have conversations that fans want to have, but whoever loses this game is still alive for the college football playoff. Neither one of their athletic directors is going to can the head coach after this game. So then what are we talking about? We're just projecting and saying like, well, we don't think this guy, when they get to that stage, is going to win the game anyway. Again, that's fair, but like, is that it's a fun conversation? I don't know. So my lean is always to just sort of like analyze the game for what it is, and then of course you can project that forward. and I'm not saying like we clear the table of coach criticism, because we shouldn't do that either. But people are going to want someone's head on a platter after this game, and I'm just like, it's not going to happen. So don't work yourself up asking for it, expecting it, and then be disappointed when it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just always the most interested in teams playing their best.
Yeah,
and if you have 2 top 5 teams who play their best, you can't have a tie. So
right.
If one of these teams comes out and doesn't look like they've looked, which is why I was just so down on Ohio State's performance last week, because I just thought that was a lot about Ohio State not being at its best. It was not that they were forced into that. It was they didn't handle an injury very well. They couldn't get their run game going. There were opportunities that Nebraska didn't take, and I like if both these teams go out, I do think if I had to bet right now, I might bet that these 2 teams are both in the quarterfinals of the college football playoff, that they both make it, and either one of them gets a bye, but either way, if they don't get a bye, they win a first round game, and that you wind up, these are 2 of the top 8 teams in college football. And then if you're one of the top 8 teams in college football, that, the standard at Ohio State is higher than that. I don't know that the standard at Penn State right now is higher than that. But we have to be able to define success where something beyond did you win the national championship? And that is certainly a version of success.
I don't know if we need to define it beyond that for Ohio State.
But now we're back to the old Ohio State conversation. Has Ohio State been defined by winning national championships in its history when it didn't win one for 3 decades?
No, but it has to be defined by that. Like every year, all season, they state the 3 goals, and one of them is including winning the national championship. So.
Yeah. Probably top 8 is not acceptable for Ohio State this year. I think and what does acceptable mean? But you get into a quarterfinal and you play a great team and you play a great game. I just, sometimes you don't win that. So I do think in the end, this game to me is, I would say, maybe significantly more about Ohio State than it is about Penn State, because at some point, and here's the thing too, of the 12-team playoff. In the old world, Penn State could not get where it wanted to go without getting past Ohio State. Now it can.
Mm-hmm.
Penn State could lose to Ohio State today and win the national championship without facing Ohio State again. So what would that mean? Does that mean it's not a success for Penn State if they go and beat?
It's about the belief that you can win a national championship, which means you have to beat teams like Ohio State.
But I guess my question is, for all these teams, is it about a belief that you can win a national championship or that you can compete for a national championship?
For Penn State, it's win.
But why is it win when they haven't won a national championship since an actual one since 86? And what did they do? They tied in, what was the year they were undefeated? 97? No.
94.
94. But anyway, like why?
Lathan Ransom starts for Ohio State.
Lathan Ransom does start? Okay. And like that reality was based on a single coach. I don't know. I don't know that, like, how many teams hit that threshold of full house in the backfield. I don't that's the threshold for everybody, right? I don't know that Penn State fits that category of national championship is what defines you.
I would agree with that, but I don't know that Penn State would, which is why I'm fine holding them to that standard.
Yeah.
I let the team set it for me.
Yeah. But is it the team or is it fan bases who we want to guide to a different place so they can be happier? Is Ohio State with 3 linebackers early?
Yeah, they start in the 4-3, and here's your first Tyler Warren nonsense of the game.
Okay. But like good. And that's the thing about, like, I don't even know that. I mean, it's certainly not trick plays. Maybe nonsense is the right word, but it's not a trick play to do a direct snap to your tight end and have him just run up the middle for 8 yards. That's just like an incredibly effective play.
You're just running inside zone.
Yeah.
Or quarterback draw with the
right
guy who's 250 pounds.
So that's, again, if we're not exactly talking targets, we're talking touches more with Ty Warren. And that's like a very reasonable way of doing that.
Did not get that first down.
It does feel like JT Tuimoloau got really downhill on that first run play, which is, again, I was on a Penn State show this week, and JT Tuimoloau came up because of what he did the last time he was in Beaver Stadium. And it's just a recognition, again, of what JT is. It's not necessarily a great pass rusher, but it's a good football player. And you saw him affect the run game early, and then you see Davison Igbinosun getting downhill and trying to affect that run game early too.
I don't know about that spot. That was, yeah, it's funny to me. Like I said, I was on a Penn State podcast earlier this week, and like JT Tuimoloau gets talked about in Ohio State circles as a guy who's not quite lived up to expectations. And if you ask a Penn State fan, he's Lawrence Taylor. So
yeah, they're afraid of him
because of what he's done in games against this team, which I think is, I mean, he's not Lawrence Taylor, but maybe the way Penn State views him is closer to the truth about who he actually is.
Yeah.
But it just happens that he's at Ohio State and he gets compared to the Bosa brothers and Chase Young, and it's hard to live up to that.
I do think this is one of those where we end up doing a lot of stuff when you look at stats: run play, pass play, run play success, pass play success. A lot of what Andy Kotelnicki does and the way Penn State operates right now, I think especially with Nick Singleton and Ty Warren, they end up throwing a lot of passes that are really about their run game.
Sure. Ohio State does the same thing.
And there's a lot of instinct, I think, that if you have an 8-yard pass play, you think like, oh, that's not that great. But like an 8-yard run play is awesome. When you run a little motion set and get Nick Singleton in the flat by himself and he gets 8 yards on it on a very simple throw, that may as well be a run play. That's an incredibly effective first down play.
Yeah, that was a really good run stop by Davis and Igbinosun. The Ohio State's corners have to be excellent run defenders in this game.
Yeah.
And I think Davison showed up on that earlier third down run that I was surprised was marked a first down, but then on that play too.
But they're usually, I mean, I don't know that there's any questions about, are there questions about the physicality of Ohio State's corners? I think they believe in them to get downhill.
They tackle really well.
That probably might be what they do best. Mm-hmm. This is a little bit interesting on 3rd and 1 that it's just straight up. It's a straight up Aller drop back, and that's what he's got to do. So that's a first test. Like if Drew Aller cannot do that, that's what we said of we're not sure you can play him.
Yeah.
To do a straight up 3rd and 1 drop back, it's not Bo Prabula at quarterback. It's not Ty Warren at quarterback. There's a gap in the middle.
I still think you could have Tyreek Williams do what he did there.
But is that the trade-off Ohio State's trying to make? I'm not sure.
No, I mean that was just a 4-man rush, and Tyreek Williams jumped out of his gap trying to win a pass rush, and then left the door open for Drew Aller.
Yeah, but that's like a great first test for Penn State. That if Aller can do that,
JT's not on the field,
and you've got it. So this is the efficiency. I do, the efficiency metrics that we cite a lot. Indiana's been an offensive machine, very efficient. Ohio State really has been very efficient. Penn State has also been efficient. And so this is one of those where if they're not going to hit big shots to their receivers, which is just not what their offense is about right now, they have done this. But for instance, they did this on the opening drive against USC and kicked a field goal.
Right.
So if they're going to be efficient, they have to be able to cash this stuff in. And now you can see the stuff with Warren too, of like, he's a tight end, but he's not a tight end. He's all over the place. He's in the slot.
They had Sonny Styles there, and he followed the run fake. So Sonny Styles was lined up as the Sam outside over Ty Warren, and then they blitzed him, almost like a straight nickel blitz, and then Drew Aller just ran around them.
Oh, that's interesting. This is almost like jam it right down your throat. It's like, oh, the quarterback might be hurt. It's like, no, he's not. We're gonna run. He's run 3 times on the first series already.
He has. I also I don't know if you're Ohio State if you hate a game plan that's Drew Aller run, if I'm being honest.
Well, this is one of those.
It depends on what it sets up, but
right. But I guess the difference for the Ohio State defense in a game like this is so much of the Ohio State defense the last couple of years. That's a good open field tackle. Cody Simon's been pretty good this year.
He played, I think, the best game of his career last week against Nebraska. He's been pretty steady for them all year. He's a little bit of an incomplete player on passing down sometimes, more specifically when he's actually in coverage, but he's a sure tackler. He's smart. That's a really good play from him in space against Nick Singleton.
And this is one of those, again, where if you're not that afraid of Penn State hitting you down the field, if you want to prevent big plays, you've got to tackle Singleton and Warren in open space.
Yeah.
And not let them get going. That was really good.
Blitz. That was their problem last week. They blitzed, they got there, and they missed them.
Yeah. So this is one of those things where, and that's one of those, again, though, where Aller's, as a veteran quarterback, is okay against the blitz. He's better clean, but I don't think he's not panic-stricken against the blitz. And if you can see that, that's one of those.
That's just bad. That's a free shot on Drew Aller for Jack Sawyer, and you missed him. Like you cannot do that.
Not as a fourth. I mean, that's a fourth year five. This is it's a high standard at Ohio State. It really is. But if you're going to be an impact defensive player, so now they're marching, and now we're in the conversation where whether this is a field goal or a touchdown is going to be a huge discussion of like whether this was a successful drive or not, because in the Penn State USC game, Penn State marched, kicked a field goal, and then USC had a one-play 75-yard touchdown.
Yep.
So that might be what the balance of this game is. But I do think if you're Ohio State's defense, sometimes when you're playing explosive offense, if you're playing Oregon and you're worried about Evan Stewart deep or Tez Johnson on a catch and run, then you're willing to maybe let a team march, try to finally get a third down stop as long as you're preventing that big play. But I don't know that you're scared of a big play from Penn State. So then you should be prioritizing not letting them march. And Penn State is marching right down the field with these Drew Aller runs that have been incredibly effective. Short side, man. I think it drives fans crazy. Short side stuff near the goal line, but coaches seem to think that there's stuff there sometimes. But like that was just the sideline ate up that play.
Yeah.
Why do coaches love short side calls? Like roll to the short side, run to the short side when they get in the red zone.
I think they think they can get some leverage formationally if they put their formation to the field and then run a play to the boundary. But I feel like it often misfires on them. I also don't know. There was pressure on that play too, so maybe it wasn't 100% rollout and then throw it to that side. Maybe they were trying to get a throwback or something.
But if you think, I guess, if you take half the defense away by just putting them on the field side,
yeah,
and then try to win a one-on-one matchup on the short side, and you have something going. But like Washington lost to Washington State because they tried to run to the short side of the field and nothing was there.
Yeah,
and you can tell right away when it's not there, it is not there.
It's dead immediately. Yeah.
So now this is going to be a huge deal for Penn State. That it's going to be, I don't know if deflating is the right word, but to march and not get in the end zone. But this is the step. There was a time, like the first half of the year, Sonny Styles was near the top of the list of defenders that Ohio State fans were worried about. And this is Sonny Styles as a young player, third-year guy, but still really should only be 2 years out of high school, moving from safety to linebacker. And I think maybe he's the most improved player on the defense since the start of the year, because that's exactly what you want that linebacker to do on a play like that.
Yeah, he's really grown. Penn State has been a good red zone touchdown team on the year, but it did have a really bad game against USC. It's 2 touchdowns and 6 trips in that game.
Wow, that's one of those. There's so much of when you motion, they've really motioned Warren. They've run Warren out of the backfield much more the last 2 games. He's like had 10 snaps in the backfield each of the last 2 games, where he had like 10 total in the first 5 games. And they motion Warren into the backfield there. You draw a lot of eyes to that. And I think you have a lot of options to create off of that. And then they just make him a lead blocker on that play for an inside handoff, and it goes nowhere.
Yeah.
This is a huge play. And they're going to go straight. They haven't used Pabula at quarterback, right?
Yeah, they did on that rollout into the boundary.
Oh, that was Pabula? Okay. Yeah. And they've had 1 snap to Warren. Mm-hmm. But this is just straight. Drew Aller's got to be an NFL quarterback, and it's not there. That's good coverage.
That is a lot of time went off the clock there. That is, Ohio State will take that. That is a successful drive for Ohio
And that's
State
Jordan
defense.
Hancock. Is that on Liam Clifford there? That's Jordan Hancock in that coverage spot. I was like sort of anticipating that Jordan Hancock was going to have a great year.
Who was that? Jack Sawyer did he knock a tackle back in the Aller? Or was that a tight end? He knocked back in the Aller. Aller doesn't have his feet under him. Throws high.
And that's just one of those that's a little bit it's not odd, but it's like you are this team that can do all these different things, and then you get in the red zone and you have like a do or die play on 3rd and 10, and you just run a straight drop back and ask your slot receiver to win. And it's like, well, he didn't. That's it. And now you kick a field goal. I don't know. I think I maybe would have liked to see something else there from Penn State. No?
I didn't like and they got a penalty too. On the rollout, there was a penalty to move him back to 1st and 15. So it's incredibly hard to move the ball down in the red zone. It's especially difficult when you are now behind the sticks, which is what Penn State was. And then I think at that point, you just want to make sure you actually get the points you put yourself in position for. So it started with the penalty on the 1st down once it got into the red zone.
But this is the whole point of why you make a team march, because one penalty can throw you off. And we look at this. I'm watching this 2nd and 13 play again. This is kind of JT
That was an ineligible receiver downfield penalty, by the way.
Okay. JT being a run defender, interior defensive line holding up. And the Penn State's just going to try to run. That's a win inside. That's JT Tuimoloau and Jack Sawyer making run stops on 2nd and 13. I don't know about that call, Landis. 2nd and 13, and it's a little bit of window dressing with Ty Warren coming in motion into the backfield. Wow, that really is mostly Jack Sawyer on that 2nd and 13. He's over the right tackle. He's standing up over the right tackle. They have Sonny Styles in that gap too, so it's sort of like a 4-man look. And Jack Sawyer reads the run play and comes down the line, doesn't let the right tackle get a hand on him and makes that run stop, which is one of those when you ask about, like, are the Ohio State defensive ends the Bosa's or Chase Young when it comes to getting after passer? No, it's not close, but like that's a really good play to read that, run down the line, stop that run. I don't love that call on 2nd and 13 for a 3-yard gain. And now you're on 3rd and 10. And now I guess you don't, it's
2nd and 13. You don't want it to become 2nd and 20. Like I bet every team in the country is running the ball there. Maybe not Ohio State. Yeah.
Jordan Hancock, a scooch bit handsy there, but I think in an aggressive way. I don't think that's really on the edge of being a penalty there. And so they're just going to...
They did a nice job via like the way they aligned their defensive front. JT Tuimoloau got double teamed. Jack Sawyer got a solo block, drove the right tackle right back in the Drew Aller's lap. Drew Aller doesn't have his feet under him. And ball never really had a chance.
You can see on this 3rd down, Ty Warren standing up as a tight end, Cody Simon, and then Caleb Downs. They're doubling Ty Warren on that play.
Yeah.
Ty Warren's going to the goal line. And there's 3 receivers, and they're going to let the 3 corners play man. Lathan Ransom is helping a little bit, but it's mostly corners manned up, Lathan Ransom floating around a little bit, and then they have 2 guys worried about Ty Warren, which seems like a pretty good strategy at the goal line. So that's an 8-minute drive for 3 points. Is that who gets the check mark for that drive? Penn State or Ohio State?
Any drive that does not end in a touchdown, check mark to the defense.
And that wasn't quite as much window dressing from Andy Koltlenicki as we've seen early in some games, but you've kind of made the point.
I mean, they went full house backfield. They went
they had a Prabula and a
Wildcat. They went Prabula. Like they weren't playing it straight up.
But we've talked about that Penn State will throw some stuff at you early and
usually kick a field goal.
Yeah. Like it gets you thinking, it plants seeds, but does it put points on the board?
I think their average points in the first quarter is just over 3.
I mean, you talked about this. This was one of your primary points.
They start slow
on our Thursday show.
And Ohio State has actually done a nice job of starting fast. They were, I think Ohio State's like 18th in the country in first quarter scoring average. And Penn State was, I think, 111th.
So if you're Ohio State now, do you want to come out and take a shot, or you just want to try to march for a little bit?
I don't think you come out and take a shot because you don't know what kind of pass protection you're going to get. I think you got to try to let the offensive line settle in by running the ball a little bit.
Okay. I would like to get Jeremiah Smith. I mean, it's what you said when I said Penn State. Obviously,
you want to go quick game. I think you can go. I think you can start. We've seen Ohio State start a lot of drives with those hitch plays to the receivers. I think that any kind of quick game, run the ball. I don't think you're coming out and letting it fly on the first play. Although Ryan Day against Notre Dame last year did try to go deep. I believe even on the first play of the game, it got kind of blown up. But
okay.
I think they went like a hard play action, tried to go over the top, and the play never really developed. So they didn't take that shot. So it's not like Ryan Day has been averse to trying to do it early on in big games.
That is, I think that's a difficult decision when you have questions on the offensive line and a good quarterback, but he's not quite CJ Stroud, of wanting to stay on schedule. And if you come out and try to be aggressive and take a shot to Jeremiah Smith on the first play and you miss him by 6 inches, now it's 2nd and 10.
Yeah.
Versus let's just come out and hand the ball to Quinshon Judkins and try to get 5 yards.
You probably got a pretty juiced up Will Howard too. So maybe get through that first snap without putting him in a position where he might be a little off with his pass because of how much adrenaline he has.
Would you, if you were Chip Kelly and Ryan Day, would you factor that in, that this is Downingtown native? Penn State didn't offer me. I'm in Beaver Stadium. Will Howard, and maybe.
Well, I mean, they have they're on the field with him. They can look him in his eyes. They know what kind of energy he's had in the lead up to this game. So maybe he's channeled it really well, and they're not worried about that.
Yeah.
Me not being around him all week and just basing it off what he said after the game last week against Nebraska, I might have him turn around and hand the ball off on the first play.
Yeah, because this is one of those, right? You run a little RPO quick slant thing, and you sail one throw.
Yeah,
and all of a sudden you're hitting a safety in the chest, and now this game is completely flipped.
Yeah,
initially, but again,
Judkins starting.
Is that unusual?
Unless they're both out. No, I don't know that Quinshon has been the first guy out there much, or if at all, this year. Yeah. So they open with a counterplay. Actually, it looked like maybe Quinshon Judkins could have cut that back a smidge and gotten a little more.
Yeah.
Let me see if.
So it is Hinsman at left guard, number 75. Donovan Jackson. Again, this is one of those. This mattered so much to me in my evaluation of Donovan Jackson. Kevin Wilson, the old Ohio State offensive coordinator, said that Donovan Jackson was like the second most talented offensive lineman he'd ever been around, behind Trent Williams at Oklahoma. And I just have never forgotten that. And I think to myself, this guy can do anything. And so to ask Donovan Jackson to kick out to left tackle seems like a reasonable thing to me, but that it really is a lot to ask.
It is a lot to ask. This is the first start for Quinshon Judkins. Travion Henderson has started every game prior to this one.
Okay.
Quinshon Judkins, who played against Penn State last year in what bowl game was that?
I don't know. Was it the Peach Bowl?
Peach Bowl? Yeah.
Okay. So now you're in a 3rd and 5. You come out, you have not taken a shot, you've run the ball twice, but you're still in more of a 3rd and medium than you would like to be.
Pick.
Oh, boy. Nightmare for Ohio State.
That was never open.
That is what Penn State does to you. That is literally the worst 3-play sequence you could ask for Ohio State. And I would just get Abdul Carter, not over the left tackle the whole time. He was over the right tackle that time. But that's just this is a really good secondary. This is a really good Penn State secondary. It has been a defining thing of this program. They're not going to be, you're trying to get the ball to Jeremiah Smith, but they're not confused by that.
I mean, Will Howard needs to see that they're not in man coverage there.
Yeah.
He showed them that they weren't, or they showed him that they weren't.
Yeah. And now you've got the fans involved, and now you're going to have to open things up.
No, I don't think so. I don't know.
You think just come out, run the ball again for Ohio State?
First quarter, you play your game. I don't think you panic because of that.
That is a nightmare scenario, though. That was the best of what Penn State will do to you.
I mean, all they did was sit in zone coverage, and Will Howard didn't see it. Like it's just a bad read. It's just a bad read. He thinks they're getting man coverage in a rub route to open up the slant for Jeremiah Smith. The nickel never showed that, and Howard didn't adjust to it, and then just threw a ball where he pretended like the defender wasn't there.
That's a veteran quarterback should be able to read that better than that.
Yeah, I think so.
That's less about a great. Now it's it's a nice little right. You're not playing man there. Is there anything in the call there by Tom Allen that you're going to tip the cap, or that's just what defenses do?
I mean, without having the book on Penn State's defense and what their tendencies are, maybe they are a predominantly man coverage team in that particular situation, and that's why Will Howard thought he was getting it. But so if that was the case and they changed their tendency, then yeah, you tip the cap a little bit. But it's not like they threw some exotic defense at him or via pressure forced Will Howard into an early throw. I just think he didn't see the defense the right way.
Yeah. And this is creating the world of let's get the ball to Jeremiah Smith. And Penn State knows that. Ohio State knows that. You've got to get Jeremiah Smith involved. And Penn State jumps her out on it. So that is a 31-yard pick six, 10-0 Penn State, 5:37 in. That is so what is that on? So this is just like a quarterback this quarterback should know better.
This quarterback should know better.
This is not the call. This is not something with the coaches. Why did you put this guy in this situation? That quarterback should know better.
Yep. I mean, it's just so they're running a little it's a slant from Jeremiah Smith, and so they're in a stack. They motioned out Emeka Ibuka. The corner went with him, but they bail immediately.
But the corner going with Emeka is a man-to-man indicator.
No, I wouldn't say that necessarily, because I don't play quarterback. I don't know. I would not say that Penn State showed him that they were definitely playing man on that play.
But they're looking for a rub on this, and instead the corner who starts off inside
falls off so that the slot fade to Emeka is kind of covered. It's kind of, they have it bracketed with the underneath corner and the over-the-top safety. There's two high safeties. The nickel just jumps to slant to Jeremiah Smith, but there's nobody Will Howard could have come off of that and then seen Carnell Tate wide open coming over the middle of the field.
Yeah.
So that's just a bad read by Will Howard.
That would have been an easy get to your second read to Carnell Tate.
Yeah.
On that. To see that initially, that as you go to make that throw, the coverage is not what you expect there.
Unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on the celebration.
Celebrating too hard. The whiteout.
Jalen Reed
got a little too juicy. This is one of those though where not every defense is going to do that to you. This is where you have to understand that this is what as much as if the general takeaway from that is that's a bad read by the Ohio State quarterback, there are still secondaries that aren't going to make that play. So
yeah, I suppose. I just don't want to make that oh boy, this Penn State defense. He threw the ball to the nickel. I think that is much more about Penn State or Ohio State than it is Penn State.
Yeah. But this is a tough spot because is this not why, there's a lot of stuff. You and I were at the Syracuse Pitt game a couple Thursdays ago where Kyle McCord threw 5 interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
And Kyle McCord's tendency to put the ball in harm's way a little more, I think, than Ryan Day would like from an Ohio State quarterback has led to, I think, in part to the decision to bring this in. And now you bring in Will Howard, and in this game, in this situation, it's a pick 6 on the first drive. Will Howard is here in part to not throw pick 6s at Penn State.
Yeah, I think that's
because the ceiling, it's not as right. It's a little bit more of a, who do you think has a higher ceiling? They wanted a little bit more of a run threat, but who do you think has a higher ceiling as a thrower, Will Howard or Kyle McCord?
I think Kyle McCord has a stronger arm. I don't know. Kyle McCord, I don't think sees the field very well.
But then but maybe there's an opportunity for more there, but you're trying to raise the floor. It's just are you going to get, and again, I am down with interceptions from quarterbacks. If they're in situations where you're trying to give your guy a chance to make a play, if you are an aggressive quarterback who's making throws down the field. But that was not that. So Northwestern, by the way, up 10-3 on Purdue.
Minnesota's up 3-0.
And Minnesota up 3-0 on Illinois.
Is there a Syracuse score?
I don't know. We can't find the Syracuse game. All right, we'll find it.
The CW is elusive.
The CW. Don't accidentally watch Veronica Mars. All right. So now Penn State's going to get downhill on you. Now Penn State's feeling it, though. Do you believe in momentum and stuff like this?
Yes. I don't think anything is decided in the first 7 minutes of a football game. 7-0 Virginia Tech.
But there's Jalen Reed, who's a really good safety, who just got the
McCord started 1 of 4 for 4 yards in that game.
Okay. But now you've thrown a pass, and now it's 2nd and 10. Okay.
Beat the blitz with a slant to Jeremiah Smith.
It does. I don't know. If Penn State's getting after it now, but now here's a chance to use their aggression against them if you're Ohio State. So that's a good answer there, right? Here comes the blitz. Quick to Jeremiah Smith. That's a good answer.
Hang in. Don't let it affect you. Rip a throw on a slant to Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah.
But this is where Ohio State got in trouble last week. 3rd and 1. QB sneak has been effective for them.
So you like QB sneak as the call here?
Yeah, why not? You got a 240-pound quarterback. I think you don't have to overthink it. If it's 3rd and a longer one, maybe that was 3rd and a half a yard. It looked like. Yeah. I think that's simple. Why don't make it more complicated than it needs to be?
That has been like a defining short yardage since the Michigan game in 2021 has been such a defining issue for Ohio State. So you think about how big of a play is right there. Because if they get stopped on that, I'm not so sure that Ryan Day doesn't say, let's be tough and go for it on fourth down. And now all of a sudden, but they got a first down.
Yeah.
So they got an easy conversion on a first down, and now they have a chance to let their playmakers go make plays. So this is what you talked about in the first quarter of if you let Ohio State start to steamroll with their playmakers, right? Okay, this is going to be a good game. Like let's play a high level game. Yeah. Now that's a huge mistake by Ohio State. You're still giving that more. We've seen, right, a lot of these SEC games, we've seen quarterbacks miss throws. It has not been a high level game. So that's a bad read by Ohio State, but it is also a play by the defense. But now Ohio State has a chance to see if it can let its playmakers get loose. But I think you can see
they're approaching. This is where Ryan Day likes to take shots too.
You can see there's an opening. You can see the confidence in the Penn State defense, though.
There's your Chip Kelly. I have not showed you short side speed option all year. Here you go, 25 yards.
So this is short side. This is what we're talking about. Pitt did this the other week against Cal. You do this, you set up to the wide side, you get everybody out there, and then you hit the short side. And if you can get like one block, it's there. This is why they do it.
Yeah.
All the times in your life, everybody watching this, when you get frustrated and driven crazy by why are they running to the short side, that's why. Because when it works,
I mean, there was nobody over there. Yeah.
But that's like, so you don't have to make 4 blocks.
Right.
You have to make 1 block.
And this is why you don't.
And then this is why maybe sometimes you don't.
Unless you'll take 4 yards on every run.
So that's not a look you feel like Ohio State has shown a ton this year. That short side speed option.
I think they might have ran speed option a time or two against Western Michigan.
Okay.
I don't recall seeing it in any of their other games of note. And I think when they did do it, they did it to the field.
Okay. But now, so like this is, I think we're seeing potentially like the best of both sides of this team. Like when it looks right, throwback.
It's wide open. It's great. It's great response.
That is why you get paid. Do throwbacks ever not work? I would run a throwback on every play. Roll to one side, throwback to the other side. Often it's to the tight end when you see that play, but that time it's Emeka Egbuka. There's a single high safety.
So when they line up in that split with Emeka Egbuka, it's often a run play. Like that's a tell for them. This is Ohio State playing off of its own tendencies and throwing and showing you a play action pass look that I don't know that I've ever seen Ohio State run before. So this is, you want something different in a big game, there you go.
And
that and the speed option.
You see the safety is drawn to the other side by the roll left by Will Howard. And once you get 2 steps that direction, he knows that Egbuka is going to be there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's great. That's why you don't panic when a team punches you one time in the first quarter.
But I do think, I mean, this is the best of what both teams can be, what both these teams can be. Even that, so the Penn State first drive, they've got to be a team. Penn State needs to be a team that in these high-level games, especially against opposing explosive offenses, you said they're a good red zone team offensively, but they've got to punch that in because you know Ohio State's going to answer.
Mm-hmm.
But in moving the ball, Penn State moved the ball. Then you get an aggressive downhill secondary making a play, and then you get an answer from Ohio State when you're down 10-0 and you come back right away and do what you want to do, and you don't panic and you throw a couple things in there. I don't know. I mean, they didn't have a drive because, again, Ohio State was most effective against Nebraska because it was hitting some stuff.
Yeah, Ohio State against Nebraska stalled out on short yardage situations and couldn't sustain drives early, and then it broke through with a couple of long touchdown passes. If Ohio State's last drive against Nebraska looked like that. When Ohio State had its back against the wall against a team that did as much better than, it just found the extra gear and went right down the field and scored a touchdown.
Yeah. But that throwbacks always work. Why do they always work?
Because college defenders are undisciplined.
College, they can't help themselves.
Yeah.
All over the place, whatever you see, it's just guys cannot help themselves. And I think no matter how much you watch film, you see the ball go one way and you see a guy go one way and your body takes you that direction.
Yeah.
So, but that is not a core Ohio State play. For some teams, it feels like they do that kind of stuff all the time. That's not as much of a core Ohio State play, but that's especially good in the red zone. So Ibuka just wins.
I mean, he just got a free release. Yeah. The guy who ends up running with him closest is Tony Rojas, linebacker.
What happens but isn't there a corner over Ibuka?
Yeah, but he jams him and then he drops out because he's got to play the run. They bring him into the run fit, and then Emeka Ibuka runs.
So that's a linebacker running with him behind him? 13?
Yeah, 13, yeah. That's Rojas, right?
So who's open? Who's over him? Who's over Ibuka at the snap?
At the snap, it looked like let me see. Is it Kimber?
And then what does Kimber do? Jalen Kimber, the transfer.
I don't know if no, maybe it's not Kimber. I don't know. It's 5. He jams them and then slides out to defend the run. They're not in man coverage.
Cam Miller.
They're not man. That's the nickel. They're not in man coverage.
So they got the look they wanted there.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a good answer. And I guess one of those things, again, it's like you just have to imagine the opposite. What if they don't answer there? And now Penn State has a chance to get up.
Mm-hmm. It was pivotal to get points there.
17-0 or 13-0.
I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah. Okay. And now Penn State has to see if it can drive and get a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and this makes me think, I was in the 20s on this game. I was 28-23. Ohio State, what was your score?
24-20.
And now are we low? Now, if both offenses are going to march like this, if defenses are going to make big plays that put points on the board, are we low in the 20s? Is this feeling more like a 38-35?
I think games start to settle after that meme of very nice, now show me the unscripted plays.
Yeah.
Kind of thing, right? So we'll see. It could become pointsy. Games with good offenses often do, but I could also see it settling in the halftime score is 10-7.
So this is what Aller has to be able to do. And this is why Tyleik Williams is going to be a day 2 NFL pick. Interior pressure, right?
Yeah, I want to see the play again to see what happened there.
I think Aller's moving better than I expected.
He is moving much better than I expected. It's just another, like, you gotta tackle the quarterback, man. It's been an ongoing issue for them. It's good to flush him out. It's good to bust up a play. 4 yards is not the worst thing in the world for the defense, but
and that is the Caleb Downs effect.
Opportunity for an explosive defensive play, and you missed it.
But that is, you get a downhill safety who can tackle in space. It's such a difference maker.
Yeah.
Caleb Downs getting downhill and getting an ankle tackle there. Some safeties are slow to trigger on that stuff. Some can't tackle in space.
This is going to be some kind of. Oh, I thought he was going to fake to the sideline, and then they're going to snap it to somebody else. Great play by Davis Nigbinosin.
That's one of those plays where you could get a little handsy there. But
Davis Nigbinosin. So it was funny. During the week, Ryan Day was talking about how they had Davis Nigbinosin playing with not oven mitts, but like sliding gloves you see in baseball, because he got 3 defensive pass interference penalties last week, and they wanted them to stop grabbing people.
Yeah.
And then I think Davison was asked about it, and he downplayed it a little bit. But he's a really physical corner. I think that's fine. I don't know that I saw. Maybe he grabbed them in the route, but you got to let guys play too. I'm okay with that.
I didn't think. I mean, it's sometimes you slow it down.
I didn't think of anything. I didn't think there was anything at the actual catch point. Maybe within the route, but
I would rather let them play a little bit on both sides.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we can tend toward situations where you're just bailing out offenses constantly by calling any kind of physical interaction.
Special teams penalty on Ohio State.
Better fire the special teams coach. Who's the special teams coach?
Ryan Day.
Oh. Has that been a disappointment for Ohio State? I mean, People
it definitely has.
were all over Parker Fleming as the special teams coach the past couple of years. They dismiss him. They no longer have a full-time special teams coach. Ryan Day says he's going to be involved with it. And it feels like Ohio State is not explosive on special teams, but then they also are not disciplined.
They're just kind of the same. Yeah. Which is, I mean, not non-threatening and also undisciplined is what they've been on special teams for 4 years.
Yeah.
Confusion from Penn State's defense. A couple low snaps I noticed.
Wow. These corners are getting aggressive, though.
Timing of that play is thrown off by a low snap. That's at least a second low snap I've seen from Seth McLaughlin.
Has that ever happened to him before?
Yeah.
So I respect the idea that Ohio State is targeting Jeremiah Smith. It just hasn't been great so far. And that's Donovan Jackson.
Oh, that's a hyperextended knee.
Who's that?
I don't know who that is.
That is Keziah Izzard. Oh, he looks okay.
Yeah, that's just a funky landing.
Yeah. So that was Carter over Jackson on that one. Abdul Carter over the left tackle, Donovan Jackson. Does your watch always tell you to stand up?
Yeah. It also gives me encouragement when I feel like I do the least amount of movement possible. It's like, you did it. It's like, I just got up to go to the bathroom.
Do you ever try to trick your watch, or do you just like live your life?
No, I just live my life.
Yeah.
And it's a nice reward when the watch tells me I did something good.
I try not to let my Apple Watch run my existence, but it's hard sometimes.
A lot of condensed formations for Ohio State's receivers.
Are they condensed to then break out of it?
Yeah. Just kind of get the DBs chasing a little bit. That was nice. That was a nice play there. Another short yardage coming up.
Okay. 3-0. Minnesota over Illinois with 13 minutes left in the second quarter. 10-3 Northwestern over Purdue with 8:45 left in the second quarter. And Ohio State will let this run out.
Yeah, right in the quarter. Yep.
All right, a 10-7 first quarter. Penn State is ahead. You can go to the stats. Total yards, Ohio State 87, Penn State 74. Ohio State's thrown 4 of 6 for 42. Penn State is 3 of 5 for 30 yards. Not a lot popping there, Landis. We would tell people, if you don't know about this, there's a
7.5, almost 7.5 yards per play for Ohio State in the first quarter.
There's a website called Stats Broadcast. If you type Stats Broadcast into Google.
Stat.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Stat Broadcast. Type Stat Broadcast into Google and the name of the school. Almost all the schools use it. It is a live running. It's like the live running stats, like the official stats of the game through the school. So if you don't want to rely on ESPN, other websites can get a little wonky sometimes. And then they don't only have the raw basic stats. They have a lot of like the more sophisticated stats as the game's progressing. So if you type in Stat Broadcast, Penn State, Ohio State, it should take you to that Penn State site. And then you can click on, it'll have like all the other sporting events that are going on for Penn State, but you'll find it. It's just a good way to keep up with stats, Landis. And it's like you're in the stadium. This used to be the kind of thing I think you could only get maybe in the stadium. And now
they used to password protect it, and now they don't for some reason. But yeah, you get there's the cumulative stats you expect. You get drive data. You get like big plays kind of stuff, penalties, specific third down information. It's a pretty good way to follow. It's much better than like if you use like ESPN Gamecast or something like that to follow along with the game. Stat Broadcast is much more detailed.
Cody Simon, 5 tackles for Ohio State in the first half.
First quarter,
I mean. Pretty good.
Yep.
Pretty good. Let's see.
3 for Igbinosun, 2.
3 for Igbinosun. Okay.
Jaden Reed, 2. Jalen Kimber, 2. Kobe King, 2 for Penn State. Yeah, Penn State 4.5 yards per play in the first quarter. As I said, Ohio State 7.3. The difference there is rushing because of that big run from Quinshon Judkins for 22 yards. Ohio State averaging 7.5 yards per carry. Penn State 4 yards per carry. Technically not a red zone scoring opportunity for Ohio State. They were just on the edge of it. So Penn State is 1 for 1 with the field goal. Obviously outpossessed Ohio State there. No sacks, no TFLs for either team yet.
Jeremiah Smith, 3 targets, 1 catch, 9 yards. So targets for Ohio State in the first quarter, Jeremiah Smith, 3, 1 Emeka Ibuka for the touchdown, 1 Carnell Tate, 1 Quinshon Judkins. So the idea of Ohio State needs to come out and let Jeremiah Smith try to win this game. But like Penn State's also prepared for that. They've actually done a pretty good job. I mean, obviously the pass that was intercepted for a pick 6 was targeted at Jeremiah Smith. Drew Aller, 4 runs already for 24 yards. So I think, are we at the point now? I feel like the Aller injury is nothing. Like, is that?
It didn't seem to affect him much.
Which is good. Like
first, the thing from a Penn State perspective that I would have been most worried about is that when you get a Jack Sawyer free, when you get a Tyleik Williams free, is Drew Aller going to be able to sidestep that? And clearly he's able to. So I think he's okay.
Yeah. Which is just what you want. I mean, I think fans of both sides agree. You want the best players to be as healthy as possible in a big matchup like this as we get ready for the second quarter to start. 4 penalties on Penn State in the first quarter, 1 on Ohio State. All right.
Free play. Just snap the ball.
Wow, that's big on a 3rd and 2. Wow. They
jump off sides a lot.
There is, if you are a dominant pass rusher, especially if it's on first down, like if it's not giving a team a first down, I am absolutely fine with you jumping off sides once or twice a game because you're trying to get the count and make huge plays. But on 3rd and 2, that is not great.
Good job there too, assuming that Ohio State might have changed up its cadence a little bit. You got new offensive linemen out there and none of them moved.
But
that's Abdul Carter, I think, believing that on tape he has their cadence and their snap count down, and he misjudges it.
Which I do. I want my best rush ends to believe that.
Sure, but now you got him thinking. Now do you slow him down a little bit because of that? We'll see.
But again, over left tackle. I don't think he's been over left tackle every single snap, but a decent amount. That's a little dicey. You can see Donovan Jackson tried to cut Carter there. That's always on those screens right there. I guess you try to cut the edge, but
you go low on him so that he doesn't jump up and bat the pass away.
Yeah. But if you miss, you create the opportunity for him to jump up and bat the pass away. Donovan Jackson missed enough trying to cut him that Will Howard had to throw over Abdul Carter, and it throws off everything on the play. And all of a sudden, now you're trying to throw over the end, and you almost sail it to a safety.
Yeah, you're better off with an incompletion there, I think.
I think once you miss the block,
once the play, the way that play unfolded, you're better off with an incompletion there. And now you're way behind the sticks.
It's a good play.
No, Ohio State's only run
good tackle
15 plays, but no design runs for Will Howard yet. Aside, I don't count the QB sneak as a design run.
So now we see Carter is over Josh Fryer on this one. So he's moving around. He moves around all the time. 3rd and 11, and he's going to be over Josh Fryer.
Yep.
So now you're going to bring it in tight and then have a chance to pop something out of this.
Yep.
Create some confusion. Handle the rush. So I think that exact kind of play, let's see what the flag is what
brutal.
Wow. If this flag was called for, that is an unbelievably terrible thing by Penn State, or is it the refs overreacting to something?
I don't know. We'll see what happened. Let's see what they called. Yeah, you can't do that. That is, and you can't.
That's the Iverson rule?
I think if he just would have stood up and walked away, it's fine. You stand up, you look down at him. I'm assuming he said something. You can't do that. And I think it has been the emotions of this game. I think have always been higher on the Penn State side. And I do not think Penn State has ever handled that well.
But I do think to Penn State's credit, there was a time where they really, and there it is, they really competed. Did he get his
He was out of bounds. No, that is the Will Howard deep ball conversation, right? You hit him in stride, it's a touchdown, but you got to give him a chance to catch the ball in bounds. That is man. You got to put that play in your pocket, depending on how this game goes.
And that was part of it last week, is Howard hit a couple of those.
He hit 2 of them. Down the middle. I think he's been better probably throwing it down the middle on the deep balls than he has been throwing it near the sideline. But that is a brutal missed opportunity. Good pass protection, wide open receiver, coverage breakdown, and he threw a ball where he couldn't catch it in bounds.
And this is the kind of thing those are the throws that Nebraska missed last week against Ohio State that Ohio State hit. And you think about that, you get a corner that falls down and your offensive line handles things up front. Ohio State's offensive line has handled things up front pretty well so far, yes?
So far, so good, yeah.
I mean, this is that last week was the first option and was obviously disastrous to the naked eye.
Pressure here.
Initially, and that they have handled this much better. Plan B here has been much better than what Plan A was last week.
Yeah, that's a miscue there by Tom Allen.
Bringing too much. Was that
too much heat? You just gotta. Again, Ohio State has beaten Penn State with this before. Use the aggression against them. Just throw the ball to the running back.
1, 2, 3. Is that bringing
sticks?
It's like 7.
It's like Penn State doesn't learn lessons from its previous game.
But this is the number one thing, especially right. You can feel the momentum of a defense. They're gaining confidence from a pick 6, and then you must use that against them.
Yeah,
that's what you absolutely have to do. And so that's a good call there to come back off a deep shot miss, because you can see him getting downhill. You can see. I mean, that's
how they play. That's what they do.
And if I know you have to run the ball and do these things, but if you're not going to try to use it against them, you'll never stop them. You'll never make it.
And that could be a check too for Ohio State on that play to Trevion Henderson. If they think they're going to get a pressure, rather than have Trevion stay in, they'll release him, because that's the only shot you have of completing a pass in that situation. So I actually would maybe assume that that's a check for them.
Tight again. Carter's spin move on Jackson.
Yeah, they're killing these guys in the middle of the field.
They're hitting. Now we're back to where when Ohio State is at its best.
Brandon Inniss gets involved for Ohio State.
Is he in there? We have to rewatch that back. Is that 4 receivers, or is he in for somebody there? Or are they actually with 4 wideouts on the field at the same time?
They are. Man, they had Inniss and Ballard. They went like total sub package on that play. They had Brandon Inniss, Bryson Rogers, and Jaden Ballard on the field. Chip Kelly did this against Oregon. They had a very specific play they wanted to run where they used the receivers as lead blockers, and they put a walk-on receiver onto the field to have him run the play. And it's a little bit of an odd thing. Like maybe defenses don't think about it as much, or just looking at the formation. But to take Carnell Tate, Emeka Ibuka, and Jeremiah Smith off the field, all 3 and get a touchdown.
Are you trying to get the defense to let its guard down? That it's like, oh, like
maybe they're just a little like, what is happening?
We don't have to worry about Jeremiah Smith, because this is some of the stuff.
But that's not dissimilar from what they just did with Emeka Ibuka on the touchdown, though. You get a real tight split from your slot receiver. You think he's going to run block, and then he gets a release because they're worried about the run fake, and he's wide open.
Did they get a rub on this on the Inniss route though? They're guys running into each other.
They got the linebacker, and so this was man coverage, unlike the last time.
Okay, so this is man. So
they didn't run.
Can you pause it again? We're running it back. Do they have 2 tight ends in?
No, it's 11 personnel.
Okay, who's the receiver wide to the left?
Here?
Alone. No, down on the bottom.
This is Jaden Ballard. This is Brandon Inniss. This is Bryson Rogers. This is G. Scott.
Okay, so it's Bryson Rogers and Brandon Inniss tight on the right side.
You have 13. The linebacker is going to see. He must have the running back. So he's the one who runs into the guy who's covering Brandon Inniss. So corner on Bryson Rogers, safety on G. Scott, linebacker trying to run to the fake run action to the short side of the field, and he runs into the guy who's covering Brandon Inniss. The other linebacker is also running towards the run fake, and there's just nobody over.
But there's a little bit of a throwback element to this too.
It's just a shallow cross. Yeah, it's not a a sprint out, throw back across the field kind of thing, but you fake the
Howard's
toss.
moving a little bit to the right.
That's a fake toss play. That's all that is. Never leaves the pocket.
And Ballard runs the corner on the bottom side off with the deep route, and then there's nobody on that side of the field.
Yeah.
And once you get a little bit of confusion in the middle of the field, Innis gets a step and it's over.
Yep.
This is some of the stuff that Marvin Harrison Jr. hit Penn State on some of this. Crossing, you get a step, there's nobody on that side. I really do think there is, and this is one of those, right? Opponents and coaches are always just talking about 4, like the numbers, right? When you're there defensively and you're looking for 4, where's 4? Where's 11, right? No, what's Ibuka's number?
2.
Where's 2? Where's 2? Where's 4? Where you've beaten that into your defense all week. And it doesn't mean that you stop, but I do think there can be something psychological there that now all of a sudden you're worried about. Are they doing something? Is this going to be a Howard called run? Are they going to flip something to Henderson here?
You're expecting him to do something out of the ordinary because they took all their 3 best receivers off the field. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I'm actually, and maybe like it wasn't a funky formation, wasn't anything like that to maybe force Penn State to think about taking a timeout, but maybe when the personnel changes that drastically, just because Ohio State doesn't do that. Brandon Innis has played some.
Yes.
Jaden Ballard only goes into the game if it's a blowout at the end of the game. Bryson Rodgers, with the exception of the game where Cornell Tate didn't play against Iowa, has really only ever gone to the game when it's a blowout. So that was very different for Ohio State to do at that juncture of the game. And maybe you say Penn State should notice that. And maybe they did, because again, it's like they didn't run a trick play. They just ran their offense.
But let me ask
this. Come back and later in the game and run that exact same play with their starting receivers on the field.
Let me ask this. When Dan Lanning has the line drive kick off the Ohio State player to steal a possession in that game, we talked a lot about what is the coaching staff doing to get Ohio State over the top, to steal something. It doesn't have to be a trick play, but how are you getting your team over the top when you're playing very talented teams? I think that qualifies.
I would qualify.
Something.
That is something you've not done before.
It's not a trick play.
Yeah.
But it's something you hadn't shown. That's akin to me of lining up Ted Ginn Jr. at tight end.
Yeah, I think that's a good
It's just a look.
Yeah.
Give them a look. Plant a seed. Make them think a certain way. That's really good downhill.
That's a really excellent play by Mitchell Melton, backup defensive end.
Was he playing end there, or is he in a jack spot?
No, he's playing.
Floating. He's straight up end.
Yeah, he's end. Yeah.
But that's I think what you ask of a coaching staff in this game.
A lot of backup. So Ohio State has 2 backup ends and a backup tackle in there with Tyleek Williams. It's Caden McDonald.
Starting linebackers, starting secondary.
Still rocking in the 4-3. I think maybe they've been on that for just about every snap.
Slow developing. So this, I think, is the difference. And it feels like this is what Penn State has done at times, is you're aware of all the stuff, just like Ohio State just showed you something. You're aware of all this stuff they might do. But then there are moments when Drew Aller just makes NFL throws. And that was a little...
I mean, that guy was wide open.
But they'll do this. But this is what they'll do when they'll just... And then it's not anything different. It's just good offense.
They got Sonny Styles. Sonny Styles dropped out in the zone there, got a little turned around.
Open route, make a throw. That's what they did on the tying drive against USC. You just go down the field and make throws. But I do think there's some seed planning that matters there to get a defense thinking about stuff.
If this ball hit the ground. Yeah.
Now I wonder here. I'm not 17-3 Northwestern over Purdue, by the way. I'm not looking to make excuses for Drew Aller here.
14-3 Virginia Tech over Syracuse. That's bad.
With their backup
Colin Schlee is their backup as the quarterback. Former Purdue.
Colin Schlee is Purdue, Ball State to UCLA, right?
I thought it was Purdue to UCLA.
All right.
Ball State to UCLA was the running back.
Let's play. Where has Colin Schlee played?
Kent State,
UCLA, Virginia Tech. Okay. Wrong MAC school. But the starter at Kent State in 22.
Kyle McCord, 8 of 13 for 48 yards and an interception. Syracuse still not running the ball. This to me would qualify as a pretty bad loss for Fran Brown if this game continues the way it's going.
So there have been times this year where I think you've seen some. There's a lot. Fran Brown's doing a lot, but he's never been a head coach before.
Big overturn, incomplete pass.
I think that's the right call.
Aller dirt at the throw.
So is this one of those? So we're asking, is Drew Aller himself, based on can he move in the pocket? Can he scramble when need be? Is there anything here? He's throwing a little low.
I mean, that
to
is
an open guy.
Drew Aller is a little inconsistent with his accuracy. That remains true even in light of some of the progress he's made this year. He's just a little off target sometimes, and a lot of times those open throws are where that tends to show up. Not even for him, for like any quarterbacks that struggle with accuracy issues. Like sometimes they'll throw an absolute dime when it's great coverage, and then when a guy's wide open, they'll throw in a dirt.
Yeah,
that's a penalty. Oh, they just run into each other. Okay. I thought that they ran into the defender. I think they ran into each other.
Hancock got really physical with Warren there at the top of that route. I really thought Jordan Hancock might have a breakout year this year. He's made a couple good plays in this game. This is what you have to do with Ty Warren.
Yeah, they ran into each other. That's nothing on Ohio State. That's spacing, and it's interesting they have. I mean, I think that's probably the right call, right? You want Jordan Hancock as your slot defender. Tyler Warren is in the slot. Don't overthink it. They're not. Doesn't appear they're playing matchups quite as much with Tyler Warren as I thought they would. It's a bad punt.
I'll be curious again how Penn State maybe seeks some matchups there and where they feel like they have a chance to get Ty Warren.
There's a real chance for Ohio State to put Penn State on its heels here.
Well,
I think Penn State's kind of already on its heels, but this is an opportunity.
Now, I will say, and I do think in the past, 10-3 Minnesota over Illinois, I do think in the past that was a big thing with Penn State of if you put them in uncomfortable situations and you get them down and you make them throw the ball and you don't let them run and play defense. Yeah. But they got down 17-3 against USC and came back and won that game.
They sure did. Yep.
So that second half for Penn State against USC, to me,
the 17-3 hole though was turning the ball over and giving USC opportunities.
But the bottom line
it wasn't USC, in my opinion, controlling that game the way that Ohio State has a chance to take control of this game right now.
But regardless, when you're down 2 scores, you've got to push a little bit offensively, I think. Yeah. Right? And you've got to be willing to try to throw down the field and not just play in a phone booth. And so that was my question with Penn State coming into the year. Can they throw to win when they're behind? And they did.
Yeah, I mean, it's it. So 19 plays right now for Penn State. 1 catch for Tyler Warren. I guess you'd say he has do they do targets on here?
They do targets. If you go to the game button on the far left.
It's not on there for some reason.
No, up high. You're not on game. Go to game, and then the targets will be down there for the receivers. It's like the 5th.
Oh, so sorry. It's a run. No catches for my apologies. It's a run for Tyler Warren. No targets.
Not caught it. So the only offensive production from him is the direct snap, 7-yard run.
Drew Aller has completed 3 passes for 30 yards, all 3 to Nick Singleton.
So again, this is the next
Meanwhile,
step.
So here's Ohio State has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different pass catchers with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. Penn State has 1.
This is, I think, the next step for Penn State. I do think there's some roster building happening at Penn State that reminds me a bit of what Michigan did. That you have a base of talent and then you are selective and smart in the portal. And Michigan really did that on the offensive line, and they'd find an opposite corner and that kind of thing. But with Penn State, what Penn State has done in the secondary with A.J. Harris from Georgia and Jalen Kimber from Florida, I think is really representative of that. Penn State, I think, in the modern world, in this version of college football, is a touchdown for Illinois. They're going to try to kick an extra point to tie that game up. I think they are handling this the right way. I think if you had questions about NIL and how, as opposed to Clemson's the example of when you don't adapt, the next step for Penn State is finding difference-making receivers in the portal. And they've tried to do it with some guys.
And developing them. Yeah.
But those guys are out there. The Zachary Franklin is helping Illinois. Penn State has to be able to find a guy like that. Dorian Singer is helping Utah. Penn State has to be able to find a guy like that. And they've gone in the portal for some of these guys, but they have not.
The guys that got, it was like the guy that got last year. That
the
was
Mac guy.
Mac guy was a big deal, and he didn't hit.
Yep.
They also lost Keandre Lambert-Smith to Auburn. Like
Yep.
he's still not, I think, like a world beater, but he's probably better than anything Penn State has currently. Yeah, it's been, and for a while too, for Penn State, it was offensive line. You would say the exact same thing, and that did seem to turn the corner a little bit. He's got to run. What is he doing? He had all day to scramble.
This Ohio State offensive line is holding up what % better than last week?
Oh, exponentially better. Yeah, 100% better, I think. Will Howard, I get you want to make a throw, and that's off the hands of Quinshon Judkins. It's close to being a nice play. Will Howard had 12 free yards there.
Well, I thought he either should have thrown it initially, or then once he didn't, he pumped it and kept it. Then you just got to go. Go.
And that is, I don't know what that is in his head. Like we said before, he's not always been a huge scrambler, but it is a little surprising to me that he did not take that opportunity.
But if you thought there was a potential for the offensive line for Ohio State to be inefficient enough that the offense couldn't function, that has not been the case.
I think Ohio State should go for this.
I don't even think Ryan Day thinks about it. This is 1,000% go. I think everybody knows this by now for Ohio State. I think plus side of the field, 2 yards or fewer, they're going every single time.
Yeah,
is that correct?
I think own 45 or better.
So this is 4th and 1 from what? Penn State 48?
About midfield, yeah. I like the script end zone, by the way. That's new for Penn State.
You do like that? That was a big. They put that out there. It was a big deal.
Yeah, I like that.
Kids don't learn cursive anymore.
Call the timeout. Ohio State blinked. Were they running out of time?
I think they just ran out of time. I don't think they are reconsidering the decision here. I think they just didn't get the play in the way they want to.
I hate that though, right? When it's a lot of times 4th and short can be a momentum play. You're not quick enough getting your call in, getting your personnel set, and then you got to burn a timeout. So now your guys are thinking about it. The defense feels like it can catch its breath. That is in my, like, I'm not trying to make too much of it, but that's poor game management to have to burn a timeout there.
Ohio State,
you should know before you call the third down play what you're going to do on 4th down and have those guys ready to get on the field and run the play before the clock runs out.
And they know, I mean, that's the thing they know on Wednesday what play they're going to run.
Yeah, right.
On 4th and short near midfield in a tight game.
Mm-hmm.
They know they have 4 plays. It's either going to be a quarterback sneak, they're going to run some kind of jet sweep, motion or hand it off or play off of that, or they're going to run like a little rub route and get somebody open in the flat, or do you take a shot? Like, right, they know exactly.
Yeah,
that's the thing about this, that
they've
all these decisions are made.
Their best short yardage stuff has been quarterback sneak and T formation runs. They converted a couple short yardage situations against Oregon with the T formation. They did not show it last week against Nebraska, if I'm recalling that game correctly. I think Nebraska, they did a QB sneak. They did a run with Travion Henderson that didn't work.
Yeah, weren't people asking why they didn't do T formation against Nebraska?
Yes, they threw it a couple times. Converted a crucial 4th and short by throwing the ball on the last drive on their game-winning drive. We'll see what they do here. I would probably just sneak it, but
10 of 14 on 4th down coming into the game for Ohio State. That was a 71.4% success rate, which was tied for 18th in the country. So, but I do think I mean we're past the discussion.
Penn State
phase of this, right?
Penn State has a lot of conversion on 8 of 14 4th downs, 57.14%, which is 82nd, tied for 82nd in the country.
I'm glad we've evolved to this. Northwestern 17-3 on Purdue. This is Ryan Walters. What are you doing? Stage. Hudson Card at quarterback. For
I
Purdue.
wonder if
this
is they're at home, right? So it's not a tarmac. Yep. It's not a tarmac game, but that's another game. If that persists and that is a lopsided Northwestern victory, I will not be surprised if this is Ryan Walters.
Because you have to, and this is one of those, they've leaked a couple recruits, and it's like the direction of the program.
Yep.
Do you see forward progress? Do you see building blocks? I thought in the offseason you did see building blocks with the way Purdue worked the portal and did some things. I don't know enough about the decision. Why is Hudson Card playing instead of Ryan Brown?
So he said during the week they were going to play them both.
Okay.
I was actually just going to pull up stat broadcast to see if both have played. because I just have the Minnesota game on. I don't have the quad box going like you do. All right, here's fourth.
I apologize. Don't have a cough button with these mics.
We don't have a cough button. I also desperately need to use the bathroom.
So one of the things, we're in my basement, and we do not have a bathroom down here, but we do have a crawl space that you can go do what you got to do in the crawl space.
Right. Yep, there's a pass out of it. Good job.
Flat, and it's covered.
Great job by Penn State.
Love that call, and it kind
of
of
my
worked.
Goodness. What a bobble catch by Jelani Thurman.
So that's the second
But
read
that's
on
Will
that.
Howard. Like, that is, you thought you had something. Penn State had a great call to have it sniffed out, and then Will Howard makes Abdul Carter miss and makes a play. That is I know it's not the prettiest end of the play, but that is a heck of a job by Will Howard.
So this is the, it's not fun. I mean, this is just how it works. Ryan Day is a precision NFL quarterback. Let's scheme it up and make throws kind of guy. And he likes nothing more than his quarterback making a play when stuff goes wrong.
Yeah.
His favorite play, I think, of his life, potentially as the Ohio State head coach, is C.J. Stroud shaking off the sack against Georgia and throwing the touchdown pass.
It's the most animated he's ever been on the sideline during a game.
That is Will Howard's version of that.
Yeah, I think that's right.
We lost the call. They lost the call there because we talked about that's one of your options, right? You're going to do something in the flat and it's gone.
Yeah, they definitely they lost they lost that
lose
call.
The call, win the play.
Make the play. Yeah,
because your quarterback found a way. And by the way, you end up throwing it to the third string, super talented second-year tight end, that's probably the biggest play of Jelani Thurman's life, to haul that thing in on the triple bobble.
Yeah. Sometimes I wonder whether or not on quarterback run reads, if they're telling Howard to give or keep, because that's a bad read by him. There was all kinds of space there for Quinshad Judkins if they just carried that out. He pulled it, got tracked down from the backside, and now you're in another third and funky.
It's funny. I do think maybe it's not anymore, but I think at times it's been one of the most underrated characteristics of a quarterback is their ability to make those reads.
Yep.
And it was the best thing that JT Barrett did. And when you have somebody who does it well, it's like ballet, and you almost never miss. And then when you read it wrong, it's like, oh my God.
See, I think you got it run it here. Yeah. Good cut.
That is, can we get that one back? Can we run that one back? That's right over the left side. That's right over.
There it is.
Donovan Jackson. Well, that's part of
Abdul Carter jumped out of the.
But that's not Carter. Oh,
yeah, it is
Carter jumping out, but 92's out on the edge. Carter's inside.
Carter was off the ball.
And you're getting over aggressive trying to get after the passer, and then you run it on him.
Carter's off the ball.
Smith Vilbert goes wide.
Yeah.
Donovan Jackson, I was like, oh, they ran right over
Carson
Hinsman,
did a good job, I think, of maybe influencing Abdul Carter to jump the way he did too.
So now you're asking for Will Howard run plays, and now you get it in the red zone.
Incredible block.
So I think we just saw on this drive.
Was that Henderson? We got to make sure that he actually scored here. Either that he didn't step out of bounds or that he had the ball going across the goal line before he lost it.
So this is. Or are we talking about potential fumble out of the end zone if he didn't make it?
Oh, it hit his leg.
And it's through the end zone. That's going to be Penn State ball. Wow.
That's a funky bounce.
I was just going to say, this is, we asked on the missed deep shot and on the pick six. Those are two examples of, aren't you bringing in Will Howard?
That's Zachy Wheatley making that play.
That's secondary. This is secondary that always makes plays.
I don't know. I'm assuming it went out of the end zone and not over the pylon.
No, I think that's it probably should have gone out.
The other thing you have to see is whether or not Will Howard's foot was out of bounds when the ball hit his leg. What do they call on the field?
I think they might have called a touchdown on the field. I think this looks like a touchback, that the ball goes out through the end zone. It's not out at the 1. I think this is going to be Penn State's ball on a touchback, which is a just gigantic game-changing play.
So he's in bounds. I can't tell.
That is a great play. This secondary makes plays. This is the difference of this stuff, right? And there's a little bit of luck there, but he's also put his hand right on the ball.
There's luck on the bounce afterward. It's a great play to knock the ball out. There's luck that it hit off of his thigh after he lost it.
But there's a lot of stuff that there are teams. If you're playing the 45th best team in the country, that's a touchdown. Their safety doesn't get there to make that play. If you're playing the 25th best team in the country, maybe your safety pushes him out of bounds there. But if you're playing one of the 10 best teams in the country, you have playmakers in the secondary.
Go get the ball.
And they're without KJ Winston. He's hurt for the year, but they still have Jalen Reed and Zakee Wheatley who make plays in the secondary at safety. And playmaking safeties make the world go around, man. That's the kind of play that Caleb Downs makes. That's the kind of play that Lathan Ransom would make. And here we're just talking about, you think about the pick six from Will Howard, you think about the missed deep shot, you think, is Will Howard not here to make those plays? And then on this drive.
Well, they scored on the drive that they missed it. Let's see what he says. Yeah, over the pylon. It's a great play by Wheatley, and that's a unlucky bounce for Ohio State.
So Will Howard missed, pick six and a missed throw. It's like, okay. But then the fourth down play is amazing. You're able to now get a called run for your quarterback. If he cashes that in, that's all the best of Will Howard. That's why Will Howard's here. And now that. I don't think that's bad ball security.
I do.
You think that's bad ball security by Will Howard?
I think any fumble is bad ball security. Yeah.
Look at that. Look at you. I like watching the game with Landis. This is when you're locked in, Landis.
You're going into the end zone, 2 hands on the ball.
Two hands on the ball?
Yeah.
Okay. He had on the outside hand, right?
He's not playing fast and loose with it, but yeah, you got to go. You are about to score. 2 hands on the ball.
Just trying to give the young man a little bit of leeway here, and Coach Landis is not having it.
No, he got incredibly unlucky that the ball hit his thigh and then bounced over the pylon. But yeah, I think, and maybe if he has 2 hands on the ball, Wheatley knocks it out anyway because Wheatley made a great play. He went right for the ball. Here's Vingo Olane in motion,
which is maybe your favorite thing in college football this year.
That was a little short motion there. They didn't bring him all the way across the formation. They're going to throw him the ball off that one.
Explain for people who have not been watching Penn State all year what they do when they take one of the best guards in the North and put him out and put him in motion.
Yeah, they put him out in the slot. He's Vingo Olane. He's 350 pounds. And usually they'll motion him all the way back across the formation and have him on a split flow block, the backside end on a running play.
Yeah.
That play was shorter motion. Here's the nonsense. But the one thing they have not done yet is thrown him the ball. I bet they get to that at some point. Maybe I got to do it down in the red zone, obviously, but I think they will try that at some point. Maybe not in this game, but I think we'll see it this season.
That's pretty good by Ohio State there on
if they're doing all this, if they're doing all this stuff and you give up. Yeah, you don't want to give up a touchdown.
That was pretty good.
That's probably didn't quite come set if you're Penn State there.
I also think part of it, though, when you're Penn State, and this is, I think, to Penn State's credit and Andy Koltelnicki's credit, that's just offense to them at this point.
Yeah.
So I think on one hand you can say, okay, they did something crazy and Ohio State didn't give up a touchdown, but on the other hand, Penn State got 7 yards. That's a successful 7-yard play.
Yeah,
and they're good at executing.
It depends on how you look at it. Yeah, I think
it's just part of what they do. That's not that different than just lining up and running outside zone with how much it's just part of who they are.
Mm-hmm. Jack Sawyer's way offsides there.
I'll be curious.
Ohio State had trouble with tempo against Oregon. Like a lot of trouble with Oregon getting lined up, and then I think they were trying to get lined up against tempo, and then Jack Sawyer didn't realize that he was well over the ball.
That's pretty good. I thought they were seeking a matchup there, and Warren was breaking over in the middle, and Cody Simon dropped right into the passing lane, and shut that down.
Knocked Aller off the spot too.
That's pretty. I thought that was maybe going to be a hitter to Warren, and then Cody Simon was right where he's supposed to be. So, what do you think of this game so far? Is this a well-played game?
Yeah, I think so. I think Ohio State has played pretty well since taking that first blow, and I think I like a lot of what I've seen from Drew Aller. I think Penn State's got to get some more run game going to really get its offense moving. A lot of what they do is predicated on that. That's Perbula. He should have ran that. He lost yards there by throwing that pass.
So I think that this is one of those things where when you train your offense and you prepare your players and the abnormal becomes normal, I think this is a really good example. I think Penn State was the exact kind of program and offense that needed some of this.
So this is obviously all third downs are huge here. You don't get this, you have to give the ball back to Ohio State. Ohio State then has the chance to run a 4-minute score, get the ball back, score.
This is a risky go spot.
One of the bigger plays of the game.
Here, if it's 4th and 1, do they go? They get 5 yards here?
I think so, yeah.
Picked it up.
That's surprising. Yeah. I think to your point, maybe you run there, make it a manageable 4th down. And I don't know, that's tough because if you run it and it's 4th and 3 and you don't get it, you're giving Ohio State the ball at midfield. That's a really
looked like Singleton picked up a blitzer here pretty well.
Yeah, he did.
But just good coverage. There's nobody there.
You still got to move him.
That's good man to man. That's Jermaine Matthews on Ty Warren. That's not where Aller went, but it's because Jermaine Matthews. Who's Jermaine? Are they in dime in this look, or why is Jermaine Matthews in the game there? Is he in for somebody else, or are they just had in 6 DBs? You wind up with a backup DB on the most dynamic tight end in the North.
Let's see. They got
and he takes him away.
4 down. Nope, they're in their base, and they just have Matthews on.
Is he in for Hancock?
No, it looks like he's on for Igbinosun.
But watch this coverage on him.
Yeah, it's Burke and Hancock and Matthews instead of Burke and Hancock and Igbinosun. And he's got Warren and man coverage.
And he
caps the route pretty well. And then the ball doesn't even go to him. The ball goes to 85, who Lathan Ransom had in coverage.
But I think that's where Aller wants to go.
Well, I think you're right, but he also never had the chance to stay in the pocket and make the read because he got the blitz, while it was picked up really well, moved Aller off of the spot, and then the timing of the play.
That's good chess match. I'll take that chess match on both sides.
Yeah.
That Singleton did his job to pick it up, but the blitz was effective enough to get Aller off his spot, and Warren Matthews didn't blanket him, but he competed enough on the route to not make it easy, because even Aller's off his spot there, but if it's obvious, if Ty Warren is there presenting himself, Aller's going to go there.
Yeah.
And there was Jermaine Matthews was competing enough on the route to as Aller's deciding in the moment, that's not where he went. And obviously that's where he wants to go.
Yeah. I think that's been like at times it's felt like an issue for Ohio State's defensive backs is they don't put I'm not saying put hands on people in the way of like getting pass interference, but like disrupting routes. And throwing off timing. They've let guys run free a lot, but they have not matched routes a lot, and it feels like last week they did that, and maybe they're doing it more today in their zone coverages.
I guess I could only say I am very impressed with how the Ohio State offensive line is holding up.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
I think this is a discussion point, not just for today, and we'll see what Penn State tries to go in at halftime and figure out, but not just for today, but for the rest of the season. This feels very much to me like a solution. That Donovan Jackson is now your left tackle. And what we talked about pregame with Carson Hinsman, and now he got beat.
Yeah.
So that is not happening every snap. That's what it looks like when it doesn't work. And that has not been happening every snap. But this is one of those where this kick, you can see there, Donovan Jackson is not even doing the thing that a tackle should do there, and that's just too much speed. That's a first round edge rusher.
Yeah, Abdul Carter's going to do that to a lot of tackles.
Because the issue last week is that Nebraska does not have a guy like that.
No, their tackles make their defensive line not their
But Jamari Butler was blowing stuff up, not because he was having great pass rush moves, but because
the
Ohio
problem
State was whiffing.
Zen Mahovsky was oversetting all game. Zen was getting way too far outside for fear of that happening, and then just allowing inside rush moves the entire time.
But you see that, right? That tackle kick back on those speed edge rushers. Like Donovan Jackson doesn't even have that. That's not what he did right there.
Yeah, but there's more than one way to pass it. Like he didn't do it on that play. I think there's a bit of a guessing game that goes into it. What do you think Abdul Carter's going to do? So you don't drop set on that particular play. Maybe he's not capable of it, to your point, but I wouldn't use one play as an indication that he's not capable of it.
No, but I think I almost want to use that play not working for Ohio State as a positive for Ohio State, that's not what's happening every play. But to me, that play looks like what you would expect when you have a first round NFL rush end against a guy who hasn't played tackle.
Yeah.
Like that's what that was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree with that.
And that was the first time that something like that happened in the first half. Now it's a hugely impactful play because Penn State's getting the ball back. But we have not seen a version of Ohio State being unable to run its offense.
Correct. Yeah.
So,
yeah. Well, I wondered if they might run the ball there. It's kind of a weird spot. 3rd and 7. And Penn State didn't blitz. Penn State just won with Abdul Carter. So maybe the pass wasn't off base, but
that's part of it. You talked last week that maybe what some of Ohio State's doing is there were situations where they felt like they just couldn't throw, and they were maybe running right in situations where it wasn't advantageous to run. I think
Will Howard has 15 pass attempts in this first half. He had 16 all of last game.
So I think the offensive line has played well enough that Ohio State's confident to throw the ball there, that we can hold up against a first-round edge rusher, and then they don't. So they're willing to try to throw on 3rd and 7 there because of how successful they've been, and then Carter gets them. But I would chalk that up to Abdul Carter is going to do that to every opponent a couple times a game. That to me is within the norm of a typical game. That is not an Ohio State inexcusable breakdown caused by a lack of offensive line depth.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
Even if I look specifically at the play and think, okay, well, that looked like a guard trying to block the 16th pick in the draft. I don't know if you saw, I did. Chad Reuter from NFL.com.
Yep.
Did you see this?
Uh-oh.
You say you did see it?
I did not.
He released his list today on social media of his top 360 prospects for this next NFL draft. And he did include a bunch of underclassmen, but it's like Jeremiah Smith and Caleb Downs on here because they can't go in the draft. But so he had a top 25. Abdul Carter's in the top 25.
Yeah.
So like that's an example of that. So the guys in this game who are in his top 25 are Abdul Carter, Emeka Egbuka, and Ty Warren are the 3 guys who he's projecting as top 25 players for this next upcoming draft. So sometimes Abdul Carter is going to get you. So now you just had outlined is so important for Penn State if they could have gotten that first down, because now you're going to give Ohio State a chance, and now we're reversed. And with this short of a field, I think it's a victory if Ohio State can hold Penn State to a field goal here.
Yeah.
And if Ohio State...
This is where... that situation there is where Ohio State, I think, really is done no favors by not having a better punter than it currently has. Because you either... I mean, it's not that he hit that short. He kicked it still about 45, 48 yards, whatever it was. But there wasn't much hang time on it.
Yeah. I mean, what's your net?
You'd love to have somebody
35?
You'd really love to have somebody who can boom that. But even if you can't, you got to get a lot of air under it so you don't allow return. And Penn State's at least starting on its own side of the field.
Yeah. Yeah, which again is surprising. They have three punters.
They have 3 punters. Yeah. One of them started last year at Buffalo. But he, to my knowledge, I don't believe he's punted yet this year.
Yeah.
Here's tempo, Penn State. And that was an issue. Julian Fleming against Denzel Burke.
Just like in the old practice days, Julian Fleming continued to have a season for Penn State where you'll see him have a couple drops, and then he just he'll make some awesome 4th down catches with the game on the line. He's almost, you talked about sometimes quarterbacks aren't as good when they're, oh boy, he had it and he fell. They got to go for it here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. They got to go. That is some bad luck. Take a timeout here and get your stuff together.
I'm surprised they didn't because they have 3.
I think they have.
No,
they have all 3?
On the TV, they have 3. Ohio State has 2.
Oh, that's what those dashes are?
Yeah.
I thought that was just like nice iconography to have little dashes under your name.
It's like an energy chart.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is a little bit of odd clock management. Penn State seems simultaneously in a hurry, but also trying to make sure they don't give Ohio State any time.
Yeah. Well, you don't, because if you ran that play immediately, you don't get it. Ohio State calls timeout. They get a minute to go down the field.
So I guess get 1 first down and then you start using your timeout.
They were going to, A play that is very much in vogue this year. I've seen a lot of teams do it. Motion the tight end under center and have him run the quarterback sneak.
They did that.
And you hope within the course of all that shifting, and you probably get a dummy call from the tight end that you get somebody to jump offside, but then if they don't, you still run. And maybe Penn State wasn't going to actually run that play there, but a lot of teams have done that.
Penn State did that this year where they had Aller looking at the sideline like he was fake confused, and they motioned Warren in, and he got 4 yards on 4th and 1 or 3rd and 1. So
stop them.
Oh, second effort.
Yeah. I was also confused by the green line.
I was confused. They did not get to the field goal line.
4th and 1 looks
so
like
now a timeout, and now Penn State can go fast. Although they only have 26 seconds left. This is not really a touchdown drive at this point. This is like a field goal drive. That's a good second effort.
Yeah.
They have good backs, man. Penn State has good backs.
They sure do.
This is I mean, it's not like they're the only teams, but
I don't know
what Penn State do with Katron Allen, Nick Singleton, and what Ohio State, and they've been doing it together for years. What Ohio State has now with Trayvon Henderson and Quinshon Judkins, this is just the way forward for elite teams. 2 backs, share the load.
Allen's got 4 carries for 13. Singleton's got 5 for 11. Judkins has 8 for 47. Trayvon Henderson only has 3 for 17.
You really can spin yourself in a circle on this stuff sometimes. It's like they got to target Jeremiah Smith more, but now they don't hand the ball to Trayvon Henderson enough. And it's like, this is
you will see Jeremiah Smith will have a role to play in the second half.
This is what happened for Ohio State in the Iowa game. He didn't do anything in the first half, and they came out and fed him. He really is fine. He has to be able to do that. We have talked about this so much. We have not done it specifically on a KOTN show, but this is such a huge part of college football right now. If your quarterback cannot do this, and Drew Aller really has added this to his game this year. But this is how Avery Johnson moves the ball for Kansas State on a regular basis. And it's not new, but it's
new for him this year.
But I mean, it now stands out when your quarterback can't do it.
Yeah.
It really is noticeable because it's just again, Penn State or Ohio State there wins the call. Penn State wins the play.
Mm-hmm.
Now they didn't get in the end zone, so I think Ohio State will take that. You're just making a shorter field goal.
No, but now they're back into take at least one shot to the end zone.
Yeah,
they weren't. I don't know that they were in that before.
And I don't know that I'm in throw it in the end zone here, but I'm in a get it to Nick Singleton and Ty Warren and try to get him on a catch and run.
You have time for 3 plays. So if you want to get closer and then take a shot at the end zone, you can do that.
That's good coverage. Are they going to throw a flag?
Yeah.
Did he catch it?
He did catch it.
What is up? That's a great catch by Trey Wallace, man. Davison Igbenogson in his hands. That's a good hold. Like you cannot.
Ooh,
that's a good fight.
That's actually like not a good release.
I'm not even.
But it worked.
That's putting it in a spot. That is a great catch.
I don't know that I've ever seen a receiver do all that.
Because all that, I mean, if it's just the flag, you're fine.
Touchdown.
Trey Wallace, stand up. No. Trey Wallace, at times this year, has looked like a number 1 receiver for them.
I don't know what happened on that play. Oh, that might be a pick. They got to look at that. I think he had a foot down with the ball in his hands. Yep.
Wow.
They got to look at that.
So Davison Igbenogson, I think, is one of the more interesting players in the North because I think he plays corner how I exactly want guys to play corner. He's fearless. He's physical. And his only issue is when he is too much of himself.
Yep.
But I'll take that. And that is being in a guy's grill.
What a way to trade plays between Trey Wallace and Davison Igbenogson.
And now they're even. And if this goes to the half like this, They have now traded the Will Howard fumble at the goal line for a pick in the end zone. Let's call it even and come back out in the second half.
Yep. And Davis Igbinosun had a play in practice in training camp, like identical to that when he was covering Jeremiah Smith. And like we talked about it for like a week because it was just two guys at the top of their game competing in practice.
So I just, and
this
is, and for people who don't know, Davis Igbinosun was he Ole Miss or Mississippi State?
Ole Miss.
He was at Ole Miss as a freshman, played, transferred to Ohio State. This is now his second year at Ohio State. And I think he is going to be an even better NFL player.
It also could be offensive pass interference
than he is a college football player.
Yeah.
He is long and physical and confident. And I think he's exactly what you want. And his issue is sometimes he's handsy. And just with anybody, you're flat-footed, guys running by you, you get handsy, but he's so physical.
Yeah. Man.
That is
2 unbelievable swings in the end zone.
That is, I mean, this is what we're talking about. These are, I thought going into the season that Ohio State might have the best secondary in the country, and Penn State always has a great secondary. And these are 2 secondaries forcing turnovers to save touchdowns. And that is what these teams do. And this is one of those things where I'm going to take this first half as a high-level first half where it is not perfect, but it is 2 high-level teams competing. And much of what has gone wrong has been being forced to go wrong.
Yep.
And I would take either of these teams in a playoff. Get me in a playoff. Bring Georgia, bring Texas, bring LSU, bring Miami, bring anybody who wants to come do this. And anybody who wants to try to say that the South is better at this or the South has more talent, and come see what Ohio State and Penn State brings you in the secondary, brings you on the defensive line, and let's go. You know who's watching? Give me my hat. You know who's watching this game? You know who's not liking this game? Curb. Curb does not like what he's seeing because this is 2 Northern teams, once again, competing at a high level, and you can see the talent. Do not question it. I was going to wear my bald cap. It is such a different reality for you to be in the room with the swords instead of being digitally.
Yeah.
But what did you say when you got the swords? You said they're actually not as sharp as you thought.
They're not sharp at all. I don't think they'd actually cut anything.
Hey, Carson Beck, Zakee Wheatley, and Jalen Reed, and Jalen Kimber, and AJ Harris, and Davis Igbinosun, and Jordan Hancock, and Denzel Burke, and Caleb Downs, and Lathan Ransom are waiting for you. So we'll see you in the playoff. High level first half, or
I think guys making plays, right? Like we do have 2 turnovers for Ohio State and one for Penn State. One of the turnovers I would say was just a mistake and not a guy making a play necessarily. But the other turnovers are guys making incredible plays. Offenses are fairly efficient. Yeah, I think it's mostly a pretty well played game to this point.
Listen, just go back and watch some of these SEC games. Alabama, Tennessee is just which quarterback could miss more throws.
Mm-hmm.
And I know sometimes there's, when a defense is aggressive, it forces you into situations and you're on edge. And I understand all that. But I thought this was both offenses moved the ball, but both defenses made plays when they needed to. And that actually might be my definition of what a good game is in a lot of ways. Your offenses are efficient and effective enough you can see them working stuff. But then when it's go time, the defenses rise up and don't make it easy.
Yeah.
And you've got to do something to score. And you thought Will Howard was walking in, and Zakee Wheatley says, no, you're not. And you thought, okay, they just beat. That was an unbelievable catch by Trey Wallace on Davis Igbinosun. Let's go to the well again. What happens?
You want to get fired up? Halftime score?
Let's go.
Duke 21, Miami 17. Army also in a battle, 6-3 with Air Force.
So
Army in a battle. Yeah.
So Duke
pun not intended.
Duke took next man up. So Duke took SMU to overtime last week. This would actually be an opportunity for us to maybe talk about some other games. And also,
when's the opportunity for me to go to the bathroom?
I don't know. So you and I spoke to an Ohio State. This is our halftime show. Where more people are tuning in now than we have a great audience here. We're so appreciative of everybody being here. We've never tried this before. There was a world where we thought about sending one of us to Ohio State, Penn State, and one of us to Oregon, Michigan, because this is an unbelievable day for the North. We get 3 versus 4, and then we get number 1 versus the defending champs. And how good is that for Northern football? And I think in the preseason, we thought maybe one of us go to each, and then we decided on this instead. And we didn't know how this was going to work, and we're so appreciative to anybody who's joining us here. And they have other halftime shows somewhere else. We probably actually should keep it on this game because we can acknowledge what's going on around the country. We can acknowledge Purdue's come back and at least put a touchdown on the board, so they're only trailing Northwestern 17-10. But I think let's touch on Miami-Duke really quickly because, again, Duke took SMU to overtime last week. Miami's played with fire all year.
2 picks for Cam Ward.
So I have been waiting for a Cam Ward regression. When we went through the big games remaining in the country, Oregon, BYU, and Miami were the highest ranked teams that did not have another ranked team on their remaining regular season schedule. And if you thought, is somebody going to get Miami? And getting Miami is a huge deal because when you and I on Wednesday did our playoff predictions, we both picked Miami to lose in the ACC championship game. But an undefeated Miami that loses in the ACC championship game, I think, is guaranteed a playoff spot. But now if you are creating a situation where there's not going to be an undefeated team in the ACC championship game because somebody's going to get Miami before that, also Pitt's still undefeated, and they might beat SMU tonight and take the wheel of the ACC. Miami losing in the regular season, I think, is actually gigantic in the playoff race. And the 2 most likely spots for that are today against Duke or the last game of the regular season at Syracuse. That they are in a game with Duke surprises me zero. This is Manny Diaz, the Duke head coach in year 1, the former Miami coach who was ushered aside so they could hire Mario Cristobal.
I take that back. ESPN's box score was wrong. He does not have 2 interceptions.
Oh. That's why we look at stat broadcast. Is the score correct?
21-17.
Duke is ahead. Is it at halftime?
It is. I think the third quarter is about to start.
When Ari was on with us on Wednesday, I said that I'm waiting for someone to get Miami. And Ari made, I think, an interesting point, which is actually these close wins for Miami against Virginia Tech, against Cal, against Louisville are actually an indication of them growing as a program because they would have lost them before or lost games like that before. Are you in on Miami or are you waiting for Miami to stub its toe?
I'm waiting for Miami to stub its toe only because of my lack of belief in Cam Ward. I think Miami's pretty good on both lines. Like among the teams that are like still in it, Miami's pretty high up there with the talent that it has on the line of scrimmage. So that's always kind of where I go to look when I'm trying to determine who's for real and who's not. But I just don't know that Cam Ward maybe has the goods in a big game to go win it for you if he has to, because he's just been so mistake prone throughout his career.
Yeah, I agree with that too. And I understand this is how it works. And when you have situations like with Penn State getting A.J. Harris from Georgia and Jalen Kimber from Florida, it's like, yes, it does make me laugh that Miami is being powered by a Washington State transfer at quarterback and an Oregon State transfer at running back. And it's like, okay, way to go, Florida. Like there's not any good players in Florida. Just to remind you, Northern games, and then we'll start breaking down Penn State, Ohio State again. Northern games right now, Ohio State, Penn State, Northwestern, Purdue, Minnesota, Illinois, Virginia Tech, Syracuse. Northern games, 5 of them at 3:30 Eastern. We're going to watch along and focus on Oregon, Michigan, but we will also have eyeballs on Indiana, Michigan State. Can Indiana stay undefeated? Texas Tech, Iowa State. Can Iowa State stay undefeated? UCLA, Nebraska, where I'm expecting a huge Nebraska bounce back, and Kansas State at Houston. Is there some weather there? Kansas State still in the thick of the Big 12 race. Overall, first final impressions of the first half. I think this is good for the North, and perhaps the 2 things I am most excited about is that Drew Aller looks healthy and is doing the things that a healthy quarterback needs to do in a big matchup like this, and that Ohio State's left tackle situation, left side of the offensive line, has looked, I think, incredibly functional.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is that Ohio State's offensive line has looked good. We'll see if Tom Allen starts to bring a little more to them, although I think when Penn State has blitz, Ohio State has handled it well. Penn State's got to find a way to be explosive. I think two big plays as their category, or sorry, four, 2 passing, 2 rushing. The runs are Drew Aller scrambles, 19-yard pass and a 21-yard pass, which is the one at the end of the half to Trey Wallace. Like, I don't know. It feels like Ohio State is maybe like on the precipice of hitting another big play or two, and I don't know that I'm feeling that momentum building for Penn State's offense. So I think that is probably what the second half comes down to. Can either Penn State match Ohio State's explosiveness, which I feel a little less confident in, but can it keep Ohio State from hitting that big play to Jeremiah Smith or hitting that big play to Emeka Egbuka or allowing one of these running backs to get loose? I actually think Ohio State has run the ball decently well.
17 for 73 for Ohio State.
But it's almost 6 yards per carry for Quinshon Judkins, a chunk of that on a 22-yard carry, and 5.7 yards per carry for Travion Henderson, a chunk of that, 11 yards. He has 3 for 17 total. Again, I'm still surprised we've not seen more Howard run. We saw the design run that he fumbled going into the end zone. I feel like we would have seen more than that. I think it's 2 designed runs for him.
And Penn State has not run it that well. Their running backs are 9 for 24.
Yep.
Singleton
Drew Aller. So Drew Aller's a leading rusher with 41 yards on 6 carries. Tyler Warren has 14 yards on 2 carries. And then, it has not been particularly good for Katron Allen and Nick Singleton, which I think if you do contain those guys, it does take Penn State out of a lot of what it wants to do. Maybe you see Bill Perbula more. He had that play in the first half where he kind of threw the bubble, and I thought he should have ran it. He is 1 for 1 passing for 4 yards, but does not have or he has 1 rushing attempt for 0 yards. I think it was like on a scramble. No receptions for Tyler Warren in the first half.
So this is a little odd in that the 2 most dynamic players in this game are Ty Warren and Jeremiah Smith, and they've been non-factors. Jeremiah Smith, who I said 12 to 14 targets minimum, has 1 catch on 3 targets, and one of the targets was a pick 6.
But this is what both offensive coaching staffs are talking about at halftime. Get the ball to Jeremiah, get the ball to Tyler Warren.
It really is kind of a strange game because, again, the Penn State backs, the Penn State's rushing attack has been led by Drew Aller, the who we thought injured quarterback, primarily on scrambles. Their passing attack has been led by Nick Singleton, their running back, who is always a threat to catch it out of the backfield, but he's basically their entire passing offense, other than the unbelievable Trey Wallace catch down to the 5-yard line. So this has not been what I thought it would be offensively with how these teams would go about it. Both teams with 32 plays in the first half, which is maybe it's about what you would expect. Again, I think you'd expect somewhere between 65 and 72 plays.
I would have said in the 60s, yeah.
So I think maybe it's a scooch bit under, but not really.
What was the possession? So 5 possessions.
But I do think I felt like the Penn State defense has been downhill. Ohio State's used that against them at times. And it feels like, but again, a defensive score in this game is gigantic.
Yeah.
And it feels like the Ohio State defensive line has held up pretty well in the run game. And their secondary has made plays as well.
I want to look up, I think.
Great. Ole Miss is on my TV. I'm having a physical reaction to this.
As we go.
Can you block? Does anyone out there know if I can just do something to my TV to block Ole Miss so I don't ever have to see it? So I don't have to have people come in and pretend that Ole Miss beating Arkansas 21-3 in the first half is something to brag about?
So we have here, as the game turns.
Jackson Dart, Heisman case. Please stop. 35-10 in the first half. I don't even want to acknowledge that it exists.
Oh, that's actually not bad. Arkansas is pretty good.
Look at you. My God. Why don't you put on the Feinbaum head?
I don't think it would fit.
35-10. Arkansas is pretty good. My God. Here's Vanderbilt. World beater Vanderbilt tied with Auburn.
So we have
second quarter. My God.
Two defenses now as the game turns to the third quarter that are tied for first in the country in third quarter points per game allowed. 0.9.
Wow.
So less than a point allowed, fewer than 1 point allowed by both of these defenses in the third quarter this year. Ohio State's offense in the third quarter this year is number 2 in the country in scoring at 13 points in the third quarter, and Penn State is 15th. So both of these teams have been pretty good about coming out correct on both sides of the ball in the second half. And I'm interested to see which unit wins out there.
Okay. Do you want to go to the bathroom? Oh, there's so many people here right now.
I would love to go to the bathroom. Because I don't want to go to the bathroom when the game's on.
Should we do a poll? Should we let Bill go to the bathroom? Okay, let's see if anyone says let's go in the chat. Do you think Bill should be able to go to the bathroom or not? We'll have a quick, Evan says take a bathroom break. Hazard says Bill should be able to go to the bathroom.
Thank you.
Oh, Gabriel, no bathroom.
Wow.
Oh, Michael, depends on what number. Arj Sarge, our guy, says go.
That's
We're
right.
getting a Bill Landis. You may go to the bathroom.
Okay.
The people have spoken.
Do you are you going to stay on the show here?
I'll hold it down and then you come back and I'll go.
Okay.
Are you guys enjoying this game? This is why adult diapers exist. Are you guys as we're doing this live on YouTube? I assume there are a lot of Ohio State fans here. I hope there are some Penn State fans here. I hope there are some fans of Northern football here. Do you guys think this has been a good Northern game, good Northern football? We're getting a lot of yeses here. I think so too. And I think this is just so different to me. I think Ohio State's playing substantially better than it did against Nebraska. And I think much more forgiving of individual moments. Abdul Carter gets a sack on third down. Will Howard maybe makes a bad read and throws a pick six. I get that. When it is constant offensive inefficiency where you kind of can't do what you want to go to the bathroom.
I got to take my mic off. It's going to be disruptive.
Oh.
Can we take a 2-minute break, please?
Oh, we're going to take an actual break?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Because we're on the same mic feed.
Yeah, we are on the same mic feed.
Yeah. Let's take a 2-minute beat. You can
So Colin, I just want to say this. Love the live commentary, much more informative than TV. So I will say this. The thing that I do think is helpful about what we're trying to do here is when you are doing a national game, it's for a national audience, and you have to dumb it down a little bit because not every single person watching this game is an Ohio State and Penn State fan.
Right.
We are assuming here you're a Penn State fan, you're an Ohio State fan, and or you're a Northern fan, and so we don't have to dumb it down. So I'm not saying we're better at this than what the guys on TV are doing. It's just a different context, and we hope you like it.
Yeah.
Let's take a quick break. How do you take a break?
I got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
All right. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to the bathroom. We'll see you guys very soon for the start of the second half. Thanks so much for being here.
Why is it not going out? Maybe I don't know how to do it.
Oh, see, I am. There it is. We are back with our Kings of the North watch-along as we're ready for the second half kickoff of Ohio State Penn State. Thanks to everybody who is here. We hope we are supplementing your enjoyment of this game. It is a great day for Northern football. Hey, what drink do you think probably went from Cane's, by the
way? An iced tea.
Iced tea?
Yeah.
And just like fries and...
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. All right, sorry about that. We got to get our lunch order.
No slaw, though.
No slaw, extra fries instead of slaw?
No slaw. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, my wife's watching the show. She just, 2 6-piece extra fries instead of slaw, one with a Diet Coke, one with an iced tea. Is that cool? Okay. 14-10 as the second half starts. And we think this is one of those, and we were talking about this with the Ohio State class we spoke to the other day. We're not as smart as the coaches. We know that. But that's not what this is about sometimes. But sometimes it's like you can imagine what they're talking about. And we think they're talking about Jeremiah Smith and Ty Warren getting the ball. And they also might have seen something with the Will Howard run game, which has been evolving over the course of the season for Ohio State.
Yeah, that's a good way to start the half. I mean, Drew Aller's legs have been such a killer against Ohio State's defense. Why not, if you're Ohio State, try to use that against Penn State as well? And now I guess the hope is that you do that now and you soften them up a little bit. Weird position for Jeremiah Smith to be in.
They Ty Warrening him a little bit. Where was he lined up on that play?
So he was like a wing back kind of on that play.
Yeah.
And then Ohio State's perimeter blocking has been really good all year. I don't know that Ohio State leaned into that enough last week, but got a great block on that play from Emeka Ibuka to create the space for Jeremiah Smith, who's good after the catch too. Jeremiah Smith gets a lot of notoriety for the crazy one-handed catches that he makes. I think the thing that stood out the most to me about him is how good he is after the catch.
And just dictate some matchups here.
Yeah.
Formationally decide, we want to get him involved. And now they're setting that up. That read, they had Ibuka and Jeremiah Smith to the bottom. They're setting that up too, right? Where you don't give that and you come out, throw a little flip.
You're just trying to get the numbers to your advantage. You can do it with RPO. You can do it with quarterback run game. It's been the bread and butter of Ohio State's offense all year. And Penn State does it too. No one's reinventing the wheel here. It's just a matter of who can execute it a little better. And Ohio State's doing it on this drive. We've seen Penn State do it earlier in the game too.
I really do think I think this should be so relieving.
That was a counter play to the right side. So who'd you have pulling there?
So relieving for Ohio State fans the way this offensive line is playing.
Carson Hinsman with a pull.
Are we getting what we talked about with Carson Hinsman before the game of this guy has started in the Power 4 and now is getting a chance to come back and play again and he's ready for it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it'd be very evident if we weren't getting that. I think is probably the best way to say it, right?
Yeah,
so,
which often we're proving things on the offensive line through the lack of a negative.
Yeah.
But even that Abdul Carter sack stood out so much because it hasn't been happening every play. I think Donovan Jackson has been handling his business as well. And listen, I do think, this Penn State defensively, Penn State up front is what? Top 10 in the country?
I think top 15 at worst. Yeah, but probably top 10. But their line, because you include the linebackers in that too.
Yeah.
Who I think have been better and better every week.
They've been happy. Penn State's been happy with
they're banged up, right?
Play, right?
They don't have much in the way of depth because of some injury stuff. But yeah, Tony Rojas and Kobe King have played really well.
Trying to dictate matchups a little bit. Then that's
a really good tackle. Is that Cam Miller? Is that who that is? 5. You
saw Smith's in tight there again, and maybe are they trying to get a linebacker matchup?
Great tackle in space. This should be 3rd and short. 3rd and 6 is a really good tackle.
So if this is what this second half is going to be, 2 good defenses and 2 offensive coordinators trying to move chess pieces around to get the ball to their best guys and control matchups, I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Give me this all day. And then 2 competent quarterbacks who can hit the throws when needed.
Wow. Was his knee down? No. Close? No.
This is
in the grasp. His knee was down. Yeah.
Wow.
His knee was down.
Kobe King. But this is 3. They're going to review that.
Yeah.
This is 3 things here, right? This is Penn State gets after it, flushes a quarterback gets out, makes a play, a Penn State linebacker makes an open field tackle, an Ohio State quarterback tries to make a play and almost does to get it to a guy to get a first down. And I think this is high level.
They called that on the field?
I think on the field they called he was not down.
But I don't know. I don't think, they didn't pause the game to go to the booth.
Oh, they just overturned it themselves?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But do you agree with it? Like, this is ball. Let's do some ball.
Yeah.
Now there's Abdul Carter doing his
again,
thing.
Winning.
Can we look that back? Can you run
Just
that back?
speed, same thing.
Speed rush.
Speed around the edge.
I think you're probably going to figure that out again with a guy who's a natural guard who hasn't played a lot of tackle. I don't know. You have to go deep into the toolbox. I think maybe you just figure out we're going to speed rush until he stops it.
Yeah.
And but I do think that will only get better for Donovan Jackson over the course of the game. Ari is texting me about Miami. Here for it.
Yeah, that was really excellent get off on that play from Abdul Carter.
Which again, you can't do it on third down, but I'll take the trade-off. This happens in the NFL all the time with the great edge rushers. You'll take a penalty or two a game.
Jaden Fielding confounds me a little bit.
We had asked...
he'll kick a field goal from 46 yards. It looks like it's good from 66 yards, and then he'll kick one into the stands sideways on a 35-yard field goal.
So that was the Nebraska one last week, right?
Yeah.
That was probably the worst kick of his career.
Yeah, without a doubt.
I thought he's been reliable more often than not. And we had, for some of our Ohio State audience, we were asking, we did a draft of the 10 most important players for this game on our Kings of Columbus, Ohio State show this week. And we did not draft Jaden Fielding, but one of our Ohio State viewers suggested him. And in a situation where Ohio State, they make a 50-yard field goal 2 years ago, might have a national championship ring, it's not a bad suggestion because I do think a game like this is going to be tight enough. And then do you believe in Penn State special teams? Do you believe in Ohio State special teams? There are guys all over the country drilling 52-yarders to win games, right? We've seen this. Kansas State just had this last week. We see this on a regular basis. And then we've seen teams, whether it's Washington, whether it's Syracuse, some teams really being undone by guys who can't make kicks. I do think we are in an era where if you're going to tell, especially right now where it does not feel like there is a super team this year, there is going to be, I think, at least one playoff game that's going to come down to a kick.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I would imagine so.
And so if we're going to play that game of do you believe in your kicker, it's not as fun as talking about Abdul Carter and Jeremiah Smith, but it really matters.
It is why it does surprise me a little bit that there's not more kicker movement in the transfer portal. Just the top teams at the sport really grasping to get whoever they think the best guys are.
Well, the Bama guy got the best MAC kicker.
Alabama got Graham Nicholson, who was the Lou Groza Award winner last year at Miami, Ohio. Ohio State made a play there too. There are other good kickers. Michigan got a good one in Dominic Zavada, I think, from Arkansas State. He's been pretty good for them this year. So there are guys out there you can find at the lower levels. I'm just a little surprised maybe there's not more movement there with the top teams.
Sorry, I'm a little distracted here. Hudson Card out there making plays for Purdue. Hudson Card just evaded the rush and ripped the throw to the sideline, and now is running around like a crazy person, but he has Purdue inside the 10 trying to score a tying touchdown against Northwestern. Meanwhile, Minnesota.
Maybe Ryan Walters won't get fired.
13-10, Minnesota, Illinois. It turns out, like you were exactly right on this, that scores early, and I was like, oh man, it's going to be in the 30s. And now you and I both picked scores in the 20s, and we're right on track for that here.
I did bet the first half under at 23.5. So it was a little bit of a heartbreaker there, 24 total points. Because you bet a first half under, and then you get 2 touchdowns off the board by a fumble and a pick, and you think you're all right. But first half under did not.
Look at you at the first half under.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. People are asking me. I said we did not officially make a Duke bet on Bets of the North this week, but I said maybe bet a third of a unit on it or a quarter of a unit. And then somebody was saying I hope Doug did that. And I think I might have forgot to.
The live bet it, is it close enough that you can still get plus odds on Duke?
Well, but you can't get plus 20.5.
That's true.
Or a money line that was 8-1 or 10-1 on a money line. What is that score right now? Has Duke extended?
21-17.
Do we want to flip away Good luck with Ohio State, Penn State. We're just going to live watch Duke, Miami.
You guys let us know what happens.
Watch the Hurricanes go down. Remember, if you're new to Kings of the North, we are here to celebrate, contextualize Northern football, and also tell the South to cram it. So Miami potentially losing as a 3-touchdown favorite to Duke would be a huge deal. That's a nice play. Here we go. What did we talk about? What's that matchup? That's on Cody Simon. And if you're going to try to dictate matchups with Tyler Warren, that's one in coverage that I'd prefer to Caleb Downs, right? Or that I'd prefer to Sonny Styles. Not that you know exactly. But again, especially where was he in the backfield on that play? Where you line up Ty Warren, they've been really good about getting him motioned into the backfield, and that increases your chances of getting a linebacker matchup.
It was just a play action pass, kind of a little tight end delay.
But as a little delay, it sneaks out through the middle. That's definitely probably be a linebacker in the middle of the field there.
Yeah.
I'll be curious, like the if we were a little more advanced, like to have the touch tracker or the target tracker for Jeremiah Smith and Ty Warren in this game, I don't think it can be too high. And so they've come out and they've emphasized it, but I think you're at the point with those two guys where you could throw the ball to Jeremiah Smith 4 plays in a row. You could get the ball to Ty Warren 5 plays in a row, and I don't think it's too much. I think Drew Allar's come a long way.
Yes, yeah.
I think there's been just a lot of discussion about what this guy's top end is, but you see that this is NFL play. I really think he's gotten more nimble in the pocket here, and that's a blitz off the edge to handle. This is the difference. This is how you win national championships. Can your quarterback do this? And Will Howard can do it too, but Drew Allar can do it. I don't think Drew Allar was doing it last year.
No, I don't think Drew Allar had the confidence to extend the play, trusted he was going to have a receiver open down the field like that, and then keep a good base to throw the ball at that kind of velocity.
And there's just so much of that's maybe for all the things that Andy Colton,
Caleb Downs is so good.
For all the things that Andy Kotelnicki has done, if number one is instilling confidence in Drew Allar.
Touchdown Duke.
I mean, am I going to sit here and say that I called the collapse of the Miami Hurricanes? Yes, I am going to sit here and say that.
Former Penn State defensive coordinator, but Manny Diaz.
Caleb Downs in the open field.
He saved them probably the last 3 or 4 games. He saved them with a shoestring tackle to keep a play to between 2 to 4 yards instead of it being a 20-yard gain or something more than that.
He again, it's some combination of
motion again.
Dragan Kesic field goal 16-10 Minnesota over Illinois. Some combination of instinctual and film study that he knows what's going to happen before it happens.
Yeah,
that
he is. I mean, I feel confident saying that any game that he's playing in, he shows up as the most prepared player on the field, and that he's incredibly talented on top of that.
Which is one of those. I mean, I've been doing this a long time with covering Ohio State. I think I've made a lot of C.J. Stroud comparisons. I always thought James Laurinaitis' success at Ohio State was that he maybe wasn't the fastest guy to the play, but he got started a step earlier than everybody because he knew what was going to happen. And I think with a player like Caleb Downs, you take that kind of intelligence, film study, instinct, and then add it to an even better athletic package, and he's getting to plays that most guys wouldn't get to.
Early runs have just not been hitting.
Can I just be a little excited for a Kenyatta Jackson getting a chance to make a couple plays on the defensive line for Ohio State?
Excited about you want. We're in your basement. It's your stream.
There was a time, brother, man, I could get on a Kenyatta Jackson roll, and here he is in year 3, and he's still a complimentary player. I hope Caden Curry and Kenyatta Jackson both stick around at Ohio State next year for year 4 and get a chance to see what they can do.
Yeah.
And we do like Caleb Downs, like down in the play, window dressing. Oh, that's nothing.
They want to throw off that? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Too cute, Gus Johnson says. I agree. That's I think been a fair criticism of Andy Kotelnicki at times this year.
But don't you have to take it, right?
I don't know. Maybe
it been more?
I mean,
been more good than bad overall.
Credit to Ohio State for sniffing it out. I don't really know what they were trying to do there. I don't know if they were trying to get a leak out the Warren there, and Ohio State had it covered well.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take it. I think you've got to take the whole Andy Kotelnicki package.
Caleb Downs,
I'll take the package.
Caleb Downs and Tyler Warren.
Roll like moving with him, right?
Yeah. Lorenzo Styles on the field at nickel for Ohio State. They're in dime.
This is the matchup. Get a little rub. Downs is with him. That's NFL on NFL.
Yeah. That's pretty good pressure, too, from a three-man rush. They knocked the tackles back in the Aller.
But that is, they didn't get the rub on Downs. Well, Downs wouldn't let himself be rubbed on this. Yeah. He just goes right around it because he knows what's coming.
Folks. That's right.
He anticipates it. He knows it's coming. He goes around it. He gets there, and he makes a perfect form tackle.
You might want a better route there from Liam Clifford, maybe. Make that a little more challenging.
I'd like to make it more challenging, but also that's just, are you really... That's just interesting. When you're Penn State, you want to dictate matchups, and when you split him out like that, I think that's the worst position for Ty Warren, because if you just put him in the slot, I think it's easy for the defense to identify and decide.
Yeah.
Where if you have him in line, if you have him in the backfield, I think you are more dictating who you're going to get on him there. Everybody in the world saw that. What are you going to get on this play? It's a key third down play. They're going to try to go to Ty Warren, and Ohio State has their best defensive player over him. So, yeah, could you maybe get a little bit better rub there? But not that you call a timeout there, but Ohio State wins that call. As good as Ty Warren is, Ohio State will take Caleb Downs on Ty Warren one-on-one every time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and maybe you could be setting something up there for later in the game. Like you're trying to execute that third down first and foremost. But now I don't know if Penn State has this or has shown this, you can turn that into an out and then a wheel for Tyler Warren. Ohio State scored a touchdown on that play with Emeka Egbuka against Oregon.
But you don't want to run. You don't want to run a play there where you're motioning him or you're bringing him from one side of the field to the other to try to see if you can get Lorenzo Styles or Cody Simon or somebody like that in a matchup.
I don't know that you would. I think on that third down it was pretty clear that Caleb Downs was going wherever Tyler Warren was going.
Which is just
so
you can ball.
You can try to dictate it, but you don't always hold the pen last. So I not a terrible idea to try to get a rub route there. It just wasn't. I don't think it was executed very well. And Ohio State's defense played it well too. So well played by Ohio State, and maybe a little more depth from Liam Clifford can cause a collision there that gets Tyler Warren wide open.
We now go live to Miami, where the program is on fire. Miami just got a little 16-yard run from Mark Fletcher, former Ohio State commit.
Oh, yeah.
So I think while we're in a break here, a couple years ago, it was one of the coolest things I've gotten to do, but I sat in an Ohio State offensive meeting room going into the Georgia game, like during that bowl prep.
That's when that was?
I think so.
No, I thought it was earlier in the year, and you wrote the story then.
Oh, yeah. No, it wasn't during bowl. It was, It was like second or like maybe 2 weeks before the Michigan game.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So I sat in the offensive meeting room, and it was after a practice, and they come in and they just run through every play of practice, because the plays that you run in practice are the plays you're going to run in the game. Because again, there is an immeasurable number of possible plays, and you are picking formations and situations and deciding for this week against this defense, this is what we think we want to run, and this is what we're going to practice. And so sitting in that room, I just got to be a fly on the wall as Ryan Day had the little laser pointer and was pointing stuff out, and Kevin Wilson was in there, and Brian Hartline and everybody. And while that was happening, while I was in that room, Tony Alford, then the running backs coach, got called out, like left the room to take a call, and then came back in the room looking like he wasn't super thrilled. And I think in retrospect, and there's some things when they let you in the inner circle there, like you're not going to run out and tweet everything you saw. Yeah. I think Mark Fletcher was decommitting. I think Tony Alford had left the room to take the Mark Fletcher decommit phone call. And like a day or two later, it officially came out publicly. So I got to see like what that looks like in the moment when you are at a Tuesday film session after practice and the guy's like, thanks, but no thanks.
Is that Emeka Egbuka returning kickoffs? That's different.
That's this is one of the things, again, I think Oregon special teams are really good.
They prioritize it.
And they are willing. Their punt returners, their best receiver, and their kick returners, their backup running back, and they put good players on the field to make big plays. And I think it is lessons learned, maybe, for some of the other teams in the North of how you go about it. And as soon as you put one of your best players out there and he gets hurt on special teams, everybody's going to come after you. But just like, remember like when the Giants would have Odell Beckham return punts occasionally? I still am sort of would like to see Caleb Downs back for Ohio State.
He was last week
on like a key punt when it really matters.
Yeah, they put him back. Not every return, but I think 2 last week he was back there. We thought Brandon Innes might be that guy for Ohio State, and then he looked really good in the first game or two. I think teams started to just put a little more air under it to try to not allow returns, which is also what happened with Caleb Downs last week.
Yeah.
So they're doing some stuff different. I think they'd like to return more punts, but it's hard if the ball's in the air for 5 seconds.
Hey Siri, play Duke beating Miami. Didn't do it.
It didn't work. I have it on my iPad here.
You have it on your iPad now?
Yeah.
How are the fighting Blue Devils looking?
That was a really nice throw by Cam Ward.
Oh, for real? Oh, wait. Now Siri started to play a song on my phone.
By who?
I don't know. By Malachi Murphy?
Nice.
No, I don't know.
Miami just got a nice back shoulder throw. Great catch.
For real?
And they're inside the 5.
Is this going to be another tease?
Yeah, maybe. Touchdown. 28-23 pending the extra point.
Also officially, when 2 Southern teams are playing, we'll take the northernmost team.
That's right.
So Duke is more north than Miami, but also, again, for our KOTN guide, if you are new to KOTN, you didn't see it released, again, we are celebrating and contextualizing Northern football and also telling the South to cram it. This is the order of things that we root for when it comes to Southern football. Number 1 is anything that breaks, destroys, pushes against the myth, the narrative of Southern football superiority. Number 2 is anything that pushes against what the national media has put forth when it comes to Southern football. Number 3 is root against Georgia. Number 4 is root against Alabama. Number 5 is root for chaos. So I think the idea that Miami is some super team, right? You root for Duke to push against that. And also it throws the ACC into some chaos if Miami loses this game.
They went for 2. That's a field goal game. A field goal lead for Duke.
They got it? Come on, Duke. Sorry. Okay, back to the game that we are primarily watching.
Yeah.
I thought they figured something out here with the Howard keeps. This is
little too predictable there for Ohio State. Good Dom DeLuca, right? At 0.
Yep, Dom DeLuca's.
Yeah.
Ohio State just had sort of slowly worked into this. But again,
this is what Nebraska did this last week against Ohio State, and it was messing with their run reads. They would read the end, but then a safety or a linebacker would come back around and take the quarterback. So Will Howard thought he was making the right read, and then the defense kind of mucked up the works there.
Okay. This is the kind of stuff that you have to have a good defense to be able to muck up a team like this.
Ohio State's counter to that was on the last drive, it switched it up so that they stopped reading the end and they actually read the second level defender.
Oh, okay.
And Will Howard pulled it and got loose. This is injury to G. Scott Jr. for an already banged up Ohio State tight end room.
What do you think of the Ohio State tight end room? Will Kazmarek injured?
I think Will Kazmarek had been playing well prior to his injury against Oregon. I don't know that anybody else in the room gives you exactly what you want as a blocker.
Yeah.
That was been part of their issue. It was part of their issue in short yardage last week. So we'll roll up on there maybe. So now I don't know. I guess they're going to go. They go no tight end, or they go Jelani Thurman up top. It looks like Jelani Thurman. Yeah.
Jelani Thurman kind of waiting for the explosion there, but if you can't do what you need to do as a blocker at tight end, just these teams aren't going to play you.
Yep. Oh, it's a hold on Donovan Jackson.
He's trying to fight, man. He's trying to fight. So we may now be approaching the Abdul Carter is going to start blowing up the Ohio State offense phase.
Yeah, I mean, if Ohio State's going to live in 3rd and long, I don't like its chances because of that matchup. You gotta be more efficient on early downs. You got to run the ball well on 1st down. You got to get more than 2 yards that they got there on 2nd down.
But so in this situation, Jelani Thurman's in the game. You're going to have him split out wide on the top. So you have trips to the top and a receiver on the bottom. Wouldn't you be better off just telling Jelani Thurman to come down and help Donovan Jackson there?
Yeah.
Or are you opening up the offense and putting the defense in enough stress?
It was their issue last week. They too much confidence in their ability to block guys.
Yeah.
right? You got to give. That's a good punt. That's the best punt.
That's exactly what you were saying that you need to do in a situation
They
like
have not
this.
had that all year. Yeah, without too much of a return there. It's a little.
That's a nice return.
It's the. But he kicked it far, but he kicked it on a low trajectory, so it got to him fast, and the coverage wasn't down there.
Oh, I'm gonna give a tiny little shout out there to the Penn State returner there. That's Caden Saunders, who
the pride of Westerville,
went to high school with my daughters.
Yeah, good return.
That actually like those things. We're in a game. We're on the margins here in this game where the little things are going to matter. And to get a 15 or 18-yard return there, that's like 2 extra first downs that you don't have to get. That's a big deal there.
These are Ohio State had an opportunity to go up multiple scores and fumbled going into the end zone. It's now had 2 in this game and kicked a field goal and punted.
I do think. I thought I was surprised as it was going poorly at left tackle for Ohio State last week that there was not a quicker adjustment to help. I do think they can have too much faith in their players.
Yeah, I mean, it's
like, what would you do here if you were Chip Kelly and Ryan Day and you see what Abdul Carter is starting to do?
Try like heck to not be in 3rd and long, whatever that means. I think probably maybe be a little more aggressive on first down.
Next time you're in 3rd and 7, though, what would you do?
Max protect and hope your guys can win.
Yeah. I think they can.
I think he stand a pretty good chance of
I mean, that's not to be still, but like you're not looking to throw the ball to Jelani Thurman there anyway. You're hoping you probably have something planned for Emeka Ibuka or Jeremiah Smith.
Yeah.
So then just keep the tight end to block and just hope Max protect and anticipate that either Ibuka or Smith's going to win and give Will Howard enough chance to figure something out.
I don't know how good of a pass blocker Jelani Thurman has been this year.
But now are you down to a situation where you would like to give help to your left tackle, but you're not even sure you have the right tight end who can do it?
He's been pretty good. He's not been bad.
I just think if you're going to reach that point, because this was the number one thing I think going in, right? For me, the 2 number one things in the game were Jeremiah Smith, let him go win the game if you're Ohio State, and Abdul Carter, can he blow up the game for Penn State?
They don't ask Jelani Thurman to pass block. He has 2 pass block snaps all year.
But you don't have to do much. Just a little help. That to me. So, okay, we said at the end of the first half, that was kind of the first time that it really showed up. Now that right there, that one was like, okay.
It showed up twice in this half.
Now what?
Both times on 3rd down.
Are we not at now what territory? I don't know that you can just roll that out next time you have a 3rd down passing down and anticipate that you're suddenly going to be able to block that.
It's more important to not be in that situation in the first place. But if you are finding yourself in there, you have to give your tackles more help.
And this is, again, this is not a criticism of Donovan Jackson. It's a facing the reality of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just where they are. And so maybe it's not what you want to do, but I think it's what you have to do. So, okay. Duke Miami big. Okay.
Miami's about to take the lead.
Stop it. I started watching and now it's falling apart. All right, so this is a huge drive. This is a nice starting position. Start at the 38. And this is one of these, again, where this is what good teams do. That play was not much.
Yeah,
it's 12 yards.
Penn State's done this all game. They got to finish drives.
This is what Ohio State does at its best. It's like, oh, wait, you have a dynamic pass-catching running back?
96 is freshman Edric Houston, who was recruited as a defensive end, had only played defensive end prior to last week. And then last week, he played a couple of snaps as defensive tackle, and he's out there now at defensive tackle.
Do you like Ohio State going this deep into the depth on the defensive line in the 3rd quarter of a 1-score game?
No, not especially. I mean, I like Edric Houston playing. I think some new blood.
That's a good read.
Can be good. They try that. They run that play way too much for it to be effective.
But that's like one of those. They work stuff off of that. I think they fake that. Something like the threat of that shovel to Warren opens things up sometimes.
Yeah.
That might be that's his first shovel today, though.
Yeah, but they ran it like 4 times last week. That is his first catch, right?
Who made that? Was that Houston on the tackle?
Caden Curry and Caden McDonald. Caden Curry's played well for Ohio State this year.
Straight drop back blitz.
Got him.
So this is what they did not do enough of against Ohio State.
They hardly blitzed at all against Oregon. It was a lot of simulated pressure against Oregon where you'd show a blitz and then you drop out, you drop linemen or whatever. I'm sure they didn't drop anybody here. Dropped Caden Curry, but still brought 6. They brought the nickel. They brought the Mike linebacker.
Well, they're bringing the blitz over Warren and then shifting that coverage.
Yeah.
That Hancock is lined up over Warren and then comes. I don't think that's what they're. So that's bringing 6.
They did drop the end, but they still brought more than 4.
Wow. Okay. That's exactly what they did. What Ohio State did not do against Oregon.
But that's a changeup. That's Caden Curry's getting mugged. Back-to-back sacks. JT Tuimoloau.
That's a huge series for the Ohio State defense.
I would say maybe that's the best series they've had so far this year.
But which is exactly the point of, and you were citing these stats.
But now we're getting to the time. We're getting to though. This is third quarter. Where Ohio. This is another.
Close enough. I think the stat. It wouldn't fit the stats, but it fits the vibe of when it's winning time. Ohio State's defense doesn't get stops in big games.
Yeah.
And that's your stats that you've been citing are fourth quarter stats.
It was
20 seconds left.
Drives that end in the fourth quarter.
But the vibes are that is an opportunity with good field position for Penn State to drive.
Yeah.
At least get a field
Great
goal.
stop.
And now and
No
they got stops with not being afraid to bring pressure against a good Penn State offensive line.
It's a potentially interesting Friday night game next week. Iowa at UCLA.
Is it though? Miami's ahead.
I think UCLA is playing better football.
So mad.
I actually like watching Iowa.
No, especially if I was going to have Brendan Sullivan at quarterback.
Yeah. No, that's a huge drive. Like they got stops in the fourth quarter last week against Nebraska, and I poo-pooed that a little bit because I didn't view it as the same thing as getting the stop against Oregon or getting the stop against Georgia and Michigan. But to your point, it is winning time. You have to make the stops, and they did make them. Wow. That's first touch this half for him.
No, they had a little came out through that little route out of the
good drive starter
wing. Who's matched up on him there? Did they dictate the matchup here again?
Yeah, he's in that. Or maybe he wasn't there. Where is he?
So this is a little bit more purposeful. You can see the purpose in some of this stuff with Jeremiah Smith. It's not exactly force feeding, but it's with a purpose.
He's out wide, a little bit of like a nasty split, and then just runs the deep over, or maybe like a shallow cross. But they set up a.
I feel like those are kind of routes they ran with Marvin Harrison Jr. a lot the last 2 years.
I think they might have lost the screen and then threw it back across. No, so it's play action zone to the boundary.
Do they leave that Penn State defender unblocked? So Will Howard just has to handle that, or did they miss that? Because I thought this was nice composure by Will Howard. I actually thought as this is happening and he's throwing the pass to Jeremiah Smith, there's a little bit of a dangerous pass that's deep in your own territory, but he's got it the whole way.
Yeah, they didn't block him.
Unblocked, okay.
Yeah.
So you've got to handle this. And he is able to backpedal enough to let Smith work the route.
Well, and Carnell Tate takes 2 defenders with them running in the flat because Ohio State has shown that a lot. Fake the run to the boundary, throw in the flat, something shallow, and instead Will Howard goes above that over the top to Jeremiah Smith. They had a safety capping the play. They're lucky they did because that might be a touchdown if they didn't. That's good design. Yeah,
good spot for this. I think. I think the schemers are rising to it in this game, both sides.
I mean, if you remove the third down max protect conversation, I think Chip Kelly's called a pretty good game. I think Tom Allen has shown a decent amount of patience and not sending the house all the time.
Yeah, and I think they know what they have. I am super interested now on this drive to see
Syracuse is mounting a comeback.
There you go.
21-18 going to the fourth quarter.
What's McCord's line?
17-27, 209, and a touchdown.
Kyle McCord has thrown for 300 yards in every game this year.
No. 209.
No, I know. So far.
So far. Coming into, I mean, I'm sure he will by the end of this game.
Yeah.
Touchdown pass to Ross Simmons, 55 yards for a touchdown, made it 21-10. And then a LaQuint Allen 1-yard run made it 21-18.
Okay, that'll show me something.
I don't know if they have the ball or
really. We've talked about this some, but Kyle McCord burned a red shirt at Ohio State.
Yeah,
with not much. What year was that?
It would have been 2022. He played like late in the year, maybe against Michigan State. That was his 5th game that season.
Okay.
Because he started the game for CJ Stroud in 2021 against Akron. But then I think actually only ended up playing in 4 games that year. But then he burned it the following year.
Okay. Is it close enough?
That can't be right. He did. He played an unnecessary game in his 2nd year.
Is there enough there that he could somehow petition, you think? No, there's nothing to that. Because I do think as good as Kyle McCord has been for Syracuse, and we've talked about this, he in the end probably maybe is not quite the right quarterback for a program like Ohio State, but he absolutely lifts a program like Syracuse.
Yeah.
But man, I'd love to see him in year 2. The Bo Nix year 2, the Michael Penix year 2, the Jaden Daniels year 2, the Joe Burrow year 2, that as much as transfer quarterbacks are transforming college football, it often is the 2nd year. Luke Altmaier at Illinois right now, it is the 2nd year of the transfer quarterback where you really see something. And I would love Kyle McCord and Fran Brown to have gotten 2 years together, because Kyle McCord and Fran Brown are elevating Syracuse right now, and then McCord's going to leave.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to get an extra year, and I guess the NCAA is past surprising me on anything it does, so who knows? But
yeah,
he shouldn't get an extra year, because it's not like he had was like an injury thing in there that he played that 1 game and then would have played more and then lost a year because he got hurt or something. He just ended up in a 5th game.
Yeah,
by kind of randomness.
So does Ohio State? This is like, can Ohio State run the ball?
Yeah, I mean, you still run your offense, right? They opened with a pass play. Like, they'll still be aggressive here. You can't. You're not playing for a field goal. Got to get at least 5 yards here.
Carter's still over Jackson. They're just working that as much as a stunt.
Speed option again. Good call.
That's a good call. The opposite side, yeah. Short side again. It's like one of those things. Why do coaches do what they do? It's like, okay, this is why they do what they do. God, they really are selling out there to come after that.
Will Howard took a shot on that play too. You have to make the play work. Nice finish on the run too. Extra 2-3 yards there. Tough play to defend. I don't like when you get them out of whack formationally like that. There's one guy over there. What's he supposed to do?
Punched again.
Shot.
Ibuka helping to pass protect, and then a deep shot.
Oh, he stopped.
He stopped his route. Why did he stop his route? Look at that. Emeka Ibuka is staying in to help on the left side. You motion a first-round receiver. That was a great throw by Will Howard.
I wonder if that's every time I hear I get underthrown, let me throttle down a little bit.
Can we run that back? Can you run back the original play? And can we see maybe why? Is he on the screen? We saw him restart.
No, I don't think his.
But watch Ibuka here. Help on pass protection.
Yeah, he's a great blocker.
It's like, what are we going to do? We're going to motion Emeka Ibuka in to help. We just see that he is stopped. We don't see like why he stopped.
Brandon Ennis again.
All right. Chip Kelly came today. Chip Kelly brought it. He was ready for this. He brought his playbook to Beaver Stadium. They're just dictating some stuff formationally here, aren't they? Donovan Jackson again.
It's good enough.
Held up yeah. I think they are in good enough mode right now.
Yeah, it's good enough.
That's the hard thing about, and that's their version of max protect. When you're going to take that deep shot to Jeremiah Smith, you cannot just count on 5-on-5.
Yeah, and a lot of Ohio State's vertical passing game does come with 6- and 7-man protection.
Yeah,
it's often 2-man route concepts, 3-man route concepts.
I mean, they're really when they're hitting it, they're really good at that. Run, max protect, really play good. Action, deep shot in a 2-man route.
Who's that? That tackle was a really good tackle. Elliott Washington. Penn State's perimeter tackling has been pretty good in this game.
That's, again, I think This is when you're talking about differences. I think Big Ten defenses, Northern defenses can compete with anybody. I mean, yeah, Georgia can do it too, but
Flat.
Incomplete.
I don't know.
So they're ruling it a fumble, which they're supposed to do initially.
That's going to be close.
It is going to be close. I think this is high level football. These are a lot of guys doing what they're supposed to do, but this is a hammer of an open field tackle.
Quinshon Judkins, you also wonder, what's that hand like? I don't know. Unless the helmet just hit the football, I don't know. That thing popped out pretty violently.
Right on his hip. Ugh.
But
it's not on the ball. That's just great play. That's Cam Miller again. AJ Harris picks it up. I don't know what they're going to rule here. Does he make a football move? He's starting
to put it away, and then the ball gets knocked out. I don't know. What's Mike Pereira think?
I don't know. Is there an official in the house? Not in our house. Okay. No. So this is where our watch along isn't quite at the same level. But that's physical defensive play, Bill. Yeah,
it's good. It's great. That's what I was just talking about. Their open field tackling has been really good on the edge. Like they're not merely hoping to trip a guy up. They're going to tag you.
Double hammer on this. They're right there.
Cam Miller with the hit.
Also, what do we think of this call? I mean, the way this develops is this is where Will Howard has to go because there's a guy in his face.
Yeah.
And then there's 4 defenders in this flat. Like this is not going to turn into anything.
It keeps defense. It
it's gonna be
turns a potentially negative play into something positive. It's not nothing, but
I mean, it's the right read by Howard. But again, Penn State wins the call. That's a hammer. That's a hammer hit, man.
I think they called it a fumble. It's probably got to stay a fumble. I agree with Joel.
But it's a hard thing, right? That they tell you.
Oh, they called it an incomplete pass? No, that's not right. They called it a fumble.
The guy was marking it. The official was running down and marking it.
We don't have the sound turned up all the way. I thought they said it was called a fumble, but then the graphic on the thing says incomplete.
But you could see the official running with the recoverer and marking the spot. Aren't you supposed to keep it as live as possible and let it play out and then go back and look at it? Which is the hard thing sometimes.
I think you just call. There you
go. Yeah. Incomplete. Penn State fans not happy. Ohio State fans, does this make up for the Clemson call in 2019?
We'll
is
see.
Jeff Okudah watching this and saying, okay.
I don't know, man. That's...
It is hard, obviously, when you slow it down, everything looks like a football move. It looks like you did a ton of stuff, and then live, it doesn't quite look like it. But it certainly was not instantaneous. I don't know what to think of that. That's probably a 50-50, right on the edge.
Yeah.
Tie goes to the incompletion.
3rd and 9.
Like 4 down territory here.
1-on-1 coverage of Jeremiah Smith.
I don't know that they're not going to kick a 55-yarder. So I think
Carter
this is
not on the field.
I think
he's in the middle.
This is a go.
Good protection. That's a killer.
So some of this stuff, again, when it works, it's just like it looks easy, but it's not.
Abdul Carter lined up over the center there.
But you've got to hold up. Wow.
I don't know. That's maybe a little too cutesy there from Tom Allen.
That's
you know you have the matchup advantage with Abdul Carter against Donovan Jackson if he can pin his ears back and Donovan Jackson has no help. I don't know that I'm putting Abdul Carter over the guy who I think at this point is Ohio State's best offensive lineman.
Yeah, and then not even force Donovan Jackson to pass block.
Yeah,
on a 3rd and long.
Yeah, that's a bit of a head scratcher.
So this is going to be. So I don't want to jump ahead, but it's like how aggressive. Ohio State field goal here. Penn State drive.
You have to score a touchdown here.
Okay.
This stage of the game, you've gotten the crucial third. Like Penn State's feeling really good if they hold you to a field goal.
How far do you push it though on going for stuff? Are you going for it on 4th and 2? Rather than
no, but I'm not
taking a
field goal.
I'm
not sitting on the ball and saying good job, we got a field goal either.
And Duke is running a trick play, flip it to a receiver who tries to throw and then gets tackled out of bounds for a loss of $1 million in the red zone.
Yeah, that's smart.
Penn State wins that, but that's a good scramble. It's so interesting. I do think, you still have to be alert for the brain for a computer classic drop back passer in an offense like Ohio State, but Ryan Day really likes it when his quarterback can move just a little bit,
Yeah.
And again, what'd you get? You got a yard
So
there.
here-
So, but you said this is what they can't be in, but they're in it.
They're in it again.
Do you help here? Do you help Donovan
Yeah,
Jackson?
you
here?
have to. You have to. You have to. Well, where's Abdul Carter? That's question
And
number
Abdul
one.
Carter has. Thank you.
Yeah,
Great camera
job,
work
Fox.
showing a guy with a pom-pom. Show the ball.
Here's your question, though. It's 4th and 2.
We're here to watch football, not here to watch pom-pom shaking.
It's
My
4th
God.
and 2.
Oh, is it okay? Could we actually see the play and where guys are lined up?
Oh, he dropped it. I thought he caught it.
Can we see the play?
I just don't know. Like,
It's a football game.
I didn't see the whole play, so I don't know what he's doing there. But G. Scott is not the guy I'm going to in that scenario.
Well, that's every. You can always tell a good defensive play when they force that short middle check down to the tight end, 3 yards short of the stick.
Missed it. Tucked it in there. Oof.
All right. So now we're in a. It's not go win the game time yet, but Penn State has to score.
Need a field goal.
Penn State can't get 2 scores down.
Yeah.
So they have to score on this
Whew.
drive, I think.
That's about as close as it gets.
Man, I would have liked to see the football there. Is that what we do next? Can we get KOTN to bid on some broadcast rights? Hire some camera people?
Maybe.
And vow that when we are showing a game, we will show all the plays. Oh my God, it drives me crazy. So now we're back in this spot where you're asking yourself, is this is the next test of the Penn State offense. If the Penn State offense has made a step, if Drew Aller has made a step, if Andy Koltelnicki has planted seeds in the defense and has made a step, if they can scheme some things open, if they can focus on getting the ball to their best players, they strive for the game-tying score here.
Jeremiah Smith is now Ohio State's leading receiver. Yeah. I think it's. I don't know how they get there. I mean, maybe it's you throw the ball a little bit to Nick Singleton. They just don't. Penn State receivers right now have 3 catches for 48 yards, 49 yards, and 24 of that is on the Trey Wallace ball down the sideline.
And Penn State running backs have 13 carries for 36 yards.
Yeah.
So the receivers aren't catching it and their running backs aren't running it.
Yeah.
But their running back is catching it and their quarterback is running it and they're hanging around. This is one of those.
I wonder what we see for like now that Ohio State has gotten to Aller, hit him a couple times in the last drive. Does that change up his demeanor at all? We'll see.
The food's here. We'll wait until the game ends to eat it, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. You know what we should do though is open those boxes so that the fries don't get
Oh yeah. Oh, because they don't
Yeah.
have the cardboard boxes with the holes in them,
Yeah.
as some places do.
You want to get a little air flowing.
Um,
on
yeah.
the French fries.
all fast food places, you need to go to cardboard with holes in the boxes instead of styrofoam. I think it's better for the environment. It's probably cheaper, but there is no styrofoam is a fry killer, an absolute fry killer.
Far too much moisture in there.
Yeah. Can you open the boxes so the fries? What would we rather have? Would you rather eat hotter, soggier fries or colder, crispier fries?
Colder, crispier fries.
Okay.
Yeah, fry integrity is I think is more important than fry temperature.
All right, so let's just do that real quick. If everybody could check in on fry integrity versus temperature, we'll just tell you what the final score is when this thing's over. We've turned it into a Duke/French fry rewatch, even though they are it's a one-score game in the final 10 minutes.
This is
given that there was uncertainty about the Ohio State offensive line and the health of the Penn State quarterback, I think this game has kind of been what we expected.
Yeah, no doubt. And now we get to see whether or not Ohio State's defense can answer the call of getting stops in the fourth quarter. Because I believe that top 5 game drives it in the fourth quarter. It has forced one stop, and I want to say that one stop was on the first drive of all those opportunities. It was a missed field goal by Michigan in 2022. I don't know that it's gotten a stop since then.
Warren in the backfield, I think, trying to dictate a matchup here. Just a lead blocker.
That's like
so. I do think
running back runs all day.
Like this is for Penn State. If you are more than what you have been, this is where you show it. And I don't, this is again, I don't think it's a give up conversation. I don't think it's a the season is over conversation. It doesn't mean you can't be one of the best 8 teams and get into a quarterfinal.
Mm-hmm.
But to come out here and have to punt or turn it over, I think Penn State fans would slump their shoulders a little bit.
Yeah, that's
the huge offensive coordinator hire and all these things and the growth of the quarterback, we still aren't quite there.
Ty Warren shot.
Yeah. So let's make plays.
They lost out on the line. You don't want Lathan Ransom covering Tyler Warren.
But where was he lined up? Are they dictating?
He's in the slot, and they put Lathan Ransom.
Why did they choose that?
And it's real because they're in cover 1, and that's how the formation got them there.
But you aren't going to dictate.
It's good recognition. Well, you can't do the same thing. Like you can't always put the same guy over Tyler Warren, in my opinion, because then you're making life easy on Penn State. But in that particular situation, Drew Aller sees that he has man coverage with Tyler Warren against Lathan Ransom. He's going to. There was no thought behind that.
But you're not going to create. I mean, I guess it's too late. You can't just create a situation where you're going to put Caleb Downs there and put Lathan Ransom back.
Because then what if the play is not going? You have it's a chess match. You can't have Caleb Downs follow Tyler Warren on every single snap because the ball's not going to Tyler Warren on every single snap.
But we had talked about that,
but if Penn State is getting you to have Caleb Downs follow Tyler Warren, then Penn State is getting you to take Caleb Downs out of the play. That's a win for Penn State. You can't have your best defensive player taken out of the play by what the offense wants to do.
So on that play, are you tipping the cap to Penn State and that's how it goes, or should Ohio State have done something better?
I don't know if they can check the something or not. Yeah, I think sometimes a really good player just wins the matchup.
Because of all the guys, right? We're talking about the people who are handling Ty Warren. That's probably Caleb Downs, and then there's everybody else.
What happened?
I don't know. And I initially thought that might have been
timeout.
Jordan Hancock there, but that's I don't know.
Injury timeout.
But so you think as soon as Drew Aller recognizes that, he knows that's where he's going.
Yeah. As soon as I saw that lined up, I mean, I knew that's where the ball was going.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is again what you do. You create situations for your best players to go win the game. So that's a credit to Penn State for finding out a way to do that. All right. So Duke was held. Did they miss this field goal? What are we doing here? No, I made it. Okay. So Miami Duke is 32-31. Miami ahead. 13 and a half minutes left.
Yeah.
You're okay. Generally,
I'm not okay with it, but because if Jim Knowles, it's a good play for Penn State. But the answer cannot be Caleb Downs goes where Tyler Warren goes.
But why is it sometimes that the answer is have your best corner follow your best receiver? Do you think it's different when it's a safety and a tight end?
It's different when it's a safety, and that safety is also your best run defender. Caleb Downs on that play, if Penn State decides to run the ball to the wide side of the field, where it looked like I actually had an advantage to do that, and Caleb Downs isn't there because you had him following Tyler Warren, that's what Penn State's trying to do. So you got to pick your spots. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying it's not 100%.
It's not an easy answer.
Yeah,
it's a choice you're making, and
I generally don't love Lathan Ransom in man coverage because it's not a strength. So if that's the argument, then I'm with that. But
because there is the point. I mean, Warren has reached the point, right, where it's like, okay, whatever. He's a tight end. He's not a tight end. He's a pass catcher. Mm-hmm. He's a playmaker. So, I mean, can you have Jordan Hancock on him there? I
think Hancock was covering a receiver to the top of the screen.
So then it's just credit to, again, if you're going to work this and work your best players, not only to get them the ball, but to create the matchups that you want to get them the ball. It was decent coverage.
It was good coverage.
Got smoked.
Good throw.
He just won. Ty Warren won at the catch point.
I just don't know. It's a really good throw. It's a physical matchup. Lathan Ransom never gets his head around. I don't know that it would have made a difference.
But formationally, personnel-wise, there's not something. It's just the way Penn State lined up. That's how it happened.
Yeah, they lined up 2-by-2, 2 receivers to the top. So that's Burke and Hancock. Warren in the slot with the safety covering him, and then Trey Wallace out wide with Igmanosin covering him.
So the choice here is there's a single high safety and it's Downs.
Yeah, they're in cover 1.
And there's Ransom down in man-to-man coverage.
Yep.
But they're
and it's also boundary field responsibilities, right? It's like whatever the call was there.
Yeah, but also you choose for the safeties to decide what's happening based on boundary and field. You could also choose to say, hey, whenever it's Ty Warren, Caleb, you're going with him.
You could.
Forget boundary field.
Yeah.
And we'll leave. And if they want to hit a run play and have Lathan Ransom as the last line of defense, you've got to make that tackle.
The second, 3rd and 5. Man, he's really good.
This is a credit to Penn State.
He scored? No.
And like,
I mean,
everybody knows what's happening.
That's whatever. Everyone knows what's happening. That's really like Ohio State's defensive backs are like retreating. Go tackle him. It's a good block on Denzel Burke. I don't know who that was, but like Jordan Hancock played that poorly. That's the other tight end.
That's a good play. This is a show me drive. Khalil Dinkins is like a nice second tight end.
Yeah.
And now
we're back in the red
they've
zone.
never had to cash it in. Oh, wow. Is that a key? They've never had to cash it in anymore. There's no way there's a field goal here. So you got 4 shots at this. And you've got to have something where you're going to give yourself a chance to get the ball in Ty Warren's hands. They have not really done a bunch of Prabula.
He's gotten a handful of snaps. No, less than a handful of snaps.
Would you go to Prabula here? Would you go to Warren at quarterback here?
I like Prabula because then you like. I mean, I guess you could throw the ball to Drew Aller, but I don't know that I'd expect them to.
Wow, it's just a straight run. I don't know that this is it. Is this it? Is this how you would be attacking this?
I'm telling you, they're going to throw a ball to Awane when he does that.
But, like, what are you waiting for? They're inching forward here. I don't know about 2 run plays to start. Don't you want to do something where you're running Warren across the formation and trying to get him open or just getting him in the flat?
You're
let him break a tackle?
They're on the 4. You're a little limited in what you can do. I mean, yes, but you also don't want to do that and then take a sack. I get it. It's hard calling plays inside the 5.
Are you okay if they run it 4 times?
No, I'd probably want at least 1 ball to Warren and see if he can't win a. Here it is. Man,
this is not it to me. This is not how I want to go down if I'm Penn State. With 3 straight runs up the middle.
Caden McDonald.
And now you're in do or die. I'm surprised they didn't try something that was a flip to Warren in the flat. Have somebody keep it, get out on the edge, have a Prabula snap in there, that you didn't try to get anything on the edge. Are you that afraid of Ohio State's defensive speed that you don't want to get on the edge here? Now, here's your trick play.
No one's covering.
Your man's out wide. Are you going to throw it to him? I did not like that sequence for Penn State. 3 straight runs, and now when you throw it's contested.
Yeah.
They took it away in the flat. They looked at Warren in the flat, and they took it away.
Great stand by Ohio State's defense. But
so that's man on man. That's doing your thing. And the Ohio State interior defensive line, the linebackers.
That's our D-line.
They all stand up.
Yeah.
And that is, I understand that part of it, that if you're going to go down that way, we're going to go down, and Miami's up 39-31. We're going to go down with your guys on our guys. I'm surprised. This is one of those, again, I think a lot of these teams, when you get fairly equal talent matchups, but when you really get down to it, okay, you believe in Penn State, they have a good offensive line, but is Ohio State's defensive line at least a little better? And you're just going to go one-on-one, bang, bang, bang.
Yeah.
But that's winning football. That's how you win. That's how you win national championships. That's how you win close games. When your defensive line and your linebackers stand up at a goal line stand.
Yeah, I would have gone. Tyler Warren's got to touch the ball down there, even if it's like the Tyler Warren sneak, Tyler Warren Wildcat. Like they really limited themselves.
Yeah. And that's Caden. Who's down there? I mean, what did we see from a personnel standpoint? Can we run back some of the plays? Like, is that look like Caden McDonald's involved down there?
Yeah, Caden McDonald. I imagine they're in the goal line D. So Caden McDonald, I think, has surpassed Hiro Kanu. So it's the 4th down play. They got Caden McDonald. There's Hiro Kanu who's out there too. So.
And they never got a push. Like Ohio State never let them get much of a push.
Interestingly enough, Tyleik Williams is not on the field. So it's JT Tuimoloau, unless that's Tyleik. No, it's JT Tuimoloau, Hero Kanu, Caden McDonald, Ty Hamilton, Jack Sawyer. And then they got Cody Simon, Sonny Styles, Arvell Reese. One corner and the 2 safeties.
So it's interesting that they were never threatened by throwing it to the big guy.
Caleb Downs was on Dinkins the whole way.
Who took Warren away in the flat? Because is that not the first read? And it didn't certainly surprise anybody, but it's like even to try to throw to him, even if he's kind of covered, and let him make a play.
Ransom.
Right there. Yeah. Did not let himself, again, like a little bit of a cluster. Ransom did not let himself get picked and got right to Warren. Is there still a throw to maybe be made there and hope that Warren can box out and try to lean into the end zone?
Yeah. But I think once you see, if you're Drew Aller, you're processing faster than that. I don't know if you have time to think about that, right?
But that's the first look. First look is Warren, and it's not there.
It's not there.
And now you come back and it's just it's covered.
Yeah.
There's nothing there.
Yeah.
I'm almost surprised he threw that. Given that the second read, I mean, can you just pull that and then try to run? Would that have been a better look?
Maybe. Ohio State went QB sneak in this situation last week just to kind of get away from the end zone a little bit.
Which is, there were some teams, I mean, I've seen teams this year not do that and just like run offense and take a safety. Like you've got to do that to get out. That's quite an effective play.
5 yards on a QB sneak.
That's nice having it. There's some excitement from the Ohio State offensive line.
Carson Hinsman does play with a lot of juice.
Is this? I think we're maybe here, Bill. This is we're at the re-arrival of Carson Hinsman.
I mean, he's really stepped up for him. Got to finish this drive. Yeah, that's good defense.
But it's never there. Caleb Downs, as you said, is all over Dinkins.
Yeah,
that's never there.
Job. I think Sonny Styles flashing a little bit too might have deterred Drew Aller from throwing that ball to Warren. He wasn't quite double covered, but there was one guy on him and another guy kind of flashing in front of him.
That was a very effective quarterback sneak.
Great run.
This is an opportunity.
That's a run that should be stopped, and it's 3rd and 3. And because Quinshon Judkins runs with great pad level, he gets a first down and an extra 8 yards.
This is the kind of situation. This is like the end of the Ohio State Notre Dame game in 2022.
Yeah, the first one. The game in the shoe
where they ran it out.
Yeah,
at the end. And CJ Stroud did have to make a great 4th down throw.
Yeah.
But when the game was on the line, can you run the ball to put a game away? That's the test here for Ohio State. And 2 plays in, they've passed it. And now you're getting into a situation. And now for Ohio State to be in a situation where Abdul Carter potentially blowing up things as an edge rusher is not really the issue anymore. That they've taken away because of situation and their ability to run the ball. This is NIL money at work.
Well, this is too. I felt like Quinshon Judkins the last couple of weeks has not found that crease, right? He's just kind of ran it up in there and maybe done himself a disservice. Like that's a nice little run there. That's not like super well blocked up front. It's blocked up well enough, and he found the opening.
This is getting to a very dangerous point for Penn State, where they're going to have to take some risks and obviously start burning some timeouts, but they're going to have to run blitz and get some guys in gaps, or Ohio State's just going to run 6 more run plays and win the game.
Yeah, Howard's legs here matter too.
Wow. Can we run that back? Did they not, or we're still alive? Okay. They got after it. They moved the line of scrimmage, didn't they?
Yeah. Well, it's a nice job by the left side of the line. I don't know that they blew them off the ball, but they just kind of locked them up.
Schematically, they got some stuff going. Got some guys to the second level, right? That's just
that's not Penn State.
That is not. I mean, you look at what the way did Ohio State have a single run play that looked like that last week against Nebraska, and with the game on the line, they did this.
Not until they were really out of sorts until they had to go win the game last week. And I don't know that I'd say that about them today, but counter, man.
Did you see that? That's let Donovan Jackson. He'll take that matchup and be fine with that. He's squared up Abdul Carter on this run block. Just handle your business. Just don't make me pass block on that guy, right?
That was Tegra Shabola on the pull. Yeah, they ran counter. They pulled the right side around, and Shabola was the one who
took care of Carter. There you go.
Yeah, I don't know
Jackson
if they pulled.
blocked down.
Jackson blocks down. Yeah, tight end guard counter. Yeah.
Again, this is one of those. It's the dichotomy of Ryan Day, that he made his name, he made his reputation as a quarterback whisperer and throwing the ball around, and like he's gonna punch a hole in the wall with excitement after the game if they run this game out.
They salt the game away by not having to throw a pass. They're up to 158 rushing yards.
I would Lou Holtz should better watch out.
93 for Judkins on 13 carries. It's really good. 47 on 8 carries for Travion Henderson. I mean, this was the thing. I think sometimes Ryan Day can work himself into a little bit of a bind about making sure they win the rushing battle, but I definitely agree with him that it is key in these games. It's actually, if you look at rushing statistics compared to passing statistics in the top 5 games that Ohio State has played, there's more of a correlation between winning the rushing battle and winning the game than there's throwing the ball better and winning the game. Some of that is situational. I understand that, but I think in these top 5 games, when Ohio State has won the rushing battle, it's 6-1.
I do think we have to give some huge,
top 10 games.
Huge credit to the Ohio State defense that has not given up an offensive touchdown in this game.
Defense has been,
to have that Igbinosun pick in the end zone, to have a goal line stand, and to otherwise not let Penn State break loose with a huge play.
Yeah,
I think this is
need one more first down.
This is an incredibly effective Ohio State defensive effort, and I think on the other side, I think it's an incredibly effective, in a lot of ways, Penn State defensive effort. I think to get a defensive score, and then to not let they have not let the Ohio State playmakers get very loose. A long of 18 for Jeremiah Smith. I think this is
but I mean it's been the rushing success. Like this Penn State run defense, like teams. The only team that's run on Penn State this year is USC, and I think you're seeing a little bit of that now. But this has been one of the better rushing defenses in the country, and Ohio State's putting something together here.
Yeah. Will Howard, 16 of 24 for 182 and 2 touchdowns. Drew Aller, 12 of 20, 146, no touchdowns and a pick. Obviously, the pick for Will Howard as well.
Mm-hmm.
Ty Warren, 3 for 47 rushing, 4 for 47 receiving. So that's 7 offensive touches and
so second and
84 yards for Ty Warren.
Second down here.
I think Cam Ward just threw a crazy maniac pick, by the way. Duke has the ball back with a chance to tie.
That's still that should be 2 yards, and it's 4 yards.
Yeah.
Timeout.
So this is I think, I mean, this game's not over, but there's a lot for Ohio State to grab onto in this one.
Where are they?
Like at the 40?
Are they in 4th and 1 go for it territory?
I don't think so.
It's a matter of who do you want to go win the game for you if you find yourself in that situation. Yeah. Well,
yeah, that would be an interesting exercise for us to do on KOTN. If you're in a game-winning situation, would you want your offense on the field or the defense on the field? For each team in the country, what would you say? Your Ohio State, what would you say?
Do you want your offense to get a yard or your defense to stop a drive?
But so what would you pick for Ohio State?
It depends on the field position.
I think you have a chance to kick them down inside the 10 here if you don't get this first down. So I don't think it's 4-down territory.
3rd and 2. Close to midfield. I don't know. You can eliminate the conversation by just getting a first down.
Yeah. Run it?
Yeah. Maybe run Howard. Although 6 might have him.
That's the right call. Is that Bennett Christian on the edge making that block? Lead block, Bennett Christian?
Bennett Christian is the end man. Yeah, really good. Great block from Quinshon Judkins, too, on Tony Rojas. He'll fill the hole there. Great block.
That's a great block. Yeah. Wow. That's your 4th tight end?
That might be We'll log that one for block of the week.
And your stud running back making 2 blocks for your quarterback to finish that off. I mean, you see guys miss blocks like that all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And if one of those guys misses their block, if one Penn State defender is able to shed that block and make a play, Penn State has a chance to win. And instead, this is almost salted away. How about, what does that tell you about Ohio State, that was the call there? Is that obvious to the world with the way this offense now works?
I mean, that's why
Will
Howard's here and Kyle McCord's not. There's other reasons, but that you need to have that play or that card available to play in this kind of situation.
And again, I'm sort of saying the same thing again with Ryan Day. Ryan Day wants that card. Chip Kelly,
I don't know that he's always wanted it.
He's evolved to wanting it. I think maybe what helped him evolve to wanting it is realizing when he didn't have it.
Yeah.
And that he didn't know that he missed it until he didn't have it. But like you're not going to call that play with Dwayne Haskins. You're not going to call that play with CJ Stroud. You are going to call it with Justin Fields. You are going to call it JT Barrett. You're not going to call it with Kyle McCord. You are going to call it with Will Howard.
This tackle on a Miami touchdown.
Thanks a lot, Duke.
It's okay. We just need Duke to not lose by more than 20.5 points.
Trevion Henderson in the game now for Ohio State?
Yeah. Man.
He looks fresh.
He's not had a ton of work, right?
But this is, again, like if you can get a backfield situation where guys are okay with it, like this is the whole point.
It's interesting that we're in this situation, and like this is a tremendous performance out of Ohio State's running backs, but like combined, Trevion and Quinshon only have 23 carries.
But
they made them all count, though. They've all been really good.
And that this is a situation where you can say it does not feel at all like, oh no, Trevion Henderson didn't get enough carries in this game. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
It's that Trevion Henderson is happy to be fresh and get his 9th carry to help salt the game away with a 7-yard run with 2 minutes left.
Yeah. You know, there's not, I mean, I guess I think I can say this without people feeling like I'm jinxing things, but there's not been a lot of guys in the backfield blowing up run plays in this game. Like, there have been a couple runs that we pointed out in this drive that have been hit at the line, and the running backs have done a nice job of making sure that they still fall forward. But I don't know how many times has there been the handoff to Trevion Henderson and there's a defender in his face right away kind of plays, right? That's like it's offensive line. Picked a pretty good time to play maybe the best game it's played this year, or at least it has answered the call in a tough situation.
And then situationally, again, for Ohio State to answer the early pick 6 to get a lead back so they weren't having to pass protect in the second half with the game on the line. They were able to allow they're salting this game away with their offensive line getting downhill in the run game.
I think maybe think about running Howard again here.
Yeah. No, I do not throw the ball here.
You go for this 4th down?
No. I don't want to give. I would want to make the Penn State offense work as hard as possible, and I wouldn't want to risk any opportunity to give them a slightly shorter field, especially with no timeouts. I would feel very good, even if you punted it into the end zone. If you're Ohio State, I would feel very good about Penn State has 55 seconds and no timeouts and needs a touchdown. I would live with that rather than the risk.
Shoot, I might sneak it. Sneak's averaging about 4 yards.
I'll be very surprised if they throw it.
I don't. Yeah, you can't.
But there were situations in the recent past with Ohio State where you would have had no confidence getting this on the ground.
It's not even about that. You got to run the clock down.
Yeah. But I do think, but that's would there not have been maybe the previous 3 years, 21, 22, 23, a belief that if you were trying to run it here, you were not going to get it. So if you really, truly wanted to get it, you were going to have to throw something, a little flip in the flat, or you were kind of giving up and punting.
I think that would have been the mindset, but I still don't know that they would have done it.
Yeah. where now I think they believe, whether it's Howard or with a running back, that they can run this and get this.
Yeah.
I would run Howard. You would run Howard?
I'd run Howard. I just wouldn't get cute with it.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, maybe like an end around would be effective here or something, but
yeah.
3 tight ends, 1 receiver. Got it.
Game.
Nice job of him too to slide, because he could have scored.
That's is that Jeremiah Smith on the edge too?
That was Jeremiah was the receiver outside.
Got the block out there. Who sealed it?
G. Scott.
G. Scott.
Yeah.
Handling his business. I do not think this is a devastating loss for Penn State. I thought Penn State played hard. I do not think they elevated the way that you would have wanted them offensively, but I don't think they shrunk from it. And I don't
know. That last drive, that felt a lot like same old James Franklin to me.
The goal line stand.
The goal line stand. And it's a great goal line stand. I'm not trying to take it away from Ohio State's defense because they got to make the plays on the other side, but that was...
I can imagine there being frustration with
he's going to get asked a lot of questions about that. 4 plays from inside the 5 to tie the game. And they move the ball, 2 yards?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's...
I think Ohio State needed this substantially more. Yeah. I think this is a good football win for Ohio State. I think Penn State is very good.
I think it's a win for Ohio State that, from its standpoint, it's checking some boxes on stuff. It feel like it had to get done that it didn't get done in the Oregon game. I'm not saying Penn State's the same test for Ohio State's defense, because it's not. They attack you differently, but win the rushing battle and defensive stops. Yeah.
I think Penn State has a very manageable schedule the rest of the regular season and can take... Like, they have to, again, the conversation in the 12-team playoff is results versus performance. The results do not kill Penn State here.
Mm-hmm.
Their performance, you make a good point about the goal line stand at the end, but they have to take that, and they have to have hard conversations about the next time they get there against a really good team, what are they going to do? And you would have hoped they would have learned that lesson and been a little more creative for this game, but they weren't, and they made a couple plays early, but I do think I think the number one story of the game is the Ohio State offensive line.
I think the number one story is Ohio State's offensive line by a significant margin, but defense showed up. Defense played really well. Just took away they couldn't do anything. Penn State couldn't do anything. 270 yards, 150 passing, 120 rushing, 3.8 yards per carry. 5.1 yards per play is not bad, but it didn't feel that way for much of the game. And the biggest one, they didn't score an offensive touchdown. So
nobody was particularly explosive here, right? So I do think one of the things that happens in games like this is that as much as winning the rushing battle wins, Ohio State is often more explosive than Penn State in situations like this. But that was not the story of this game.
Longest play of this game was 33 yards on that run from Tyler Warren there on that last drive. Ohio State's longest play was 25 yards.
And my lovely wife is here to serve us.
This is for Bill. That's his tea.
Yeah.
Our lunch that we didn't eat. Thank you.
I asked Kane
They're
for
both
ketchup, and they gave us 2.
Okay.
And that's
Nice.
the 3rd packet of ketchup in the house. And
Thank
I
you.
read it in your building.
Thank you. So here's our plan here on our Kings of the North watch along. We have been watching this Penn State Ohio State game with you. We have been checking in a little bit. Actually, we'll check in a little bit more. This Duke Miami thing's not going to happen, so I can get off this game.
Sorry.
What we are planning to do next is to do this same thing with Oregon, Michigan. Now, if that game gets out of hand, then we will be very aware of the other Northern games that are happening in the second window, which include Texas Tech at Iowa State, UCLA at Nebraska, Indiana at Michigan State, Kansas State at Houston. So we are talking about that there are 3 other games involving real Northern playoff contenders with Iowa State, Indiana, and Kansas State. And all those really, really matter. And I'm interested in Nebraska, UCLA, but we are acknowledging that Michigan and Oregon, defending national champ versus number 1. Will Oregon suffer any of this travel letdown that we've talked about? That will be our focus. If we get a very clear answer, Bill, that no, Michigan can't hang, Oregon is dominating, we might get to some Iowa State and some Indiana pretty quickly there, but we're certainly going to focus on Oregon, Michigan off the top.
Yeah, I still want to see the Michigan defensive line in this game, and maybe that's where it can make things a little interesting, or maybe it'll just get out of hand early, and we'll switch to something else.
Thank you.
Oh, no,
it's just hard. We can't move. We barely had time to go to the bathroom, so we really appreciate my wife. And I don't know what's happening, but Syracuse just scored in the final 30 seconds and is trying an extra point to tie with 29 seconds left. And my gosh, Virginia Tech almost blocked it. Let's go. But we have a tie in Virginia Tech Syracuse at 31 with 29 seconds left. And let us rewind. So this was a situation where Syracuse would not be denied and managed to get in at the goal line against Virginia Tech. And how did they do so?
Can we get a CBS on the main screen?
CBS on the main screen. So Syracuse from the 1 got in with LaQuint Allen going over the top.
Second touchdown of the game.
For the tying touchdown. We'll have to try to double check what Syracuse did on that drive, but that is some go time from Q's. I mean, this is one of those. I just am so happy for Syracuse fans for what is happening there, for Fran Brown, for Kyle McCord, that it is really almost a perfect situation, Bill. Don't you think, of what has come together there?
Ooh. Is that a game-winning play for Northwestern? An OT, 26-20.
Northwestern, 26-20 over Purdue in overtime. All right, you got that one right. I got that one wrong. That was one of the picks that we disagreed on.
I got my insinuation that Ryan Walters might get fired wrong. I think 26-20, he lives to see another day, although they play Ohio State next week, right?
Oh, yeah. That could get a little rough.
Yeah.
But I don't think people get fired for losing to Ohio State.
No.
What do you think where is James Franklin now as a coach?
Where he's been? The opinions don't change about him off of this. I think I agree with you that Penn State has a good roster and is a good team. Questions remain about James Franklin's ability to win the games he has to win for Penn State to be something more than that.
And is it one of those, is it almost worse for Penn State that they are close? I always pick close. Why fans or anybody would say I'd rather get blown out, I never quite understand. But that Penn State has been close, had consecutive 1-point losses in this series, got stopped on a goal line stand that would have tied the game in this one. Does that bring up more coaching questions? Because the closeness of the results would tell you that the talent is there to maybe get over the top.
I'm asking, if I'm in the Penn State press conference, I'm asking who was calling the plays on that last drive. Because it felt like James Franklin was.
How can we live in that world where he makes a big deal about we focused on explosive plays, we wanted to bring in an offensive coordinator that could do it, and then when it's winning time against your most heated rival, you take it away? That can't be. That can't be. Are you saying that because of the style of plays that were called, or because you thought you got James Franklin glancing at a sheet, or what?
No, I didn't see that. It was just there wasn't much in the way of creativity to it. I know they were doing the stuff with the motion with Vengo Iwane, but
it didn't fool anybody.
There are when you're, and it's not the same thing. I'm not saying that, but like you have, and I'm not saying they had to run trick plays either, but I don't know if trying to run it into the teeth of Ohio State's defense, given how well Ohio State's defense played for that entire game and how well, in particular, it stopped the run. I don't know. That's where I'm going. I think you got to involve Tyler Warren there.
How much belief should Ohio State have in its defense? Should Ohio State fans have in its defense after this performance, where they did not give up an offensive touchdown, where they had a goal line stand, where they intercepted a pass in the end zone to prevent a score, and did not let Penn State get loose?
I think you should have more belief. I'm sure there'll be a lot of, well, this always happens against Penn State stuff. And like, it's hard for me even to get that out of my head, but I thought they definitely changed some things up after the Oregon loss. Stuff that showed up last week, stuff that showed up this week to get more pressure, to be a little more creative. And even like, there was some criticism, I think fairly so, of the ability to stop the run, and then it shut down the run against Penn State. So,
and that's a good rushing attack.
It's a very good rushing attack. Yeah, it's
two real backs, good offensive line.
Yeah. No, I mean, I was not convinced by the fourth down stops it got against Nebraska last week, and maybe probably not as convinced as I should have been. This certainly means more to me to do it here, because it wasn't just it was stop on a wall game. The offense didn't score a touchdown. So I'm 2 field goals. Is that what it was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's an excellent performance from Ohio State's defense.
Syracuse, by the way they tied this game, Syracuse took the field down 31-24 with 5:16 left at the 25-yard line and marched down the field and scored the tying touchdown in the final 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So just like a efficient move down the field drive for Syracuse there. So we got a final score. We have another final score with Northwestern beating Purdue. And what was the result of Illinois, Minnesota?
I actually don't know. Let me see.
Ole Miss 63. Can I not have that on my computer either? I don't want to see that score. Minnesota 25, Illinois 17. So the reason that matters, I'm not shocked by that. That was Minnesota as a 3-point road favorite in that game. But this takes Illinois out of the lurker spot in the playoff race.
Yeah.
That when I had done 22 Power 4 teams and 7 Group of 5 teams still in the playoff race, which I did on Tuesday on the show, I included Illinois because I thought a 10-2 Illinois, if stuff gets wild, with losing only to Oregon and Penn State on the road, that's a lurker spot. And they're not like, there's not a ton of lurkers. Everybody else is like kind of either in or out. They're out. So Minnesota, not that Illinois is coming into this season with playoff expectations or anything, but Minnesota just ended any discussion there.
Minnesota continues to play good ball too, right? And I had not been thinking about it in these terms prior to last week, but now Penn State having to go there in a couple of weeks feels a little
I'll tell you what, like this,
tricky.
It is disappointing to me that Minnesota didn't get it together a little bit earlier. They're 6-3. Max Brosmer, I think, has figured it out with this offense. And Greg Harbaugh, credit to him for calling this. As Minnesota moves to more of a team that's going to rely on the passing game, 22 of 37 for 213 and a touchdown.
Great touchdown run from LaQuinn Allen.
In overtime?
Yep.
Darius Taylor, 22 for 131 in a score for Minnesota, your guy. Daniel Jackson, 5 catches, 74. Elijah Spencer, 6 catches, 67. Darius Taylor out of the backfield, 9 catches, 58. So this is I mean, nobody else touched the ball for them. This is getting the ball to your best players.
Yeah.
This is a Daniel Jackson, Elijah Spencer, Darius Taylor game, and they win 25-17. Pat Bryant, good he played in that game, 5 for 72 for Illinois. Zachary Franklin, 5 for 71. Minnesota should have beaten North Carolina in the opener, and they should have had a chance to beat Michigan, but they got screwed on the onside kick call. That was wrong. Otherwise, they could be a lurker. They're good. Like, Minnesota's good, I think. And that's to your point of, okay, it's good. Well, it's good for Minnesota fans, but like it has a chance to matter because they do get Penn State in Minneapolis. That could matter.
Yeah, they don't get Oregon, right? So the only team they get in the race is still Penn State. But yeah, that in Minneapolis late in the year, you never know what the weather's going to be like. It could be a spot for Penn State.
Yeah. So Syracuse has scored its touchdown in overtime. What about this, Bill? Do you think people want to watch us eat?
Probably not. No.
Okay. We do need to consume nourishment.
Mm-hmm.
What if we take like a 7 to 10 minute break there? We'll come back. We'll be ready for the start of Michigan, Oregon, and all the games in the second window. And we will continue to break down what we thought of Ohio State, Penn State, because I still think there are things to talk about. And as we maybe get information about what's being said after the game, we can work some of that in as well.
Yeah.
But if you guys, we are so grateful for everybody who's been hanging out today. We want to be a place that we can celebrate and enjoy Northern college football together. Before we go to the break, that's a good game for Northern football or no?
Yeah, I think so. Because I don't know. I guess you could spin it from the perspective of people maybe were hoping that Penn State was something more than it's been. and that question is still very much out there. But I think you wanted to see Ohio State show up and answer some questions, and I thought that Ohio State did. Right? You want
that was good Ohio State.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought so.
I thought
like it wasn't like super explosive, but I don't know if you can ask for a bunch of that and a game where you're dealing with what they were dealing with on the offensive line, especially in pure passing situations. Like they won the game by running the clock out in a really impressive physical manner and getting defensive stops. I'm not really sure what else you could ask for from Ohio State.
And so there's a lot of me after a game like that thinks that's good Ohio State. That's huge for Ohio State.
Mm-hmm.
And then that was Penn State playing good Ohio State within one score. And so there's a lot of things maybe that you wish Penn State would have done more of if you're a Penn State fan, starting with the goal line stand. But the fact remains that I think that is a national championship version of Ohio State. And again, you may say, okay, but I thought the offensive line made such progress. I thought the defense made so many plays that mattered. And a lot of like what maybe didn't happen with Jeremiah Smith or other things, and that the run game wasn't super consistent all game. I'm going to give Penn State some degree of credit for that.
Well, they also almost happened too. Like they had the shot to Jeremiah where he stopped, and like that's if those plays hit, I think we're having a very an even more sort of emphatic conversation or effusive conversation about what we saw.
But there's what ifs on both sides, right? That the Will Howard fumble.
No, but
Jeremiah
I'm not talking about.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about the things you say to yourself. Well, we didn't see this from Ohio State. It was right there, and they just were like a little bit out of sync on a deep throw.
And even like some of the stuff from Penn State, it's like they didn't score an offensive touchdown. That's a great play by Davis and Igbenogson on a throw in the end zone right after Trey Wallace had made a great play. Like there was more there. I don't think it's huge failings that both sides didn't cash those things, but you can also, I think it's a good game. I think some of the Southern games have not been great. I don't think Alabama-Tennessee was a great played game.
And I think from the Ohio State standpoint, I think Ohio State's struggle in some of these games like this has been matching splash plays with splash plays. So Penn State gets the pick six, and Ohio State fumbles a touchdown. Like, Ohio State steals a touchdown back, right? And it's not. I'm not even talking explosive plays. It's just like really momentum changing plays that can flip a game like that quickly. It feels like Ohio State has gotten fewer of those than its opponents have gotten in all these big games. And maybe you can make the argument that Penn State got one more than Ohio State did today because it had the pick six in addition to the fumble out of the end zone. But to answer that with the Davis and Igbenogson interception, especially that Ohio State's defense did it, I think is huge for them.
Syracuse wins. They stopped Virginia Tech in overtime, and that will be a 30. Actually, I think they forced a fumble here. Ball's out. Syracuse recovers 38-31. Syracuse overtime win as a home underdog against Virginia Tech. That's a great answer for Syracuse after going to Pitt and having a disaster of a game.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I think there's a lot of reason for Syracuse fans at 6-2 to feel really good about where the Orange are right now.
Yep.
All right, we're going to eat. We will be back in about 10 on this same channel, focusing on Michigan, Oregon, still wrapping up Ohio State, Penn State, checking in on everything else that is happening in the North. We're so grateful for you guys to being here. We'll see you a little bit right here on Kings of the North. We are back on our KOTN watch along. Thanks for hanging in while Bill and I nourished our bodies.
Mm-hmm.
We do not have a food sponsor yet, but maybe we will someday. So we just ate what we wanted to eat, man, right?
We did. We saw Oregon get a touchdown that apparently it should not have had. So that's
Yeah.
good for Oregon.
But so to catch up everybody on what's going on in Northern football, if you're not keeping tabs on everything, Kansas State at Houston is in a weather delay at the moment. Iowa State had a blown coverage that led to an easy Texas Tech touchdown. They responded with a field goal. So it's 7-3 Texas Tech versus Iowa State. Indiana is down initially early, right, to Michigan State. Is that correct?
Yeah, 9-0.
It's 9-0 now? Wow. That could. Oh, did Nick Marsh do something? Nick Marsh? Looks like Nick Marsh, the freshman receiver for Nick Marsh's luck that he exists in a world with Ryan Williams and Jeremiah Smith. But that guy is a true freshman receiver who has absolutely been getting it done this year for Michigan State. And he's celebrating on the sideline. And by the way, UCLA is leading Nebraska 3-0. So a couple, I do think, again, in this window, Bill, when Ari and you and I did our playoff brackets on Wednesday on Kings of the North, it just could get really crowded if there aren't some upsets. And in trying to stare at some things this week, there weren't a lot of things other than kind of picking Duke over Miami that I was willing to go there.
See this catch by Nick Marsh.
They're
reviewing it.
Iowa State, Indiana, and Kansas State in this window are three huge playoff contenders that kind of need to keep winning.
Yeah, they can't, especially Indiana, right? Iowa State would still have a path to the Big 12 championship available to itself, but Indiana cannot take another loss if we are to assume, which maybe some people aren't, that Ohio State's going to beat them in a couple of weeks.
And we were on the edge. Ari, you and I all predicted Indiana to be 11-1 with a loss to Ohio State at the end of the regular season. For you and Ari, that made Indiana the 11 seed. And for me, I had them out. So fair or not, with the schedule Indiana has played, Indiana's not getting in at 10-2.
No, I mean, it would need utter chaos for that to happen. See if the touchdown stands. It does.
It is a reality for them. It's one of those things, and Ari was making this point in a smart way on Wednesday. Big wins matter more than bad losses. So if you're Indiana, if you're going to be 11-1, you'd rather be 11-1 with a loss to Michigan State and a win over Ohio State.
Yeah.
But you are now, if you're Indiana and you lose one of these games you don't expect, you are now in an environment where you must beat Ohio State to get in the playoff.
Yeah, which is not for as much as we like what
Balls out.
brutal fumble from Oregon.
And this is,
I was just thinking to myself that this game is going to be over if Oregon gets the ball back and scores. And that is exactly the kind of break that Michigan needs in this game.
So we have lauded the Oregon special teams because it does feel like they want to make plays on their special teams. And then this is the other side of that sometimes. That is not Tez Johnson, though, returning that punt for Oregon. But you're trying to make a play. You dodge the first guy. The second guy knocks it loose, and now Michigan's going to have it in short territory. This is the situation with the Michigan offense at this point, right? That this is, even with Davis Warren maybe being a better answer than what they were trying with Alex Orji or Jack Tuttle, you're still not going to win Michigan by marching up and down the field. You need your special teams and your defense to create short fields. So now you're down 7-0 to Oregon because Oregon marched on you early, but now you're taking over 1st and 10 at the 28. And then that doesn't really work.
I don't know. I don't know what Michigan's going to be able to do offensively in this game.
Yeah.
I think not a whole lot. It needs to score a touchdown here because I don't know how often it's going to be in scoring position.
So there's two things I think we want to talk about from the Michigan quarterback situation. One, I will just take an off-air conversation and bring it on air. Will Johnson, the great corner for Michigan, is not playing in this game. He's been injured. He was injured earlier and he came back, and then he's continuing to be injured. And it was this week, it was uncertain. Sharon Moore had said during the course of the week that he would expect that there will be a return for Will Johnson at some point this year. Felt like maybe that could be this week against Oregon. It's not. I do think sometimes there are some fans who can get on players This was an issue with Cam Rising in Utah for a little bit this year. I think some Utah fans turned against him. Of high-profile guys, especially in the NIL world, when you're getting some of that NIL money, if you're hurt, and then if fans feel like, are you doing everything you can do to get back? We don't know the health situation of Miami covered too. God, kill me. 53-31. We don't know the specific injury situation with Will Johnson. But to me, Bill, when you are Will Johnson and you are a first-round NFL draft pick and you have a national championship ring, and you look at your program that had an offseason to solve its quarterback situation and did not, I'm not saying that he's sitting out or anything, right? But I would understand a very talented player in that situation thinking, okay, I'm going to be maybe more careful because I've been doing everything I can do. And did you do everything you could do to find a quarterback that could make us competitive? I would understand if players were frustrated or maybe thought a little bit more about their own situations.
Especially if it's a player who's a projected top 10 NFL draft.
I mean, this is a failure by Michigan. We don't have to keep beating a dead horse on this, but this is a program failure to be in this situation because their defense is good enough. Will Johnson's good enough. Mason Graham and Josiah Stewart are good enough, and the offense isn't functional. And you're going to risk yourself. It's like, why? And for all the reasons that would be understandable, you could still say, like, it still is the program's responsibility to do everything it can do to give all its players its best chance to succeed. And Michigan didn't do that at quarterback.
No, I would argue Michigan didn't really do that anywhere on its roster where it was deficient, with the exception of adding Josh Preeb, the offensive lineman from Northwestern, who I think played pretty well for them. But it wasn't Michigan's approach to its offseason did not feel like, let's sustain this momentum. It was just sort of like, we got the job done. Let's coast on that for a little bit. So now that they're 5-3, and maybe Will Johnson is on the fence about whether or not he should try to play injured, I certainly understand why he wouldn't want to do that for a team that doesn't have its playoff hopes alive.
Yeah. But especially, and again, like there's a brotherhood and you're all whatever, but especially when it's like there's such an abject failing of the people in charge. I put my faith in you, and this is what you created, this situation. So with where Michigan is with the quarterback situation now, it is really, it's kind of interesting how similar the Iowa and Michigan seasons are, where the programs are right now. And that part of Iowa's issue is that they have a former Michigan quarterback that probably isn't good enough. But when in doubt, go to a quarterback who can move. Michigan just put in Alex Orji in the red zone and called a run. Now he's out of the game, and they're back to Davis Warren. I think there should be more opportunities for these Alex Orji packages, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's looked pretty good. It looked good last week. It's looked pretty good so far today. That's a really incredible catch by Tyler Morris on a ball thrown behind him in the end zone. Again, on another sprint out where you're cutting the field in half.
Back against his body. He got that too.
He caught it. Evan Stewart did not, but they both count.
Are we, how similar is any Colston Loveland conversation to a Tyler Warren conversation when it comes to finding ways to get the ball in this guy's hands? And again, it's not that you're going to line up Colston Loveland at center or quarterback, but how much of a priority should it be for Michigan to make sure they feed him?
It should be as much of a priority for Michigan as it is for Penn State. They're not the same player. I actually don't know Colston Loveland's athletic background and playing high school ball in Idaho. Maybe he did play quarterback, because I can't imagine there were a lot of kids like him running around in Idaho. But you can do a lot with Tyler Warren positionally that opens up opportunities for you. But at the end of the day, the thought process is just get the ball in this guy's hands as often as possible. And I think Michigan's offense is in a very similar place. Even last week against Michigan State, didn't run the ball very well. The Alex Orji run game looked pretty good, with the running backs didn't run it well. Whatever Michigan was able to muster offensively came on a lot of targeting Colston Loveland and screens and tight end delays and that kind of stuff. So he has to be the guy who, Sherrone Moore, Kirk Campbell, whoever it is making that decision, like, you need to look down at your sheet and make sure that guy is touching the ball, or at least you're trying to get him the ball. I would say 10 to 12 times a game.
You want me to double check that's just like, hey, Michigan, make sure you target Colston Loveland enough. Coming into this game, Colston Loveland has 60 targets and he missed a game. Guess how many targets the number 2 Michigan option has if Colston Loveland has 60?
27.
28. So he has more than double any other guy. This is for Colston Loveland so far this year. Again, he did miss one game. 8 catches on 9 targets, 8 catches on 11 targets, 3 catches on 4 against Arkansas State, 4 catches on 6, 6 catches on 11 targets, 7 catches on 11 targets, 6 catches on 8 targets. This is actually something that Michigan has done pretty well. It's probably the best thing they've done on offense this year. He had 62 targets last year, all year, in 15 games, and he has 60 in 7 games this year. So they know what they have, and they're trying to feed him. So we are now with that great diving catch, Tyler Morris, it was, right? Is that what you
Tyler
said?
Morris, yep.
Can Michigan hang? I've been on various degrees of on alert for Oregon. I, before the season, did not pick Oregon to make the Big Ten title game, even though I did pick them to beat Ohio State, because I thought there would be some speed bumps for them on these trips to the Midwest. Where we are now, Michigan and Wisconsin are not as good as I thought they might be to be those teams that could trip up Oregon. But I have believed that the travel and the distance does matter. The fact that Oregon marched right down the field and scored a touchdown at its first possession would maybe say otherwise.
Yeah.
But did you have any belief that Michigan could do something here? The guy did not fumble the punt because he had to cross time zones, right? That's just ball.
I mean, a lot of the confidence, and there wasn't much of it to begin with, that I had in Michigan making this a game, included believing that Will Johnson was going to play. And then that first drive of the game for Oregon did not inspire a whole lot of confidence in Michigan's ability to cover Oregon. So can Michigan hang? If it can make splash plays like it just made on special teams and maybe another 1 or 2 on defense, yes. But if Oregon goes right down the field here and scores again with ease, I don't think I'd say that Michigan can hang.
Yeah. Can we talk about Iowa State a little bit? You okay with that?
Down 10-3.
Down 10-3, moving the ball again. And again, talking about targeting guys, having 2 elite receivers in Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins, that they do a pretty good job of getting the ball to. There's someone I follow on Twitter that the handle name is the Jack Trice Mafia.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Trice is a great legendary player, African-American player in Iowa State history that the stadium is named after. And this person, I would actually maybe potentially like to invite this Iowa State person on the show with us at some point. But they were saying that they feel like they are on edge, I think, about Iowa State's playoff chances already. And Iowa State, when we were running through it again, feels like that Farmageddon is a huge game. 11-1 Iowa State that is not in the Big 12 title game is potentially not in a great spot. But they were making the case that a lot of these other teams out here are going to have people advocating for them. That whether it's the Big Ten Network and NBC and CBS and Fox advocating for the Big Ten teams, certainly ESPN is doing that for the SEC teams. And they were wondering, like, who will advocate for Iowa State to maybe, and I don't know that it matters. If you somehow can make points in a national media environment that somehow a committee member sees, maybe you can bring something up that somebody goes, that's a good point. I don't know. Can we advocate for Iowa State?
I will if they deserve it. Yeah, sure.
So do you think an 11-1 Iowa State that's not in the Big 12 title game deserves to be advocated for?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
No, that's an Iowa State team that's best win is against Iowa in September.
Yeah.
With presuming would lose to Kansas State, right? Like, no, that would put them in the danger territory that you were worried about with Indiana when we did our playoff picks earlier in the week. So, I mean, that's just the nature of what it is, right? The schedule has not been particularly daunting. And then when it's not that way, you better be on your game and winning games convincingly. And Iowa State has not done that either. This is not the first time that Iowa State has trailed in the first half like this against a team it should be beating. So I don't know that Iowa State has passed the eye test enough that it necessarily would get the benefit of the doubt if it's 11-1.
There's a lot about Iowa State that I like from the way the team's put together standpoint.
Yeah.
And I do think, I don't know, you can't do it. You can't give underdogs more benefit of the doubt, I guess, especially when you're in that committee room.
Nice try from Indiana.
But sometimes I think where Indiana and Iowa State are, for instance, like what they've put together, where they are, part of me does want to advocate more for them than some team with a much higher recruiting rating that is maybe playing down to a similar record as opposed to Indiana and Iowa State playing up to that record. But I guess you can't do it.
I mean, you can't. Yeah, I would agree with you if I thought that Iowa State was necessarily doing that. I just don't. I don't know that I would agree that it is.
It's like, what is Iowa State supposed to be? Michigan's getting after a little bit, brother. There are times when you look up and you just see 6 Michigan defensive players chasing a guy.
That's Mike Martindale. He pressed the blitz button.
How much would you press the blitz button if you were defensive coordinator?
I would just tape it down. So it's always we're blitzing all the time.
Especially in college, like just recognize.
I actually probably wouldn't do that because college defensive backs are prone to tripping over their own feet. So it's a matter of, do you want to put your guys in single coverage all the time?
And I do think it's one of those where some of these quarterbacks, right? Is Dylan Gabriel even a college quarterback? Would you in terms of let's blitz him and make him think and make quick decisions? And Dylan Gabriel's like, I've done this. This is nothing new. That's a good call.
Draw play. Yeah.
I thought going into the Ohio State-Oregon game, I thought maybe Ohio State was going to have a matchup edge when it comes to the coordinators. But I think Will Stein and Tosh Lupoi have been good this year.
I don't know enough about the dynamics of the Oregon defense to know who I should be giving credit between Tosh Lupoi and Dan Lanning. But Will Stein's kind of been on it, yeah. They've been pretty solid offensively for 5 weeks now.
Yeah. And just enough of they always seem to do what they need to do, and then they dial it back in the second half. I'm going to be super interested. Autzen, it turns out, is a great home environment, right? That's not a surprise to anybody. But Oregon has just not been tested like this on the road. And I do think, regardless of what Michigan may not be on offense, I will count this as a good win for Oregon to come in and do this in the big house against that defense, almost no matter how they get it done. Because I do think it's enough of a challenge, and it's so far and above beyond what they had to do on the Friday night at Purdue a couple of weeks ago. This is really, I really do think, so Oregon's first introduction to the Big Ten is here comes Ohio State into your house in prime time, and you win a 1-point game. That's obviously it. But to get out on the road into one of these gigantic Midwestern stadiums is a second component of this that they have to go through.
Sure.
And they've never dealt with it before.
No, they have not. And I think to that extent, you would give them credit. We'll have to see how the game plays out, right? Like Michigan has been incredibly vulnerable in the secondary this year, and now it's playing without Will Johnson. So if Oregon throws all over them, some part of me will feel like, yeah, you should have done that, right? So
yeah,
we'll see how, if they got to rely on something other than that, or if Michigan's defense shows itself to be a little better in the secondary today than I have been anticipating it being, then maybe that'll tell me a little more about Oregon. I think there's something too going on the road and winning at a place like Michigan. You're also, what were they, a 2-touchdown favorite in the game, right? So I don't want to give them. I don't want to be too effusive in my praise of Oregon winning a game everyone expected them to win. It
is hard to. I will be, if Oregon moves the ball efficiently the whole game. Again, this is still a very good, even with the secondary issues, I think still a very good Michigan defense. So if Oregon's offense, is Oregon at its best the best team in the country right now in your mind?
I think you'd have to say so, yeah, because they played Ohio State and they beat them.
But I don't think I have trepidation about that. Are you? So here, by the way, there are some places that do power rankings. Power rankings and thinking about college football that way is just a way to ignore results and justify yourself and think that you are smarter than what the game says. And then in the end, the games always matter because we are still not in the world, just as we may not be. UCLA is up 10-0 on Nebraska. I want to talk about UCLA in a second. We are not straight.
That's bad for Nebraska.
Undefeated teams are ranked higher. 1-loss teams. We're not putting 7-5 teams in the playoff because they look good or they played a tough schedule. The record still matters. So it bothers me when people are so eager to ignore results and think that I know better. And a Vegas line means nothing to me in evaluating games, because guess what? Vegas lines are wrong all the time.
Yeah.
So to act like Vegas lines are smarter than results is crazy to me. But even if you want to do power rankings, I still think what Oregon does at its best, I still think they're the best team in the country. Even like, I don't think I'm saying that only because they beat Ohio State by a point. I think their collection of things that they do at their best are maybe the best and most efficient. They might have the best combination of efficiency and explosiveness on both sides of it.
Yeah, that's probably true. I don't know what you would point to with Oregon and say like that's not up the championship standard.
Yes.
Maybe it's the secondary in a matchup with really good receivers. But even the secondary I still think is pretty good.
Nice to see Terrence Ferguson back after an appendectomy, missed 2 games. Even that, right? I think they're very well coached. I think they win a lot of the calls. I do think they're schemed up well on both sides, and then they have enough playmakers they can win the play when they lose the call.
Yeah.
And so you just saw that on a Dylan Gabriel scramble, little flip to Terrence Ferguson, up tempo, let's go, slam it in the end zone. And this is one of those, again, I know Penn State wasn't at the 1, but when teams are so successful getting in on short yardage, and then you think about a team that like couldn't get in with 4 tries inside the 3 or whatever it was, it blows your mind.
Yeah. Nick or Aiden Childs just threw a pick.
So this will be, I think this is a huge game for a test for Indiana. We can shift away from Iowa State a little bit.
For the first time all year.
Oh, yeah. Even with their backup quarterback last week against Washington did not trail.
Correct.
So I thought they did not trail in the Maryland game, even though that Maryland game was crazy.
You want to talk? Kurt Signetti just accidentally shoved one of his players and then like went back to apologize for
Really?
it. Yeah.
That's how we do it in the North.
Look.
When you shove somebody, you apologize.
Look.
You don't wait 2 days and in the post-game press conference say, I don't even know. I didn't know what I did. God. They're not going to let him get away, right? They're not going to let Kurt Signetti get away. So he bumped into, it was not like a two-handed Kirby Smart. We have to differentiate. What kind of shove?
Yeah,
is it a Kirby shove?
He bumped into him and gave him like a little one of these because like the thing you do when someone bumps into you and you don't want him to, you just kind of push him aside.
But it wasn't this. It wasn't a beeline to a person.
No.
You're in my way, two-handed shove.
Yeah.
That's doing it. That's doing it Southern style. That's SEC style when you do it like that. That's not how Kurt Signetti did it. Indiana as a machine? Is that fair? Is that did you agree with that characterization?
No, I would stop short of calling Indiana a machine. I think they're very good.
Well, then you can leave. What do you?
Machine is high praise.
Do you think? I mean, they're so efficient.
They are.
Don't you really want to see them against a good team? I am now very eagerly anticipating Indiana, Ohio State, because my inclination right now is that Indiana State can hang with Ohio State. Not Indiana. That Indiana can hang with Ohio State.
What's that line, I think? 17? 14 and a half?
I mean, in Ohio Stadium, I would, 14 and a half, I guess I'd say. That seem right?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a 3-touchdown spread. And I think at the moment I would take Indiana, especially like Ohio State to play a low-scoring game like that against Penn State. Was it kind of a low-possession game too, wasn't it?
There was only 5 in the first half, so I'm going to say maybe they finished with 9 or 10.
They're not like March. So Ohio State 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ohio State running out the clock at the end was their 9th drive.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for Penn State. So like a low possession, efficient. I do think Indiana is going to be able to move the ball in Ohio State. Now they've got to cash in, but I do think a veteran quarterback, multiple backs, good offensive line, Elijah Surratt, Amari Cooper, right? Like multiple guys at receiver. I think they'll move it. And I do think Ohio State will move it on Indiana too.
That's the thing for me is like I don't know how good Indiana's defense actually is.
Yeah.
I think teams with good receivers will be able to throw the ball on them. And I thought that last week going into the Washington game, and then Washington didn't do that. I don't think Will Rogers played his best game either. Aiden Childs had a nice touchdown pass in this game, and then he also just threw a pick. So I think that's a question that will remain unanswered, I suppose, until Indiana does play Ohio State. But no, they're I'm not saying they're bad on the other side of the ball. They're really good on both sides of the ball. I still find myself questioning a little bit the defense in a matchup with an elite offense, because they have not seen an elite offense yet. The best offense, playmaker wise, that they've seen is Washington, and they did a really nice job there. But I need to see a little more than that. And even this game against Michigan State, like Michigan State's got great receivers.
Yeah.
So this and Nate Carter's a good running back. So this is another test for that defense.
Do you think? I do think there's some eye test stuff that's coming into play here with all these Northern teams with very good records that are surprising good records at this point, right? Which I think when we're having that conversation is really Iowa State, Pitt, BYU, Indiana, right?
Mhm.
That's who we're talking about.
Yeah.
They do need to do some eye test stuff, I think, especially as the committee starts getting together. Because as you guys know, the first college football playoff rankings are going to come out on Tuesday night because they decided to do it on election night because that's how college football rolls. They think that college football comes first and the rest of humanity comes second. So New Year's Eve, Christmas Day, watch out Santa Claus, watch out presidential candidates. We don't care. We're college football and we're doing our thing.
Wow, what a great play.
Once they get in the room, everything is theoretical right now, right? All these people on the committee, they're just sitting in their house. And I do think that one of the best things about the committee is getting people together. You create a college football jury as opposed to, and the thing that happens in a jury is that smart people making good points can change your mind. So once they get in that room and start talking to each other like that, there might be people who have very strong opinions about how good Indiana or Iowa State or BYU or Pitt are, or there might be people who have very strong opinions about how good Ole Miss is. And they're going to be able to change some minds in there. So I do think, especially now that it's conversation time for the committee, you got to look good.
Yeah.
Like this is an eye test weekend. And it doesn't mean that you have to dominate, but I think you could even say something like, hey, I haven't been that impressed with Indiana because their schedule's been so easy, but they went on the road to Michigan State. I'll tell you that Jonathan Smith, he's a great coach, and they got down early and they came right back. You can eye test, like you can legitimize yourself. That's going to matter in the discussion.
Yeah, you can. I mean, they'll say body of work, whatever, but I think human nature is to be a little bit prisoner of the moment. So if you look something different from how you've looked all year in the weekend before they release those first rankings, then I do think that will have an adverse effect on you.
Yeah.
Which is why like Indiana's down now 10-7. It had an opportunity to drive to tie or regain the lead, and it didn't do it. It got stopped. Really nice play on third down by Michigan State secondary.
And I do like Iowa State just left the guy open by 7 yards on early against Texas Tech and gave up a blown coverage touchdown, which is just like, okay. I mean, you would look at that and say, like, what are they doing?
Yeah, it's a little. So Iowa State, I was worried about Texas Tech running the ball in Iowa State in this game. And right now, Texas Tech has 23 rushing yards and 107 passing yards.
So Baron Morton, healthy, playing for Texas Tech.
10 of 11 for 107 and a touchdown.
Yeah. So, I mean, it is a lot of the stuff. Whenever
Taj Brooks is averaging 8 yards per carry, but
okay,
he only has 4 carries so far.
When you're playing a close game, it's in the eye of the beholder. You know, like is that a good close win, or is that why were you that close to begin with? Texas Tech is a little more competitive than like Oklahoma State just stinks.
Mm-hmm.
So some of these teams that Iowa State's been close with is, I think Texas Tech, you might get a little more credit for that.
Mm.
So back to this Michigan-Oregon game. I mean, this is if Michigan can drive here a little bit, not on a short field. If Michigan drives for a touchdown, it's a game. Then it's on, right? It's officially on?
I would say so. Yeah. I just don't know. Like, what's your Michigan? What do you got on 2nd and 6?
Halfback pass by Donovan Edwards.
Hope that, you just run it and hope you get 5 so you can convert 3rd and 1.
I think that's fair. So the TV broadcast is just showing that's just penetration.
So now you're 3rd.
Is that Bechter?
Bryce Betcher is there.
Becher?
Yeah.
That's can we run that back? What was that?
I don't have it up on my screen. I have the Peacock game on. I'll show the replay.
Peacock. I mean, how did Betcher penetrate?
Nobody
like
blocked him.
That's not a good idea.
3rd and 7. Don't love it for Michigan.
Just a run blitz unblocked. Yeah. Bad job by the Michigan offensive line. You got to throw here, right?
Yeah, of course. Screen maybe.
5 wide. 4 wide. That is not it. That is not it. So you just can't allow yourself to get in those situations.
I mean, Michigan they're a service academy. They're the ultimate game state team. They have to be third and makeable, or they're punting. Like they're not.
But the service academies have been so efficient throwing the ball. I guess your point is the service academies this year, Army and Navy, have been so good. And Army did win, by the way, today. Did not hit one of my best bets from the north. Bet to the north of covering a big number, but their backup quarterback played. They won 20-3.
Almost covers. 21.5, it was, right?
Yeah. So I don't think they give you partial money for almost covering, though.
You should get your bet back, though, if the quarterback doesn't play. If that's announced as a game day decision when it wasn't out there beforehand, what's the guy supposed to do?
I'll suggest that to the books. See what they think.
Yeah.
So now it feels like now we're headed towards something with Oregon, Michigan that is about what we expected, maybe. If they're just not going to be able to do anything. Like that is
Yeah, I mean, Michigan hasn't stopped Oregon yet. Michigan scored on a short field after a block punt. The script had to be Michigan's defense puts up a fight, and it's not really done that to this point.
But like that's just such a bad sequence for Michigan to be in a second down situation where you just allow a tackle for a loss like that, because you let a linebacker come up through the middle unblocked. I mean, it is the margins are so thin. Michigan gets 5 yards on first down. It's like, okay, well, they're not going to try to throw here. They're going to run the ball again, try to set up a 3rd and short, and you just let a linebacker come in, and you get tackled for a loss of 2, and now you're in 3rd and long anyway.
Yeah.
Like when the margins are this thin, a 2-yard loss on second down is like a sack, is like a penalty, because you're creating something that's unsustainable when your offense can't do this.
They're having a hard time blocking Oregon on pass plays too, it seems like.
But this is one of those, again, this is like a next level step for that Oregon defensive line, right? That we saw that when Teo Uyunglele and the way he played against Ohio State a couple weeks ago. We know Derek Harmon, I think, is playing as well as any defensive tackle in the country. I think he's been doing that.
Jordan Birch isn't playing today.
The entire year.
We don't have the sound on.
We'll check that.
He is playing.
That's like a next level step for Oregon, though, is it not? Of the way
he's up there,
the way their defensive line is getting after it. I think they're the best team. You seem a little reluctant on Oregon's the best team. Why? What's holding?
I'm
you
not
back?
reluctant on Oregon being the best team. I just don't know that Oregon's defensive line playing well is like new. I think they've been playing well for weeks.
Yeah,
they played really well against Ohio State without Jordan Birch, and now they have Jordan Birch back. Why wouldn't I think they were good? I don't think this Michigan offensive line is anything special, but when a good defensive line plays an offensive line that isn't anything special, they should take over the game. And Oregon seems to be doing that.
What is Oregon's weakness at this point, do you think?
I think it's still secondary.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
I do think Jabbar Muhammad's great, though.
I think Jabbar Muhammad's really good. But
it's the rest of it.
I think it's the rest of it. Yeah, Ohio State threw the ball on them. How many teams are equipped to actually do that? Not many.
Yeah.
The 2 teams that are best equipped to throw the ball on people are Ohio State and Oregon. So maybe that's not something you worry about a whole lot if you're Oregon, unless you see Ohio State again.
And that, I think,
or if you see like Alabama or something like that.
I even think that's one of those things that should be a little reassuring for Penn State on a day like today, that Ohio State did not throw the ball all over them.
Mm-hmm.
Because you start looking ahead to playoff things, I do think, right, I don't even know that that's in dispute. In the country, the 2 most dangerous passing offenses are Oregon and Ohio State. When you think about veteran quarterback and a variety of skill guys.
Yeah. I'm trying to think.
Georgia's not.
I mean, Miami throws the ball really well.
I guess, do we have to have a Garrett Nussmeier conversation? Probably not.
I won't make you have one, even though maybe you should.
Thank you.
Yeah. I would put Miami up there. Like a good Cam Ward that's a really dangerous passing offense.
Yeah. What did that end up today? Once that game was close. So it ends up 53-31, that Miami-Duke game that we had our eyes on early when Duke was giving them at least, I mean, Duke was leading. So they were getting after him. But
Duke got up 2 scores in the third quarter.
Cam Ward's going
and then I don't know that they scored again.
Cam Ward, 25 of 51 for 400 yards, 5 touchdowns.
It's like he's going to New York because his team plays like crap, and then he has to be Superman at the end.
Yeah. So this is that's good Michigan defense.
Yeah, that's good. Now you hope to steal back some field position.
Malik Murphy, the Texas transfer who has played some games last year when Quinn Ewers was hurt, transferred to Duke. 25 of 41, 325, 3 touchdowns, but also 3 picks. And then
is it Graham?
Xavier Restrepo, 8 catches, 146 for Miami, and then 2-headed running back. Damian Martinez, the Oregon State transfer, Mark Fletcher. They were a combined 23 for 131 running the ball.
They have an excellent offensive line too.
I mean, those are 5 stars.
That might actually be the best offense in the country. If you can get Cam Ward not giving the ball to the other team, that is the best offense in the country.
526 yards for Miami, 405 for Duke. It's hard. The ACC, I'm okay at the ACC. Well, I'd be worried about what would happen to Syracuse, Pitt, and Boston College. But I don't even know what the ACC is supposed to be anymore.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know who has the best defense in the ACC. It's not Clemson.
Pitt. When Pitt's playing like this.
Pitt's rocking and rolling. Yeah, maybe.
Nebraska scored. So Nebraska's cut that to 10-7.
Honestly, Duke might have the best. And Duke just got 51 points put on them. 10-6. Iowa State down.
10-6 Iowa State down, so they marched and scored at least. So Nebraska has come back against UCLA. What did they do to get back in this game? Again, I just thought Nebraska was maybe going to roll. You thought maybe more of a Nebraska letdown off a physical Ohio State game? I thought the Matt Rule speech was going to propel them.
I didn't think Nebraska was going to roll, but I thought Nebraska would win because of the Matt Rule speech last week. Yeah. UCLA, as we said, is playing much better football than it was earlier in the year.
So, yeah, that's the UCLA conversation I want to have, that UCLA has handled the travel the best of any of the new Big Ten West Coast teams.
Yeah.
Washington and USC are both 0-3 on those trips so far. Oregon's 1-0, but it was to Purdue, and now this is the next one. And UCLA is 1-1. They played really well at Penn State, and they beat Rutgers.
Is that because they play in a half-empty stadium all the time, so they're just used to it? They're used to having to bring their own juice.
Bring your own juice. I really do think that's a thing. I actually do think that, and I think I've seen at times over the years when like really high-level blue bloods who are used to playing in front of home crowds that are huge go on the road.
Purdue.
I think that's
Purdue.
I think that is a major contributing factor to Purdue's unusual success against Ohio State, is that there's not as much juice there. And then if Ohio State has to bring its own juice to West Lafayette, they don't. But UCLA is used to bringing its own juice. So UCLA is outgaining Nebraska 149 yards to 62. But at least Nebraska got a march and punched it in on the ground.
10-7?
10-7 with 9 minutes left in the second quarter. So
UCLA has Nebraska, Iowa, Washington, USC, and Fresno left. So they don't play anybody who's in the Big Ten race. In a way that you might think could be interesting.
2-5 UCLA.
I think Indiana just regained the lead. Did he step out of bounds?
Touchdown pass for Indiana.
He's a run.
No. All right, so Michigan's got to do something, man. I can't get enough of Donovan Edwards throwing the ball for Michigan.
It was a reverse.
That hit. That's a good call.
Miles Price got the edge.
It's just a matter of did he get to the pylon or not?
I think he might have stepped out of bounds before he got there. Yeah.
So Michigan in plus territory. Screen. Boy, oh boy. I mean, you can just see. So that's a screen to Loveland. It's what we're talking about. They've targeted Colston Loveland all year. More than double the number of targets for anybody else on the team.
Great play recognition.
But when you know it's happening, there's just nothing.
There's nothing else out there to protect Colston Loveland.
And there's no hesitation.
Yeah.
Because an Oregon defense in this situation can be downhill on any run play or any short pass play. And they're just throwing at or behind the line of scrimmage most of the time.
Yep.
And there's nothing to put you back on your heels with a shot down the field. So that you complete, hey, they targeted Colston Level, and then you lose 3 yards. That's a tough reality. Not it.
He's just if he does not have his first read, Davis Warren's got nothing.
And that it's not. But it really was quite a hoodwinking, I think. Sort of like the Alex Orji assumptions that were made. And I think I
don't know if there were assumptions that were made. Well, maybe in the building there were, but the Michigan media, I thought a little bit too, was pumping them up. And that's just word coming out of Schembechler Hall, I'd imagine. But I think Michigan fans, to a certain extent, were a little bit gaslighted about what was happening with Michigan's quarterback in the offseason.
So it's but whatever was happening, a false impression, because it felt like, I can't believe Michigan's doing this, and then there was an idea of oh, they got it. That Alex Orji guy's actually pretty good. And that either the Michigan staff or just whatever. I thought the national media was what else do you go on, right? They don't let you watch that much practice, and the coaching staff feels confident, and then here you are. And it was never functional.
In this game, 4th and 5 on the plus side of the field. I think you got to go for that.
But is Michigan not in a situation now?
I don't know. I guess you just
where
you just got off the field. I guess you believe you can do it again.
And you think you might have almost a better chance to score on defense?
Yeah, that too.
I wonder if they could have let that bounce down to the 1.
It's pretty good punt.
Catching at the 5.
Punt of the week has already been locked up. So
what's punt of the week that's locked up?
You didn't see what the Boise guy did last night?
No, tell me.
He rolled out to his left and then kicked the ball with his right foot, on a line drive, knuckleball, and it rolled 60-something yards. I think it was. I'd never seen it was an actual. People always oh, it's a rugby style kick because a guy rolled out. No, this guy actually was playing rugby. The way that he rolled out to his left and then kicked the ball with the out with his right foot with the outside of his foot. It was really, really funky.
And
he also did it well. And he did it because he got pressured. They were coming in to block it.
Oh,
and he sprinted out and kicked it that way with people bearing down on him. It looked like a quarterback who was going to get sacked if he didn't throw the ball away. And instead of throwing it away, he just booted it with the wrong foot.
Nice.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Oh, okay. So 10-7 UCLA still. The Kansas State-Houston game has started. Tishu and I, that is our $500 best bet.
Indiana just took the lead.
What's the score there?
Well, it's 14-10.
So that is a game where that initial touchdown was not a touchdown, but they got it at the 1, and now they just punched it in.
Yep.
So Tishu and I took Kansas State, Houston under 45.5 as our best bet, and then this game was in a weather delay for an hour. So Kansas State is now on the field, and its offense has the ball, and they are moving a little bit against just what is not a very good Houston team. So you and I both picked, I was a little bit surprised by it. You and I both picked Kansas State to win the Big 12 on our playoff projections on Wednesday, which includes beating Iowa State in the last game of the regular season to make the Big 12 title game and then beating BYU. Why do you think we both did that?
I don't know. I guess because the best version of K-State maybe feels like the most dangerous. I'm not sure. It's a lack of belief in BYU that probably is undeserved based on the way that BYU has played this year.
Yeah.
I don't know why, for whatever reason, I've been a little hesitant to totally embrace that idea. And every week BYU gives me a reason that I shouldn't feel that way. Yet I still do. So a part of it too was if BYU wins out and then Kansas State wins out and Kansas State beats them in the Big 12 championship, then they both might get in.
And they both get in. Yeah. Kansas State.
Maybe that was just wish casting.
Yeah, that could be that's almost like that's a good result for the Big 12 to have your undefeated team lose in the conference championship. Mm-hmm. The best result for the Big 12 is to have an undefeated conference championship game. I think if you ask Brett Yormark, what do you want? Secretly, it's just based on results so far. It's not favoring anybody, but it's okay, Iowa State and BYU are both undefeated. Get there undefeated. Give me a 12-0 title game where I feel like both have a great chance to get in.
Yeah, that'd be what he wanted. Yeah. And then this is the scenario that we cooked up was just a one-loss Kansas team getting the job done in Dallas, and then you have two 1-loss teams there at the end of the year.
But I think a lot of this for us, for K-State, is the Avery Johnson, like the continued ascension of what if by late November.
Yeah, it is. But that's another guy. Like, part of my hesitancy with BYU is like, maybe Jake Retzlaff's going to do something a little boneheaded. It's like Avery Johnson's just as capable.
Oh, I think he's more,
if not more, capable of doing something like that. So maybe we just continue to underestimate BYU, wrongfully so, and they'll show us why we shouldn't be doing that.
No, and I'm like, I'm willing. Like it's like you apologize in advance to be white.
Yeah,
just like, I know you're going to prove me wrong. I know you're going to prove me wrong. But we both had him in the playoff.
We did.
We didn't have him out. And then get in. I mean, they do play good defense. They're creative. They have multiple playmakers at receiver and at running back. And their quarterback's done everything you want. And he can scramble and make plays with his legs. He scored his opening. They're off this week. BYU, Utah.
There's a Carson Beck interception if you want to watch, I think.
Oh. Are we on alert for DJ Lagway as a true freshman to beat Georgia in the Florida-Georgia game? Is that where we are at all?
DJ Lagway is a true freshman, beats Georgia, and then the year after plays for Georgia.
Yeah. What's the score of this game? That
I don't know. I just turned it on. People in the chat were talking about Carson Beck throwing a second pick of the game. That's
thanks, guys.
Terrible pick.
Oh, Carson Beck. Oh, was it such a terrible pick that Kirby Smart had to shove somebody? Again, I think maybe the biggest indictment of the SEC this year is that Florida is begging to fire its coach and can't because they keep winning.
What's the score here?
The SEC is not bad enough.
7-3 Gators.
Oh, man. Let me rub a sword. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. That feels right. Okay, let's get that ready. Just in case, baby. Just in case, Dog Slayer. We never officially named the swords, but if this happens today during a live rewatch, this might be Dog Slayer.
Is the other one Curb Shover?
Curb Shover. I just saw a sword. The sword was in my way. I was trying to get to my coordinator, and what are you going to do? Avery Johnson, third down.
It's chaotic on the sideline.
Back of the end zone. I think he's out of the back of the end zone.
Safety?
No, they're trying to score a touchdown. They had third down from like the 4-yard line.
I thought he pulled
and Kansas State completed a pass, but the receiver was out of the back of the end zone. I think stepped out of the end zone before he even touched it.
He didn't do an Orlovsky.
Oh no, not an Orlovsky. Oh, so we almost turned this into a will Miami lose watch along. We can definitely turn it into a will the Dogs lose watch along.
Oh yeah.
Carson Beck just staring straight ahead. Jaden Rashad is on the roster. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. I still have that bet going. Georgia, at least 2 regular season losses with Connor O'Gara Saturday down south. And I was feeling great about it after the Bama loss. And then I thought they would lose to Texas, and they did not lose to Texas. And then it's like, well, is Ole Miss really going to get them, or is Tennessee really going to get them? I don't know. But I would certainly take the Gators getting it out of the way. How about that?
Colin said, I'm sick currently, and a Georgia loss with a Doug Crammett rant would cure my sickness.
Yeah.
And yes, Ryan, I am uncomfortable with Doug wielding the sword next to me.
Yeah.
But as we discussed earlier, it's not that sharp. I think you could do some damage with it as like a blunt object, but I don't know that it's cutting anything.
No, yeah, it is much more that like I'm gonna crack you in the head with it, not stab you through the ribs with it.
Yeah.
Field goal held to a Chris Tennant field goal for Kansas State. So they're up 3-0, about 8 minutes left in the first quarter of that delayed game there in other northern stuff. So, but this is the thing. So it's 13-7 UCLA over Nebraska right now. You talked about like in the Ohio State Penn State game, you can't let Ohio State start to steamroll. I get very much that feeling with Oregon. Just when they can hit the big plays, but this is what this offensive style is. And I think it's not criticism, but it's just when anybody says Dylan Gabriel completes 80% of his passes, you have to say yes, but he has one of the lowest ADOTs in the country. It's just an acknowledgement of that's what they try to do. But when they are doing it, right?
Yeah.
They are really good at it.
You got a gimpy Jordan James.
And it feels kind of inevitable sometimes.
Yeah. No, it does. And the thing, and I think it's also true about Ohio State. I think Oregon has proven it more, although Ohio State, I would say, proved it today too. It can win multiple ways. Like that's touchdown. Oh, good tackle. Delayed the inevitable. I just don't know. Like Michigan can't cover anybody.
Yeah.
They had a hard time covering people when Will Johnson was healthy.
Yeah.
That's Jair Hall. He's
Trayshawn Holden, smoke.
Jair Hall, like, has had a couple of good games this year, but he's really been picked on by teams that have good receivers. Texas, Washington, now this game.
That's a nice run.
I like Noah Whittington. He gives him a little something as a backup running back. Yeah, 21-7 might be.
Now we're in this.
Yeah.
Now we're in. And but I do think Oregon can do this to almost anybody. This is what this is what Georgia and Texas and Miami and everybody would fear about Oregon. That I do think that they are as unstoppable when they're doing this thing as anybody.
UMass is beating Mississippi State.
Really?
7 or 10-0 with the minute left in the first quarter.
I thought haven't we had to have conversations at various times this year about how good Mississippi State is and they're better than you think? And
Mississippi State? No, I don't think so. Have we?
I swear to God, somebody tried to have a conversation.
Lost to Toledo?
Yeah. Wait, now I've got to look. Did Mississippi State just play Texas recently?
Yeah, they played Texas when Arch was playing.
Okay. Oh, no, it was when they played Texas A&M. Texas A&M only beat Mississippi State 34-24, and I swear at some point during that game, somebody tried to tell me that Mississippi State is better than you think.
Yeah, they sure aren't.
And I beat them in the head with my flat, not sharp sword. That's insane. This is Texas A&M. Texas A&M there. Watch out for them. What a joke. That game was, that's a one-score game with 10 minutes left. Mississippi State, Texas A&M. People want to tell me that like Texas A&M is going to win the SEC. All of this, I do you think, so people may have seen the stuff that we ran on a Thursday show that our guys, Andy Staples and Ari Wasserman, did ask Paul Feinbaum about Kings of the North on their show. And he took a little swipe, which is great. We were excited about it. But in continuing that interview, Paul Feinbaum was admitting that there is some stuff in the SEC.
Yeah.
That's not great. I do think that some of the things that are happening there with the teams that are losing and this team's supposed to be good. No, they're not. There is an accumulation there that I think that matters and I don't know. I think the committee is going to go into their deliberations with a lesser opinion generally of the SEC than they have ever had in the playoff era.
How could it be high? Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, that's maybe the thing I'm most interested in coming out of Tuesday's rankings and the subsequent interviews after that, even less so of what the rankings are. It's more like, what is the conversation about the SEC and the quality of that league? Because I think you're right. What is, I don't even know what you're pointing to if you want to say that it is a good league. Aiden Childs threw a pick from his own 31 on 3rd and 9. Indiana got the ball, went down and scored, and Indiana is now leading 21-10.
So
2 interceptions in the game for Aiden Childs.
And this is one of those where, Michigan State lost at Michigan last week, and you and I both picked Michigan State to win that game, and they didn't. But coming off that bye, my point is about Indiana. Iowa with a really good defense, some holes, went to Michigan State, and Michigan State kind of did their thing against Iowa. Now Indiana goes up there, gets down early, and now is doing its thing. There's enough reciprocal stuff. I'm not trying to tell everybody that the Big Ten is stacked 1 through 18, but I think there's enough things here that if Indiana does this, right, just like the way Indiana played a loose game in the first half against Maryland and then found a way to win.
Yeah.
And that's like a Maryland team that came back and beat USC, and USC beat LSU like this. It's not transitive. They're great. I just want to make sure that while acknowledging that Indiana has not played the greatest schedule in the world, that we're not underestimating the things they have done against pretty good teams.
Yeah, I don't know that they're not playing god-awful teams week to week, right? Even there has been some quality moments from Washington. There have been some quality moments even from Nebraska, right? And Indiana just made all those teams, I think, look bad. So there's something to that for sure. Michigan gets an explosive pass play, but it comes via trickery.
But again, I really just do think that Michigan is a great blueprint for Penn State.
Oh, I think Michigan's far better, or Penn State's far better than Michigan
But
offensively.
But the way Michigan built its team last year, Michigan was a team, and we talked about this already. Good talent, they supplement in the portal, but they always would do some of that stuff, right? I mean, Donovan Edwards has been throwing touchdowns for Michigan for the last
they would
3
always
years.
do it. It's just now it's the only thing they can do to move the ball.
But so good Michigan is the blueprint for Penn State.
Yeah.
So Michigan did a little trickery there, but it almost doesn't feel like trickery when it's Michigan. It is more desperate this year, but Michigan makes that a primary thing of what they do offensively. They
work on it. It's part of who they
Whereas like Ohio State just doesn't really do that.
No. Ohio State, rarely finds itself in opportunities where it has to do that.
But so I do think, but it's a credit that Michigan was doing that to Iowa in the Big Ten title game a couple years ago, right? Like they're doing those things in games that matter. They're willing to do that to try to get over the top. And so for Penn State, as we talked about during that game, that stuff is just primary. It's more who they are. I almost think they should have done more of it, which again is maybe you don't do it on the goal line, but the lack of creativity on the goal line for Penn State was so problematic.
It's a little weird to me that they had been doing weird stuff all year and didn't try a whole lot of it against Ohio State. Like there was the stuff with the weird swinging gate whatever formations, and then they would bring it back in to a normal formation. But yeah, there wasn't much in the way of trick plays or even I would say incredibly unique design. And I guess maybe the hope is that you do it so much throughout the season that in the process of having to prepare for all that, Ohio State isn't as keyed on some of the more traditional stuff. But I think Ohio State seemingly did a very good job of making sure it was ready for that the few times that it did pop up.
Yeah.
But then also just taking care of the base offense too.
So just looking at the Twitter account of Audrey Snyder, who's been on Kings of the North before, does a great job covering Penn State. James Franklin post-game, we didn't get it done. Give them a ton of credit. James Franklin on the fan reaction. What would his response be to Penn State fans? Quote, I understand the frustration. Guys in the locker room are just as frustrated, if not more. But college football has changed. I assume that's leading into an answer of we can lose and still be okay. Mm-hmm. Drew Aller, quote from Audrey Snyder, the little things caught up to us today. Let's double back a little bit. Nebraska.
Tez Johnson's hurt, by the way, I think.
He is? He's down right now?
No. He got hurt earlier, and someone in the chat said his arm was in a sling. I missed that. Let's see when they come back if they show it.
Oh, this is good. So this is one of those where it's FanDuel's Twitter account is out hot with, should Penn State move on from James Franklin? Because, of course, when you're the coach of the number 3 team in the country and you lose at home by 1 score to the number 4 team, you should be fired. I don't know. They didn't get it done. I don't know. If it's mostly the goal line stand stuff, I understand it. The rest of it, I think, is, they played right there. I don't know, Bill.
Yeah, but that's it's not today. It's cumulative, right? Same conversation with Ryan Day after the Oregon game. It wasn't just the Oregon game. It was the 4 top 5 games that preceded it. So I get it. Is Penn State going to fire James Franklin tomorrow? No. I don't think they could fire him after the year because of his contract being what it is, but I understand the discussion heightening now about whether or not he's the right guy to be there, because at a certain point, I think you have to win that game, and he can't do it. He hasn't been able to do it.
James Franklin had some words with a fan in the stand.
That's happened before too.
Stands walking off the field, stopped and decided to engage with that. So a realistic discussion of that. So contracts are what they are. Buyouts are huge. But if a program is motivated enough to do things and you can round up the boosters and the donors to pay it off, you can do what you need to do. Mm-hmm. Who would be a better coach for Penn State, do you think, than James Franklin? Maybe not even a name, but is there something? Would you want somebody from the NFL? Would you want a young, innovative play caller on either side of the ball? Would you want to go steal a current college head coach that you think you could entice to come to State College and change the vibes there? What would be
Yeah.
better?
I mean, like, I think clearly the separating factor for James Franklin and that next step is big game aggressiveness. So someone who you think might be predisposed to that, like someone, I'm not saying go get Dan Lanning, but someone like a Dan Lanning. And that would require a lot of, I don't know, like pretty good knowledge, I guess, on the part of whoever's making the decision about what else is out. I don't know there's a head coach that jumps to mind immediately. Like you want to, like, I don't know, Kurt Signetti is the name that I think everybody throws out now because of how well he's doing in Indiana this year. I don't know. Like bring Matt Rule home.
Matt Campbell
will be interesting. I don't know. Matt Campbell is a fairly conservative head coach.
There's a little bit of, to me, in that discussion, a change for change's sake.
Yeah.
But do you believe that a program can reach a point where, like, no, yeah, exactly, change for change's sake? Not that you're terrible, but that we just need something different. Is that realistic 11 years in?
Yeah, I think this far into it could be. Like, I think people might get to that point a little too quickly sometimes, but to your point, it is 11 years. So it's 11 years, and I just really do believe that Penn State strives to be more. So, and whether or not that's realistic, I guess, is another conversation we can have. But if you are striving to be that, and I think James Franklin might have even said it this week about Pat Kraft, or new AD, something to the effect of, like, we want to win national championships, and Pat Kraft's the guy to be here leading the athletic department to do that. So if that's who they think they are, then they currently have a head coach who has not shown the ability to even come close to doing that yet.
Yeah. I'm very curious to see what they'll play. I think they're going to make the playoff. You think they're going to make the playoff? I don't think. I mean, they got something.
I don't.
This Minnesota game's not a gimme.
I don't think they'll lose again. Yeah.
So, chance for a home game, possibly. What that would look like. The energy, the idea of Penn State getting a home game against an SEC team and winning in the playoff would be quite an energy boost.
Yeah.
This is what really scares you about Oregon.
Can't cover them.
So Tez Johnson has his arm in a sling, and now they're just telling Trayshawn Holden, okay, you go do the stuff Tez Johnson does, and it's all fine. That they're so efficient, but that they also can be explosive. Because obviously that was the deal in the Ohio State game. It's like, okay, well, they're going to move down the field, but now Dylan Gabriel, they're really smart with their deep shots. Did he catch that?
He caught that.
Are you kidding me? Evan Stewart has had huge games and kind of nothing games, but that guy's a talent, man.
Good Evan Stewart is up there with the best in the country.
So this is what we're talking about.
Illegal man downfield.
Oh, going to take it off the board?
Still good catch.
I just scrambled. The lineman leaked a little bit.
Still good
But
catch.
Gabriel is moving around.
Yeah.
They have some guys who are rare. And once the offensive line has come together, I really do. I think this is an important game for Oregon. This is confirmation. This is confirmation
of what?
Of that they beat Ohio State by a point at home, and their crowd really helped them. But they went and took on a program that has some good players in certain spots, even though they're not a complete team.
DJ Lagway is getting carted off the field.
No. And they look unstoppable. This Michigan defense is not this bad.
Their secondary is this bad.
This bad?
Yeah. Watch any game they played against a competent passing attack this year. Their secondary is this bad.
I believe in it. Let's see.
I'm not disagreeing with you on Oregon. I'm just wondering why you're picking this moment to crown them. I think they are the best team in the country. I thought that before the game. I don't think beating Michigan proves or disproves anything. Michigan's 5-3 and is terrible on offense and has a defense that is not equipped to stop what Oregon does. This is out of their comfort zone at the very least. That they've played the whole season on the West Coast, and when they had to leave, it was to Purdue, and they're just still the exact same who they are. Yeah, I mean,
against
I
the
guess if
NFL
you're,
defenders.
I think then the difference there is that you believe more in the time change and travel stuff than I do. Like I'm
Or
not,
that they're just not letting anything throw them off.
because they're good. Yeah.
Yeah. But from where they were at the beginning of the year, I just think this is like another thing that says this is the best team in the country.
Yeah, I think they've been on an upward trajectory since beating Ohio State, and we're on one before that. So I agree that they're maintaining that. I just like beating what I think is like an average Michigan team doesn't push me any further in my belief that Oregon is the best team in the country. I thought that coming into the game.
You did pick when we did our playoff projections, and we're obviously forcing ourselves to look way ahead. I picked Oregon to be the 1 seed in the playoff, beating Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game. You picked Ohio State to be the 1 seed, beating Oregon, and Oregon being the 5 seed. Based off what we've seen today from Ohio State and so far in the first half against Oregon, how would you evaluate a potential Oregon-Ohio State rematch?
The same as I would before this, because I think Penn State is substantially better than Michigan.
Yeah.
That Oregon and Ohio State are really evenly matched. It's a coin flip game, so I picked the other side of the coin if they were to play again.
Did you think? Do you think Ohio State learned lessons defensively in that Oregon game?
Yeah,
and then what they showed the last 2 weeks.
I think they have. I think they have with what they've shown in coverage, what they've shown with their pressure packages. That doesn't guarantee success.
Yeah.
In stopping Oregon, right? But I do think Jim Knowles and whoever else was part of that conversation landed on some different ideas on how to do things after the loss to Oregon. I think in particular how they disguise and mix up their coverages a little more and than they were against Oregon when they had a hard time keeping guys from running behind them. Denzel Burke, obviously the main culprit there.
Are you we had theorized, man, UCLA is getting after Dylan Raiola, and Iowa State just got a pick against Texas Tech in the final 30 seconds.
Their second interception. They didn't do anything to the last one.
Of the first half. They're at midfield with 30 seconds left, trying to get something here.
Touchdown.
Little crosser. Oh, pretty good for Iowa State. They'll have a chance to at least try a field goal here to cut into the Texas Tech lead. Texas Tech up 10-6 with 22 seconds left in the first half.
This is touchdown run by Dylan Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel is better than I thought he would be. Oh, that's really good. He just sees the coverage and takes it.
I like Dylan Gabriel when he senses an ability to run, he really attacks it, which I think that's a quality that quarterbacks struggle with sometimes because you want to, especially when you have good receivers, like you want to hold on, you want to make the play down the field. Then he's pretty good about just kind of sticking his foot in the ground and taking what's given to him.
He plays with a lot of confidence.
Yeah,
earned through experience.
Yeah. I mean, no doubt.
But I think you can see him applying that all the way through. And again, we had Tyson Alger on the show, covers Oregon on his Substack. And I said, like, who's better, Bo Nix or Dylan Gabriel? And he said Bo Nix, because Bo Nix is a little bigger, a little thicker, maybe a little more of that in the run game.
Yeah.
But I think this confidence that Dylan Gabriel, again, he had that weird little stretch of a couple picks, but when he plays with this kind of confidence, it's pretty stunning. Houston gets behind the Kansas State defense on 4th down. What is this a trick play or is this all? 4th and 2, play action, get behind the defense. And Houston is going to score a touchdown to take the lead on Kansas State. Wow. This is the breakdown, Landis.
Is it chaos day in the Big 12?
It's looking like it might be.
Kalani Sitake
sitting
somewhere
back
out in Provo,
up,
smiling, knowing his boys have put all their work in.
So 4th and 2 from the plus side 43, and they just leak out a tight end, and the safety lets him go right past him. Touchdown! Wow, that is a good play call by Houston and a bad job by the K-State defense, and Houston has the lead in that game. Meanwhile, halftime, UCLA 13, Nebraska 7. 10 seconds left in the first half. Iowa State at the 20, trying to maybe take a shot at the end zone before kicking a field goal here.
They just scored.
Is that Higgins?
Jaden Higgins.
That guy's got strong hands, man. That is a huge turn of events.
Yeah.
A pick in the final 30 seconds that you cash in.
I missed the throw. I just saw Jaden Higgins dancing in the end zone.
Rocco Beck spun away from pressure. It's an 18-yard reception by Jaden Higgins, who has been a touchdown machine this year. They stack to the right. Higgins is singled down below. Free blitzer. Beck spins, escapes, back of the end zone, touchdown. This is the Iowa State that they can be that explosive, because that's the kind of thing
they've
right?
done this every game. They get
When
down to
you
the
are-
hole and you look at them and you think, like, what is this team? And then they go bang bang, we're back in the lead. Like,
Because they're fundamental and they're explosive. Like you said, Matt Campbell's a conservative coach, but by the way, his quarterback just spun away from pressure and hit an 18-yard touchdown to an NFL receiver. That they got the ball back with 4 plays, 50 yards, in 26 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know that Rocco Beck making a crazy play is in any way a reflection on his coach. They have to throw the ball there to try to score
I think
a
it's all
touchdown.
about,
But he made a really good play.
but I also think you have 2 pretty conservative head coaches in the state of Iowa. I think Kirk Ferentz might run the ball there.
Well, yeah, because he doesn't have Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, or Rocco Beck.
But that's the difference. I think it is maybe a conservatively inclined, defensive-minded head coach who wants to play really solid football, who then has like a playmaking quarterback and 2 NFL receivers, which is why I find them so fascinating.
No, that's what makes them dangerous. Is that, as we've talked, I think we mentioned it before, like they can play, I think, a game that gets a little bit mucky and is kind of ugly and comes down to like execution and that kind of stuff, technique.
Yeah.
But then also when they need to flip that switch to really attack you down the field, they can do it.
Yeah.
I just wish they'd stop putting themselves in a position to have to do that.
Right. So this is a team that's dealt with injuries. It is not as deep of a roster, 1 through 105, as some of the top teams in the SEC or the Big Ten. But I hope they get the fair consideration that they deserve in the conversation. Because again, I think there are a bunch of teams in the SEC and the Big Ten who would not be able to do that, to make that play on defense and then cash it in 50 yards, 4 plays in 30 seconds for a touchdown, throw into an NFL receiver. So I do think they are potentially pretty rare here, which is, do they have to be perfect to get in? Is that our new conversation with Iowa State, that they're rare, they're special, but if they're not perfect, they're sitting at home, which is why maybe like we enter a let's advocate for Iowa State kind of world.
Yeah, I don't know. Perfect.
Like a record.
They've
perfect.
already.
Do they have to be, if they're not 12-0 in the regular season, are they going to miss the playoff?
No, not if the law. Oh, yeah, maybe. If they lose in the regular season, I think they might have a hard time.
Yeah.
Unless that is lose somewhere before you lose to Kansas State and then beat Kansas State at the end of the year. They'll just find themselves in a very tricky situation where it is like, what are you hanging your hat on then in that case?
Yeah.
Because you don't win the quality win argument. You don't win a game control argument because you've been down a lot. Then you start having the like explosivity argument, which actually I think has actually held sway a time or two in the playoff committee room, right? So I think that would actually be something that's in Iowa State's favor when you can identify NFL talent at receiver and maybe even a quarterback, though Rocco Beck is still pretty young and he's got a ways to go. So maybe not quite perfect, but I think maybe the team of all the teams you would say is like in position, would you say are in position now, maybe has like the slimmest margin for error with the way that it needs to play to impress people, just because of the way that its schedule sets up.
But I do think, and it's sort of the conversation we had in the preseason, like Iowa State is much more dangerous and explosive offensively than Georgia.
It definitely looks like that at times. Yeah. Like Georgia's offense, I think, is pretty pedestrian.
So, which is just, that's not the only conversation, but it's kind of an odd conversation to have. But you have to embrace that reality, understand what teams do well and don't do well. But I do, again, in that this is a head coach who I think crosses every T and dots every I. And then when that doesn't work, they just
Carson Beck stinks.
Chuck it up. Let's go. Okay, let's go there then. Were we fed a bill of goods on that? This is one of those
I thought Carson Beck was good last year. I was pretty excited about him coming into this season, and I feel like I've not watched every down of Georgia play, but with the exception of that second half against Alabama, I've not liked much of anything I've seen out of Carson Beck this year.
I mean, he's like in a discussion for being the first quarterback drafted. Like
how you can
before
watch
the
him
season.
play and watch Shadur Sanders play and be like, yeah, give me Carson Beck. I have no idea.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. But I also think,
You're welcome.
but also like right now, watching Carson Beck play, would you rather have Carson Beck or Rocco Beck to go win a game right now?
Yeah, give me Rocco.
Would you rather have Carson Beck or Will Howard to go win a game right now?
Will Howard.
Would you rather have Carson Beck or Drew Aller to go win a game right now?
Healthy Drew Aller?
Yeah.
Yeah, Drew Aller.
So, like, this is the conversation. So, if you want to tell me how great Georgia's defense is, like, I get it. I still think this defense is not as good as the defense from the first national championship in 2021.
Yeah.
But that doesn't have to be the only standard. But when we're talking about various things here, Carson Beck is also definitely not Stetson Bennett. And by the way, Ladd McConkey and Brock Bowers are really good. Watch what they're doing in the NFL. They did not replace those guys at the same level.
No.
Doesn't mean they have nobody, but they are a step down at quarterback. They lost their biggest, most explosive offensive playmakers, and their defense is not as good as it's been at times in the past. And if you're trying to sell me before the season or now, it's the same old Georgia, it's not.
No, I think that's right, because Georgia's offense had a real quality to it, especially the second national championship team. Then they lost the OC. They obviously lost the quarterback. They lost Bowers. They lost McConkey. It's not the same thing. They found something in that second half against Alabama. Alabama's secondary also stinks, and it's playing a lot of young guys. So that's part of it too. Like I don't view Georgia as having a championship caliber offense. The defense might be good enough that it won't matter, but I don't know that I trust that team to put up the points it needs to put up if it gets into a game where the opponent is scoring.
But I also don't think the Georgia defense is like at the point, and to your point, right? The first Georgia national championship is an almost all defense national championship. And the second
it was just an all-time defense.
The second national championship is really an offensive national championship.
Yeah, certainly more offensive oriented than defensive oriented that year. Yeah.
So that's really all my point has been about Georgia, that the defense isn't as good as the defensive national championship, and the offense isn't as good as the offensive national championship. So now you're more in the margins. But if you were still acting going into this season like Georgia's a monster, they can't be stopped, it's them and everybody else, I just didn't ever think that was factual. But part of that conversation started with, well, if you think Carson Beck is the best quarterback in college football, and then they still have all these talented defensive players, okay. But Carson Beck was never the best quarterback in college football.
He is not. I definitely thought he was on a path to being that guy this year. And I just don't think he's taken that step based off what I've seen from him.
Yeah. So, okay. How much time is left in that Florida-Georgia first half?
1 minute and 24 seconds.
All right. So let's talk a little bit more about Florida-Georgia, because again, can you tell people what you did if you guys did not watch the Wednesday Kings of the North? And we imagine there are people here who do not consume every morsel of Kings of the North, because we're putting out a pretty full buffet every day, Monday through Thursday, live at noon Eastern on YouTube, post-game show Saturday night. By the way, we still will be doing the post-game show live 11 p.m. tonight. We will let Bill out of my basement. He will take the dragon statue home because he did win that this week. But we are going to finish our watch-along with the end of the second window 3:30 games.
Yeah.
We'll let everybody decompress, and then we'll see you back at 11 p.m. for our typical 1 hour or so post-game show. We actually may start that a little bit late because the biggest late game for us is Pitt SMU, and that's an 8 p.m. Eastern start, not a 7:30 p.m. Eastern start. Correct. So if that game is not determined, we won't start the show, because that's the game we will want to probably talk the most about.
Yeah, I think so.
So we'll either start when that game's over, or if that game is a 35-point edge, either way, maybe we'll get it going pretty close to 11 late in the fourth quarter. We agree on that?
That is the plan.
Content, Bill Landis?
Yep.
Okay. You had two SEC teams on our Wednesday show in the playoff. Did Greg Sankey call you?
I got no phone calls. No, not from Greg Sankey. I just again, I gamed out what I thought might happen with the teams in contention in the SEC and came up with a lot of 9-3. And in my mind, a 9-3 SEC team is not going to get in over a one-loss team from any other power conference. And maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's kind of how I ended up that way. The real pivot point, I think, was 10-2 Texas. And in my world that I created, the 10-2 Texas was a Texas that loses to Texas A&M in the regular season finale, not a Texas that loses the SEC championship game. Because I think if it's that, then that team gets in, even over a one-loss team. But if my situation was Texas, then I guess pointing toward Michigan as its best win. If it lost to Georgia and then would lose, I think it's at Texas A&M at the end of the year. In that scenario, I thought like a one-loss Indiana, assuming the loss is competitive with Ohio State, and otherwise dominating every other game, which also, by the way, would include Michigan, the same opponent that Texas beat, that Indiana would have a shot there to win that argument. I'm probably wrong about that too, but I didn't think it was all that out there for me to make that argument on behalf of Indiana in that hypothetical situation.
Yeah. So, and that's without thinking that Georgia was going to lose to Florida. But this would be
I had Georgia running the table.
This is a seismic blow to the SEC if somehow Georgia loses this game. The thing you have to understand is Graham Mertz was the quarterback for Florida, the Wisconsin transfer at the start of the year.
Mm-hmm.
He's now out for the year with an injury, right?
I believe so, yeah.
DJ Lagway, the true freshman, 5-star, big recruit. They went to him. He was playing some even when Mertz was still out there. He now has been carted off the field in this game. So this is Florida now down to its third string quarterback against Georgia. But if Florida finds a way, and again, I got all excited about Duke Miami, and Miami won by 3 scores.
It was a fun first half, though.
It was a fun first half. We'll always have that first half. But like, this is what we're talking about. That I just don't know why I'm impressed. And I get what they did against Texas. I understand that. The Georgia defense played well against Texas. But I didn't think Carson Beck played well. There was a lot of short fields.
No, it was all short fields, yeah.
I do not think...
The one drive, right? One drive
at
the end of the game. But otherwise, short fields.
That's all I really want people to be about Georgia, and it's why I have to put on a hat and rip Kirby Smart whenever. I just am trying to bring people back to realism about Georgia. And I've thought the Georgia conversation has been unrealistic for a while. In that I know they won the 2 national championships, but I don't think the first year might have been inevitable, but they still lost to Bama. And there were still moments where you thought Stetson Bennett was going to blow that for them, and they did blow it for them in the SEC championship game, and then Bama had no receivers, and the defense was too good. The second year was certainly not inevitable. They had an easy schedule last year. It's just that they're not invincible. That's my first step with Georgia, to try to convince people that Georgia is not invincible. And then I think what Georgia has been so far this year, it's even the next step. That it's not that they're not good, but they're not the best team. And I don't even think they're in the best team conversation. And now, whatever happens here, Florida is on its third string quarterback. So now Georgia's defense is going to get after it. It's Florida's third string quarterback, and Florida has led the whole first half.
What have you thought of the Georgia conversation since the Texas win? Has it been overblown?
I think it's been overblown.
Okay.
I thought that was a bad job by Texas of competing there. Obviously, like Georgia getting Tate Ratledge back on the offensive line is a big deal.
Yep.
Dealing with offensive line injuries, we know that's an issue for everybody. But you have to acknowledge what Georgia did in that game. But again, to me in that game, where I believe I am seeing in the Ohio State-Penn State game and the Ohio State-Oregon game, for the most part, high-level teams playing at a high level, I didn't think Texas rose to the occasion there. And I know that Georgia's defense was responsible for making that happen in a lot of ways, but there's still nothing about the Georgia offense that I think is impressive at all. And so they're still, to me, a one-arm team. And if people want to say that Georgia's back, I would say I think Oregon's a more complete team. I think Ohio State's a more complete team. And I would think a lot of the good teams in the North is Penn State a more complete team than Georgia. Penn State's probably more balanced. I mean, I I think the best of Georgia is, I think, better than the best of Penn State that we've seen so far.
Mm-hmm.
A Penn State that's like not going to be able to punch it in on the goal line and not be as explosive, because that's a little bit of the same conversation of I don't know who the playmakers are for Georgia without Bowers and McConkey that scare you, and that's a similar conversation that you would have about Penn State, at least at the receiver position. But again, I don't know that Georgia has Nick Singleton or Ty Warren.
Trevor Etienne's pretty good, but I would take Singleton over him, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Houston moving the ball on Kansas State. This is Kansas State like not getting it done so far.
Is this the day? Is this the day?
Is this the day? Is Houston the team? I mean, and this would blow a hole in the Big 12.
Who's playing QB for Houston? Is Chris playing?
Let's see. Let's zoom in. Yes, Chris is playing. It looks like he's going to the sideline right now. I guess they're going to kick a field goal. They're in a goal situation. Just us. Yeah, Zion Chris, who had taken over for Donovan Smith a couple games ago. Houston has like the worst red zone offense in the country. I hadn't realized that.
Well, when you don't score for 2 straight games, that'll do it.
Oh, yeah. They got shut up by both Iowa State and Cincinnati. Yeah. That'll do it. So their 3rd and goal play from the 6. Nobody was open, and Chris tried to run and got tackled. So now the field goal team came out for Houston and made that. So it is 10-3 Houston with 8:37 left in the 3rd quarter. But let's remind people, I don't want to get distracted about how bad Georgia is. These are Georgia's drives to start this game. So Georgia's on the field right now, trying to score here before the end of the half.
Carson Beck can't hit the broadside of a barn.
Georgia, 8 plays punt, 13 plays field goal, 4 plays interception, 3 plays interception, 3 plays punt, 7 plays punt. And now they have the ball again. So again, to recap, Georgia drives this game against Florida: punt, field goal, pick, punt, punt.
How Iowa of them.
To make it feel shovey. And that's the thing. You just did it. I said no using Big Ten teams to make fun of the South.
How Brian Ferentz of them. How about that?
But what? But like that's like they're creeping closer to that, right? A lot of these Big Ten teams over time that have been criticized because
we got lucky. Oh, never mind. No, we didn't.
Pick.
It should have been a pick. It went through Florida's hands, and then the Georgia guy caught it, and then he got walloped, and he lost the ball.
But now this is really. How many Big Ten teams have we seen over time that play really good defense but can't do anything offensively?
A lot.
And like nobody thinks that's good. Nobody thinks that's cool. Nobody talked about the old Big Ten West because they respected it so much. They did it to make fun of them.
Yeah. Should have been the 3rd pick.
That's a version of the football that Georgia's playing right now. We know their defense is good. Can you move the ball? Can you march and score? So they have a chance here at the end of the first half, and they're going to get held to a field goal try. I don't want to be impressed by that. So we'll see. Now, they've played some good second halves. We understand that. But Carson Beck, officially, Carson Beck's not it, right? I don't know that he's going to have a magical November transformation and go into the playoff as like the most dangerous quarterback in the country.
I'm not anticipating it, no.
No. So we'll play that game. I mean, we'll play all these kind of games on Kings of the North when we get to the playoff. But if Georgia does make the playoff, and it's not a guarantee, I think we can play let's rank the best quarterbacks in the playoff, and Carson Beck might be 10th.
Colin in the chat says, Georgia is more dangerous in vehicles than it is on offense.
Yeah. So I almost was looking, so I, with one of the lights went out. With the Halloween costumes that I did come up with, I did not order a Georgia visor, but I was looking at like some floppy brown hair at the Halloween store and to work on a Kirby.
Oh, that's a tough voice to do. He's pretty deep.
Yeah. So yeah. I've really got it's on the top of my list for the off season is to work on my Feinbaum and work on my Kirby and hopefully come back in 2025 better than ever.
We get dialect coach in here.
Ready to get after it. Yeah. You think our boss would pay for that?
Sure.
Doug needs dialect lessons. That's one of our favorite. You ever watch that show, Friends? Very popular show.
I actually,
certain generation.
I have not watched a lot of Friends though.
Yeah. Chandler was talking about how Joey borrowed all this money from him over the years for all these different things. And Chandler says, like, yeah, that dialect, coach, that was a waste of money. And Joey's like, what do you mean? And he says, the South will rise again, man. And we think that's kind of fun.
Yeah. That's actually
Southern
a good
guy.
joke. That's a good
If I
joke.
just do, maybe I'll just do Kirby Smart in a Jamaican accent.
As a Jamaican
and
guy?
that's how I'll cover that. So Kansas State has the ball back. Kansas State's first drive, 15 plays, 70 yards. Their last 2 drives have been 3 and outs.
So what is the score of this game?
So this is 10-7, right? Let me double check. Houston is ahead late in the first half. 10-3 Houston with 8 minutes to go in the second quarter. Again, this was a game that was supposed to be in this window and was delayed by weather. So tip pass at the line. They're just putting on them again. Like, this is, I don't know, Bill. It's one of these. I do just think I'm not afraid to consider it a different conversation with Miami, because Miami's filled with 5 stars. Miami paid Mario Cristobal $1 million to come here. They just got Cam Ward in the transfer portal to come solve all their problems right now. I kind of understand why Iowa State and Kansas State and BYU and Pitt and Indiana but Indiana hasn't. But those other teams, why they might play close games, because they're not perfect. They aren't a fully built vehicle. They don't have every single part. And so that doesn't matter it doesn't matter in the committee room. But sometimes I don't know, when Kansas State's messing around with Houston, is it, how dare you do this, Kansas State? Or is it, can you believe Kansas State's 7-1 and hasn't,
No, I think at a certain point it flips. I don't think you can have both conversations. You can't have conversations about, boy, Kansas State looks dangerous, or 7-1, and then excuse away losing a game like they would if they lose this game to Houston.
Yeah. So they're out. Kansas State's out of wiggle room.
Mm-hmm.
So this would be their second Big 12 loss if they lose to Houston, because they've already lost to BYU. And then now you're in a situation where Kansas State could go and beat Iowa State, and Iowa State would still get in ahead of them if they don't have a loss.
Yes.
Right.
You need a second. Kansas State holds a tiebreaker over Colorado, but would need a second Iowa State loss.
So that is the one thing, to say a team is out. If you can still backdoor your way into the conference championship game, the winner of that game,
then you're
is
alive.
in.
Yeah.
So you get an automatic bid. So there is some of this. You just are out of wiggle room if you don't win the conference championship game.
Right.
You're not going to get in as a 3-loss team that lost the Big 12 title game. Same thing for the conversations in the ACC. Clemson only has 1 loss right now. Miami is still undefeated. Pitt is undefeated. SMU has 1 loss. You're out of wiggle room if you don't win the conference championship game. But otherwise, just get there and see what's up, which is, to your point, who's watching this and feeling good about potential chaos day in the Big 12 is Colorado.
Yeah, but Colorado would still need a third Kansas State loss. Right.
So, yeah. Now you're getting into
what's
the situation.
Colorado in the league? I can't remember.
No, Colorado only has, because they lost to Nebraska. They only have 1 Big 12 loss.
Big 12 loss. Okay,
yeah.
I'm sorry. My apologies. Yeah.
So they would still, yeah.
Okay.
Now you're creating scenarios where Colorado becomes the chaos today. Very much helps Colorado.
Yes, in my head, Colorado had 2 conference losses.
What did you think of Travis Hunter getting the game day? Getting the game day? Did you see that? Travis Hunter was at game day.
He was at game day.
Yeah, he was in State College.
I did not see that.
Doing his Heisman promotion. I thought that was very
good by Colorado.
Smartly strategic.
Yeah, I didn't watch any game day. I don't typically watch game day.
I don't either. But Travis Hunter was on the TV. Oh, so as being noted in the chat that the speech, man, I thought speeches just really mattered more in college football.
Yeah,
I have to change my mind on speeches.
Speech fell on deaf ears.
Let's see how this speech.
I think you and I reacted better to the speech than Nebraska's players did.
Yeah. No, I'm sold. Okay. First play of the second half. Nebraska on offense from its own 25-yard line, trailing 13-7. This is not live play-by-play, so don't get mad. But Dylan Raiola over the middle doesn't see the linebacker dropping in coverage, pick 6. I was talking about this with my wife because we were at a high school football game.
That's a blocked punt for Indiana. Ball out of the end zone.
Now we're just Indiana doing Indiana things.
Indiana.
My wife said that this was a study that she saw a couple weeks ago, or I don't know when she saw it. That they did a study where they, it's like they told people to watch this video and count something. The people in the video were doing something. You had to count how many times somebody did it. And then in the video, somebody in a bear suit came out and was like running around. And at the end of the video, they asked people, what'd you think of that bear? And people were like, what bear? Because they were so focused on the thing that they were supposed to do, they did not see the same thing right in front of you. And I said, that's what it's like when a quarterback gets intercepted by a dropping linebacker and it looks like he threw it right to him. And the deal is he never saw him.
Yeah, he never
because that's not the coverage he was expecting, and he thought he knew where the safeties and the line and the corners were. And that's what Dylan Riolan did not see the UCLA linebacker in the bear suit, and it's 20-7 UCLA.
Man,
you want to watch the bear suit video now?
I do.
If Oregon gets out of hand, we'll start doing watch along on bear suit.
The bear suit video? Yeah, we'll check that out.
Because we are back for the second half of Michigan, Oregon now, and this is just going to be Oregon being Oregon, right?
We'll see. Like Oregon's punting now. Like, if this game, honestly, if it finishes 28-10, I don't think I'd be surprised.
And so, do you hold that against Oregon in any way, or is it just
not necessarily?
Because they're never in danger, they're never in doubt. They just are not scoring 60 on people.
It just depends on. I do think there's something to finding that gear, and it's not even about eye test stuff or metrics or anything like that. It's just like, is the second half the way it is, like the way it was against Illinois, to a lesser extent against Purdue, but even still like kind of that way? Is that because teams make adjustments on you and you're bad at adjusting to the adjustments, or is it just that you're comfortable?
Yeah.
And you're fine shutting it down and trying to like keep your guys healthy and get back to Eugene with the win, because all you have to do is win.
Can we have a conversation based on Indiana for a second?
Yeah.
How good do you think Curtis Work is?
Yeah, I think he's pretty good. I mean, he's a former conference player of the year. So, and he is seemingly health-wise like back to that guy that he was at Ohio a couple of years ago. So I think he's like raw talent-wise is a different conversation in terms of just like how are you playing, how are you operating your team's offense. I think he's like a top 10 guy in the country right now.
Yeah, if we were doing a trustworthy meter for quarterbacks of playoff contenders.
Yeah.
Not ceiling, but belief in you to handle your business and not do silly things. He's way up there,
He's
is
pretty
he
high
not?
up there, yeah. There's another explosive play. Didn't involve any gadgets from Michigan.
Just getting the ball to Colston Loveland.
Just threw a nice over route to Colston Loveland.
So
that's the thing. Look, Davis Warren, if he can get to his back foot or get to the top of his drop and what he wants is open, he can rip that throw. That's when he has to do anything beyond that.
It's the next step.
Get a little tricky.
If then great.
Things you might call, playing quarterback once it gets to that point.
If not then trouble. So Rourke actually has he's not best in the country in number of fewest turnover worthy plays, but I do just 74% completion. And again, that's not the end all be all. 15 touchdowns, 3 picks coming into this game. I feel like him missing a game really hurt, but he was never really in that. If we're going to have quarterbacks of good teams be in a Heisman conversation, is there anywhere where Curtis Rourke is in that?
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I think, I don't know. He doesn't, he's a bit of a point guard, I guess. So,
yeah.
So maybe not because of that. He doesn't have a ton of rushing production, and I don't know actually where he stacks up in terms of just like raw passing yards and touchdowns and stuff like that. So let me see.
So I think it's the same conversation that we were saying on the trustworthy meter. Curtis Rourke might be really high, but because he's so trustworthy, it actually creates opportunities for a guy like Jake Retzlaff or a guy like Rocco Becht or Avery Johnson or some of these other quarterbacks to be more spectacular because they have the ability to get looser. But like the best combination of trustworthy and spectacular is Shadur Sanders.
Yeah. Rourke leads the country in passing efficiency.
Yes.
Will Howard is second. But then if you look at just raw yards, raw touchdowns, he falls fairly far down the list. And I'm not even saying that's the right way to view it, but I think that's how it's viewed.
Yeah.
He's second in yards per attempt. Like he should be maybe more a part of the conversation than it seems like he is. Like I don't think he rises to the level of a Travis Hunter or an Ashton Genty and I would put Shitter Sanders probably ahead of him if we're just talking quarterback specifically. But like it has felt like at times that like Drew Aller and
Yes.
like Will Howard's name has been thrown around. Like Cam Ward certainly is in that mix. Like, and he is far outpacing Curtis Rourke with things like touchdowns and yards and rushing production, or maybe not rushing production, but
it's
yards and touchdowns.
It's one of those. There was actually I saw somebody on like an Ohio State fan on Twitter this week that was mad that Drew Aller had shorter Heisman odds than Will Howard.
Yeah.
And they thought that like Ohio State wasn't promoting. So Nebraska just went for it on 4th and 3, and Dylan Raiola was flushed out and threw on the move incomplete. So 10 minutes left in the third quarter. UCLA is going to get the ball back up 20-7. Man, I whiffed on this one. I really thought the Cornhuskers were ready to do something. This is going to be one of those.
Well, this is problematic now because now you start asking if they're going to win again.
Now you start, and this is, your fortunes can really change. But I understand that it's physical and it's hard week to week. But just like I kind of could not get past Ohio State not putting a better effort out last week against Nebraska, I can't get past Nebraska not putting a better effort out this week at home against UCLA. Colton Loveland?
I didn't know if he went down or not. That's again another Reed's there, rip the throw over the middle of the field from Davis Warren.
I think Colton Loveland's going to be a good NFL tight end.
Yeah, I think you're right on that.
He's really an athlete.
He did go down. Okay.
Yeah. I think I voted him first team.
This is a touchdown for Indiana. They're blowing that game open.
Man.
This is pretty impressive drive. We can finish this off with a touchdown.
You got to finish it off. What's the Indiana score?
They just scored a touchdown after the safety. They're now going up 30-10.
I don't know, man.
So that was 10. It was 10-0, and now it's 30-10.
Like that has to, right? That has to get people's attention. I almost think it's good that it's not. It's almost good that they got down. That was like when we had Mike Kadick on the show. I said I almost was glad to see Indiana make some mistakes against Maryland in that game and then come back from it, because it almost had, not that it was too easy, but it had looked too easy for a while. That is not a successful play by Michigan right there. But now you get down and, you throw some picks against Maryland and you come back and win. You get down against Michigan State and you come back and you're doing your thing. Big sequence here for Kansas State, having moved the ball.
Iowa State just turned the ball over.
First lost fumble this season, which again is one of those stats of like, you cannot control whether you lose the fumble. You just control whether you do fumble or not. Ooh, good punch out there. That's a tough one.
3rd and goal for Michigan.
Kansas State converts a 3rd and 7 down to the 2-yard line, getting ready to punch that in against Houston to try to tie that up. That is crowded.
Nice catch.
Man. Sometimes I think how did we get in? How is it that this pass in the red zone in scoring time is so crowded? But I guess by definition, that like it does get crowded down there. Like you have to be able to thread throws.
You can't go any further down the field because.
So like we saw in the Penn State game, is like, Caleb Downs is all over Dinkins in the end zone, but Davis Warren just threaded it between 4 defenders there. That is not a big window.
He wanted to go to Loveland. Loveland was covered. He rolled, extended, bought some time, and threw a nice pass. That's pretty good. 5 or 10 plays.
10 plays, 75 yards. 638.
17.
You
have my attention, Michigan.
Kansas State cashes it in. Your guy, DJ Giddens.
Nice.
They're going to kick the extra point here with 1:48 left
Rocco
in the
Beck,
first half.
by the way, not doing what I thought he'd do to get me the Dragon statue.
Really?
I might just leave it here.
Yeah, either is Dylan Raiola, though, for me. And they blocked it. Houston blocked the extra point. So Kansas State remains down 10-9 versus Houston. That was a slow process. They just got to a little slow there. So what do you think? Oh, broken tackles. We do not cover UCLA on Kings of the North because UCLA is not of the North, but of any non-North team, UCLA and USC matter to us the most, I would say.
Sure. You have your. Yeah, you got to keep your computer alert so that the video doesn't freeze.
Oh, that's what that was.
Yeah, is your.
So it is
Are you
not
plugged in?
It fell out. Anyway, UCLA is playing pretty hard for Deshaun Foster.
Yeah, I think that's encouraging, right? No matter how the season ends for UCLA, I think you have to be encouraged by them playing better in the back half of the year than they were in the beginning of the year. If I'm Lincoln Riley, I don't know that I love that game, right?
Oh yeah,
That's a
no. That could get very real for them.
yeah.
All right, let me see. What we need here. There we go. Sometimes you just gotta pull on the cord a little bit. So Kansas State answers, and Iowa State. I mean, it's just going to be dicey. It's just going to be dicey here, I think. And this is kind of like a understandable, forgivable fumble by Iowa State, but it's killer because they're in. It was a pass from they're like approaching the red zone. They're down 13-10. No, they're up 13-10. They're moving the ball again. And this turnover for Iowa State. So they had a penalty. 3rd and 12 at the 32-yard line. They at least would have been in a field goal situation. They complete it right at the first down marker. The guy's struggling for it. He's tackled around the ankles. He's kind of held up, and the second defender comes in and punches the ball out. So it is literally a guy fighting for an extra yard at the sticks. Makes a good catch in traffic, held up, punched out. And there's really no fault there. It's a really good play by the defense to do that. But Iowa State's up against it a little bit. But now the Iowa State defense comes out and it's 3rd and 11. Makes some open field tackles. Now they have a chance to get something right back. So do you think Michigan now can be in this game?
I mean, that was a pretty encouraging drive, I thought, from Davis Warren. If Michigan's going to be able to get that first read open for him, then yeah, I think so. You got to get a stop here, right? It's not.
So this is, again, players making plays. 3rd and 11 throw for Texas Tech, right at the sticks. Looks like a completion.
Oh, it is a nice play.
But Jeremiah Cooper is
really
there
nice.
to knock it out.
Really nice play.
One of the better corners in the North. So this is one of those, again, like this is what good teams do. So this is a good test for Iowa State to turn it over at the 20-yard line and then immediately force a 3 and out.
Good field position.
So they'll get it in plus territory.
From the 46.
13-10. Yeah, at the Texas Tech 46. That's a pretty good, like that's a winning sequence, right? Kind of a rough thing on a turnover, a little bit of a bad break.
Yeah.
Defensive stop. Here we go again.
Yeah, not allowing a team to get momentum after a turnovers.
Which is what, to that point, that was exactly, you kept, I think, citing that stat. That was the Indiana-Maryland game. Maryland kept turning Indiana over and turning it into nothing.
Indiana turned the ball over 4 times in that game, and I actually think it might have been that on all the ensuing plays after those 4 turnovers, Maryland might have gained positive yardage on one of them.
Okay.
And punted the ball back all 4 times.
Yeah.
Which is like awesome for Indiana's defense, right? That's what you want your defense to do in that scenario.
T-Shoe is going to kill me. He was really nervous about the Nebraska part of a parlay we played. Touchdown UCLA, deep shot, blown coverage.
Is it Garber's playing QB?
It's going to be 27-7 UCLA.
Right, Matt Rule.
Man.
What's the speech this week? That is, you don't have the sound all night. Are they getting rained with booze? OOS, not OOZE.
Man, yeah. The Texas kind or just the cheering kind?
That's a rough spot for Matt Rule to lose the way he lost in Indiana, to play really well, I thought, against Ohio State, to give that speech afterward, and then to come lay an egg like this is
lay an absolute egg. And just have your defense give it up like that. It is Garbers. Garbers is super excited. Just an absolute slot. Just, oh my God. slot receiver inside, outside, just left the corner 5 yards behind him. Literally not within 5 yards when the guy catches it. Wow. Tony White's good, man. Don't people like Tony White as a defensive coordinator?
Probably not so much today.
Not today. So Kansas State getting after a little bit against Houston. Just forced a fumble.
Somebody down for Michigan.
Kansas State getting a little something together here. Houston at midfield, sack, fumble, scramble for the ball. Kansas State gets it back. So very much almost the exact same situation that Iowa State was in, where they forced a turnover in the final 30 seconds right at midfield and cashed it in for a touchdown. Kansas State forces a turnover at midfield in the final 30 seconds, and it's going to have a chance to try to cash this in against Houston to take the lead before halftime. So this, again, is one of these, like if you're a committee member, be a committee member. We're a committee of two. We're watching Iowa State and Kansas State do this. Are we impressed or not impressed?
It's a good question. I don't know that you're wholly unimpressed with Kansas State, because the one thing the committee does deal in is advanced metrics, and Houston's defense is pretty good, isn't it?
Is it?
I thought Houston.
I think that they often are more typically forgiving of stuff that happens to you on the road too, right?
Yeah.
Iowa State's at home. Kansas State is at Houston. That's a really nice play by Avery Johnson to slide right and complete about a 25-yard throw.
Defensive efficiency, Houston's defense is 55th.
Okay.
But its offense is 100th. So, like, that's, I don't know. I'm not trying to give Kansas State undue credit for playing sloppy, but
Kansas State has just lived a little bit on the edge, like much of the year.
I don't even, like, how much does the committee conversation even matter with Kansas State, right? If they win,
yeah,
then you're not really talking about the quality.
I mean, they're either going to have 2 losses, or they're going to be the conference champ.
Yeah.
Right. So the only thing that matters for them is, like, could they somehow get in with 2 losses?
I don't think so. I mean,
I
wouldn't bet on it. Like,
unless they're both to BYU, lose that BYU, lose to BYU again in the conference title game.
If the second loss occurs in the conference title game, it's a different conversation then.
Yeah. I do think I've been doing like a lot of 1 loss versus 2 loss, but when your second loss is in the conference title game, it almost is kind of not like a loss. Right.
Unless you get your doors blown off.
But I do think, like, you earn the right to lose more.
Josiah
is
Stewart
different.
Who was hurt. Aiden Childs is going to the locker room with a towel around his head.
But Stewart's just grinding it out on the bike.
It looks like it, yeah.
So now Michigan's competing. Like, Michigan's competing, right? Does this count?
Oregon's gotten a first down so far, I think, on this drive.
So
they almost sacked Gabriel on the last play, and he escaped and threw the ball away.
Kansas State, at least in field goal range, they have a 3rd and 9 with 18 seconds left. So this is the Avery Johnson that is like, okay.
Yeah. It's a real roller coaster watching him.
I don't know if you can see this. I'll play it back for you. See this rollout left?
Not a penalty.
Rip.
Yeah.
This is why it's like, hey, why do you not have Kansas State making the playoff? Because of this. When Avery Johnson is good, it's just like, I'm not sure if there's 5 other guys in college football who could do that.
Mm-hmm.
And then occasionally he looks like a first-year starter. So it's going to be 1st and goal, 13 seconds left in the first half for Kansas State. I'm not going to make it to the end of this game without going to the bathroom again, because I drank a whole Canes thing.
We can do what if we third quarter break?
Into the third quarter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh! Is that Makari Page? Who is that jumping that?
Page.
Yee. Because there's still that part of, there's enough guys on this Michigan defense who have played big games and big moments.
Yep.
That they're still in range of, all it takes is one guy doing something like that.
I mean,
jump her out.
He's got to be their best guy in the secondary.
And now it's a game again. Still so bad about Rod. Feel bad about Rod Moore.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Hit him right in the face.
Wow. But it's just so fraught with Michigan that it's like, oh, it's a great play. Oh, but nice it was a pick. It's like with Michigan still, it's like, oh man, I almost kind of needed it to be.
Yeah.
So they just marched. So now it's like, are they going to be able to march again? Or was that the one length of the field drive that you're going to get out of Michigan this game.
I
So,
don't know. Yeah, well, it could be. I feel like they've had like a drive like that in every game, but haven't. Yeah, the issue's been an inability to sustain that kind of stuff.
yeah.
He's could have driven a car through that hole that Indiana just ran through.
So what's this doing? Is there anything happening in the Indiana game that's affecting your view of Indiana, or is it just I knew they were this?
I mean, they're showing some resiliency for sure. They got down for the first time and quickly flipped the game back into their favor. At this point, Aiden Childs has thrown 2 picks, and now he's not in the game. I think you just kind of close the book on whatever Indiana's defense does the rest of this game. But
My goodness. I don't know, brother. Avery Johnson, like back knee throw to Keegan Johnson in the end zone for a touchdown.
I feel like Avery Johnson's like really good at the end of the half.
Watch this throw. I call it back knee because he had to go down and get it, but he put it in the perfect spot.
Oh, that is good. Yeah.
Out of harm's way.
Ryan Day calls those down and dirty throws.
Down and dirty. My guy or nobody.
Yeah.
No risk of a pick. We're at least going to get a field goal. And now they're not going to chase points. They'll take the extra point. This one is not blocked, and Kansas State's going to go to halftime with the lead on Houston after it got gnarly for a while there. It's kind of something, man.
Yeah, I think so.
And there's some play design here. I know, right, that this is – they just got a one-on-one matchup they liked.
Yeah, good throw. Good red zone throw.
Man. And it's not a fade. Like, even to all the credit to Davis and Igbenogson, that's just – I didn't love that – those end zone fades, right?
That's a fade. It's a back shoulder fade.
But it's not in harm's way.
No,
it's not up.
But in the red zone, you either want to be top shelf or low.
Well, then I hate the top shelf.
Yeah.
I don't want to reach that high in the red zone. Like what Davis and Igbenogson did to Trey Wallace, there was no chance for the Houston DB to do on that play.
Yeah, but that's also the leverage of that play. That would have been the wrong throw. He threw the exact right pass based off the leverage of the DB in that particular situation. I don't think the Igbenogson play, I think, asked for a
yeah, that's true, because Igbenogson,
he was almost face guarding him.
Yeah. Fine, I won't try to make football points anymore, coach.
I get what you're saying. I like those throws a lot better because they are at harm's way.
But it is one of those,
guys, like you said, either you guys
end up throwing it up. It's like, hey, let's get to the 5-yard line and just throw it up.
Yeah.
And you are turning a scoring situation into a 50-50.
It's like sometimes it feels just like a mindless reaction. Like, oh, we're in the red zone. I got to throw the ball high. It's like, no.
Yeah, right. That I agree with. All right. So now Iowa State has Texas Tech pinned back deep. They're trying to get after it. Yeah, the chaos trying to be averted here on potential chaos day in the Big 12.
Should I put? Maybe I'll add Kansas State to the score scroll here.
How's chaos day in the SEC going? Might have to check in on the fighting Kirby's.
13-6 at halftime still for the fighting Curbs.
Are they not coming out? They're refusing to come out for the second half?
Mississippi State has flipped the script on UMass. It's 21-10.
That's just the SEC way. It just means more.
Here's one. I heard T. Shue call this out. The Vanderbilt was an underdog against Auburn for some reason. Vanderbilt won that game 17-7.
Yes. And I would like to note that we have that parlayed with Nebraska.
How's that going to work?
So we will get nothing out of that.
What's the, you said it's halftime, it's 16-10?
16-10 Kansas State. And Iowa State still has. This game's moving along pretty well. Only 5 minutes left in the third quarter in Iowa State, Texas Tech, and this was one where I was nervous to give the points with Iowa State here. They were like a 2-touchdown favorite in this game, so I ended up hitting the money line in that parlay. But again, that's going to explode because Nebraska is not going to win. I will be
usually the raucous fourth quarter comeback.
We will really have to have an interesting Nebraska conversation, I think, on Monday.
Yeah,
to try to reevaluate this because it is very hard when you are trying to break narratives and change minds and change mindsets. And the idea that we're back to, is Nebraska going to make a bowl? We're back to Nebraska underachieving. You know, they'd die for this to be a one-score game against UCLA right now. Like, that's not even the issue anymore. It's like they're getting their doors blown off. So wild swing, very wild swing potentially for the Nebraska football program here. Although Nebraska did just score. So it's 27-14 UCLA. 5 minutes left in the third quarter. Maybe the Cornhuskers can find some juice.
How'd they score?
I was too busy watching Avery Johnson throw back knees.
Yeah.
I think they marched. Whoops. I went back to the beginning. Let's see how Nebraska scored. They're interviewing Kirby. Watch out, Holly Rowe. Keep your hands up. Could be a shove coming your way. Nebraska. UCLA might have gotten a silly penalty. Dylan Raiola hit a nice throw down the middle of the field to get him into the red zone. Kind of like the best of Raiola. A little bit of pressure, slide in the pocket, whip it kind of from your hip, and hit a guy down the middle of the field for 30 yards when Raiola's on doing his thing. So that set it up, and then they cashed it in from there. Barney. Okay. Freshman to freshman connection. That could be pretty good, huh?
Yeah, they gotta get him. They gotta get him involved down the field more. Everything he catches is like at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, that was down the field. That was good. Then fade to the end zone touchdown. That's what I was. So like a perfect to Isaiah Nair. Like, this is, you can't throw it better than this. This is the thing. This is Raiola, like 2 throws you can't throw better.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good.
So cut it to 27-14. UCLA now moving the ball a little bit. And meanwhile, we're just hoping that this third quarter runs out in Oregon, Michigan soon so we can go to the bathroom. Oh!
This is not
so
the
James
stop.
is okay.
Not the stop that Michigan was looking for.
No. All right. So we will continue to monitor the potential implosion of the SEC. Although Florida having to do it with its third string quarterback is not ideal.
It's played by Derek Moore.
Their front four is like, even front five, that Rayshon Benny is now back and healthy for Michigan.
Yeah,
right?
Like top 5 linemen are legit. Yeah.
And they've had guys in and out of the lineup almost all year. Like
Mhm.
Moore missed a game, Stewart missed a game, Benny's been out for a little bit. But
Has Stewart come back into the game?
I don't know. He was on the bike. The bike's good.
He's not out there right now.
But like that group still might be as good as anybody in the country, right? I mean, I guess if we want to have a Georgia conversation, but like that's real.
No, they're. The question was at edge, and Stewart has been really good this
Stewart
year.
has been really good. First team All North in the KOTN midseason team.
That's right.
So now we are in, okay. I don't even know what Florida is supposed to try to do here. And this is the kind of thing that just like makes me mad that Georgia is vulnerable and now they get to play against a third string quarterback.
Yeah.
But that third string quarterback just had a 3rd and 4 and it looked like he was throwing against 6 DBs covering one receiver because there's just not like there's nothing to be afraid of where DJ Lagway would make you afraid.
Yeah, it's a real shame he got knocked out of this game.
I have not seen what the reports are of that.
He went and grabbed his hamstring, it looked like.
But it was a cart, right?
Yeah, he got carted off.
Rip.
Yikes.
So that really stinks for super talented young guy. Can I read through? So I let me talk about the guys who are in these 2 main games that we've been focusing on today, Bill. These are the guys that Chad Reuter from, I still think NFL.com, right?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
He had his top 25 and his top 50 NFL draft prospects for this upcoming draft. So you have to be eligible for this draft. So again, like it's not every player. But the Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan, and Oregon guys that are in his top 75, okay? Abdul Carter from Penn State, Josh Connerly, the Oregon left tackle, as Oregon makes a field goal to go up 31-17. Emeka Egbuka, the Ohio State receiver. Mason Graham and Kenneth Grant at defensive tackle for Michigan. How about that? Will Johnson at corner for Michigan. Ty Warren at tight end for Penn State. Drew Aller at quarterback for Penn State. Davison Igbinosun at cornerback for Ohio State. Donovan Jackson at guard for Ohio State. Quinshon Judkins at running back for Ohio State. Colston Loveland at tight end for Michigan. Jack Sawyer at edge for Ohio State. JT Tuimoloau at edge for Ohio State. Tyleik Williams at defensive tackle for Ohio State. And KJ Winston at safety for Penn State, but unfortunately he's injured.
Texas Tech just scored. Take the lead.
That's pretty good. They did?
Yep.
Can't you just let me celebrate Northern greatness for a moment?
Sorry.
That's a lot of Ohio State defensive players who are kind of in that top 50 group. Are you surprised at all that Jack Sawyer? So this is from like 26 to 75. Or no, this is actually just the next group of 25. So from 26 to 50, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ohio State defenders.
No, that's not surprising.
Okay.
I think I don't know in the end how many first round defenders Ohio State's going to end up with. I would guess like 1 maybe, or like maybe make the over under like a half. And do you think they'll have 1 or not? But I think a lot of those guys are second and third round draft picks. So that's not surprising to me to hear that.
Can I take your counter? Your Texas Tech just took the lead on Iowa State with a Florida guy just grabbed Carson Beck by the shoulder pads as he was trying to throw, and he threw up a wounded duck that Florida picked.
That's great.
Right in the middle of the field. He was standing in there, I guess, either like a champ or like a lunatic, and just let a blitzing linebacker tear his shoulder pads off as he just stared at him coming straight at him. I'm good. I'm a superhero. I don't need blocking. I'm just going to do this wounded duck pick. Insane. The guy had his arms fully wrapped around the upper body of Carson Beck when he released the ball. Went right to a Florida guy. Okay. That's how Florida can do this with a third string quarterback, but now also Iowa State needs to answer.
11 interceptions in his last 5 games for Carson Beck.
Bill, grit. So was this not a blown cover? Just looks like a pretty good play by Texas Tech.
He's going to throw.
Crazy throw. Oh, man.
Barrett Morton's, he's all right.
Not bad.
Yeah.
All right. So now Michigan has to try and move the ball here.
Mm-hmm.
They got to answer with a touchdown on this drive. Oh, good for Davis Warren. Much better in the second half. Crazy situation with the Iowa State running back room this year. They just like rotating guys. Every game is somebody different, but it's back to Abu Sama, at least on that run. Breaking tackles, looking like a champ, man.
Very weird season for him. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe he's on 100%. I don't know what that is. Or maybe we just got an outsized opinion of him based off him running like a maniac in the snow.
Based on Farmageddon. Yeah. Which is, I mean, I'll cap to that. Like I'm not gonna be embarrassed by being impressed by snow running. So let me look. I'm trying to see where
any Indiana guys on that list?
So sometimes like you look at a list and it's like, hey, look at this list. This list is pretty good. And it's something that a guy does and it's better than nothing, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have Dylan Gabriel in his top 150. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, Dylan Gabriel's not an NFL quarterback.
He's not an NFL quarterback at all?
No.
Too slight?
Too little, not enough arm juice. Yeah, he'll get rostered. I don't think he's a draftable NFL quarterback.
Really?
Yeah.
Bo Nix was a first rounder and he's not draftable?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I shouldn't say that strongly. He's not draftable, but he's not.
Spencer Rattler got drafted.
He's a day 3.
Not a single Indiana player on his list at all. So, all right. So we're going to shut this down for a couple minutes here at the end of this third quarter for Michigan, Oregon. We'll come back and wrap up the finale of these afternoon Northern games. We appreciate everybody who's been hanging out. And then we will be back at 11 p.m. Eastern for a final kind of typical post-game show where I think we'll recap Oregon, Michigan, and Ohio State, Penn State again, but really zero in on Pitt, SMU, Wisconsin, Iowa is tonight.
Yep.
But the ones that are really affecting the playoff race, and probably have more to say about some of these late window Big 12 games that are getting pretty crazy. So for now, quick break. We'll be back shortly after the start of the fourth quarter here on Kings of the North. Back on our Kings of the North watch along, entering the fourth quarter in a bunch of games, Landis. UCLA leads Nebraska 27-14, with Nebraska driving almost in the red zone as this fourth quarter starts. Oregon up 31-17 on Michigan as this fourth quarter starts. Iowa State entering the fourth quarter against Texas Tech, down in that one. And also monitoring Georgia, Florida.
Yeah, Georgia, Florida is at commercial. I think it's 13-6 Florida still.
There's an injury, I think, there that sent them to a commercial break. So I guess Florida.
What's Michigan do? Oh, what a catch. Colston Loveland is unbelievable.
So they're doing it, right? They're feeding Colston Loveland as needed in this game.
Yeah, they sure are. They have to. What's he have? Loveland 6 for 106 on 8 targets.
I do not think Florida did much with this Georgia pick.
I don't know that they're equipped to, are they?
3rd and 2, zone read. One Georgia guy nearly tackled both the quarterback and the running back. The quarterback got out of it and then got swarmed. And now 4th and 5.
Oh, they're going to say he lost it going down.
4th and 5 from the plus 44. Florida punted.
Yeah.
And then it bounced backwards. They only got it like at the 16-yard line.
When you're on your third quarterback, that's probably the
Yeah.
right thing.
But I mean, it's just Georgia currently is up against nothing. Georgia is facing nothing, and we'll see if Georgia can win. But like, this has to be taken into account when you're trying to analyze this team. All right, so Nebraska has a chance to make this competitive here and win back some juice. 3rd and 2 run. Looks like they got a first down right at the 10. So this is a Loveland catch or no?
They ruled it incomplete. Now Michigan is challenging it, but I don't think they're going to win the challenge.
Because the ball popped out when he hit the ground?
Yeah.
Didn't have control. What did you think of the Garrett Wilson catch on Thursday night?
Crazy. Insane. He's a freak.
He is a freak.
Somebody like tweeted it and said, like, we just saw one of the best catches in the NFL ever. And I was like, that's a little hyperbolic. And then I watched it again. I was like, all right, maybe. Kind of thing.
He's crazy because he is a crazy athlete, and I also think like a super smart football player.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. He's got high football IQ for sure.
He's like got some Clark Kent stuff going on. When he would come into the Ohio State interview room with glasses on and just like break down plays, and I would pass out.
Professor Wilson.
Professor Football. There's nothing more that you want. And then also he can do that and jump in the air and double toe tap before he lands. Abu Sama, again, Iowa State, like whatever has been happening, he's here for the fourth quarter, Mr. Landis.
Good insert block there. Oh, shed a tackle, bounce it. Yeah, it's a nice play.
Nebraska 2nd and goal at the 4. Going to throw an end zone fade again. That was a little dangerous.
I don't know.
So they
didn't win. They weren't going to win that challenge.
They lost the challenge.
I guess it's worth the swing for down 2 scores, and you think you got a chance to keep a drive going, but there was no way they were going to overturn that. Georgia getting loose.
Man. 3rd and goal for Nebraska from the 5. This is huge. I mean, obviously 4 down territory, down 13 with 11 minutes left. But a touchdown here is absolutely game.
It was a end around for Georgia. Just want so Carson Beck didn't make a good play.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
He was just a handoff turnstile?
He was just a turnstile.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Dylan Raiola under pressure here, just like stepped up, stepped back, stepped to the side, threw to the middle. The ball got swatted in the air. Could have been picked. A little bit of a crazy person play, but they're going to have to go for it on 4th down for Nebraska. And a little bit of do-or-die territory here. This is pretty much the game.
40-10 Indiana.
So you and I have had
Curtis Warwick, 18 of 26, 252, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Actually not running the ball well. Again, Michigan State's run defense is pretty good. But they're throwing it all over them.
Abu Sama is running like a man possessed right now. And Nebraska just took the timeout before their 4th down play. Watch this Sama run. This is absolutely wild, man. He's just like seeking contact, running through people. Nearly got to the goal line. Now, Gary Danielson is indignant that Dylan Gabriel is not a 1st-round draft pick.
That makes me feel like I'm on the right side of history. If I'm on the opposite of a Gary Danielson.
Gary Danielson did not know the position that Sonny Styles played for an entire game.
Yeah.
So they're checking something here in the Iowa State game. I think they're trying to figure out if Sama scored. He kicked the pylon. What does that mean if you kick the pylon?
Did he step out before it?
Maybe. The name of the game is you have a ball in your hand and then you go try to kick this pylon and see if you can win. Oh, so we have not been, I think, no offense to anybody else, I think it's possible that Jason Benetti and Brock Hewitt is my favorite announcing team in college football.
I think they're pretty good. Yeah. I wonder what people think about that. Like who their favorite guys are.
I would like to do that. We'll do that sometime with our audience on KOTN. To talk about that, because I do think it matters. It is amazing how much like college football announcers can affect your enjoyment of a game.
Oh yeah.
But I think Hewitt is really sharp, and I think Benetti is a great combination of excitement, but not too crazy.
No, he's pretty funny too, I think.
Yeah.
Like, he's got good timing of like when the maybe not take things so seriously.
Yeah.
I don't mind the main NBC crew.
Noah Eagle and Todd Blackledge.
Todd Blackledge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like Gus and Joel. It's not that I dislike Gus and Joel.
There's just a little oversaturation there because we have to watch them almost every week.
Yeah. And I do think Joel has changed a little bit now that he has a podcast.
Yeah.
And that is like a crazy thing to say as people who are trying to make a living right now, basically doing a podcast during a college football game. So I'm not going to say what I was going to say, which is when I watch a college football game, I don't want to listen to a podcast. But I think when you're the main announcing crew, it's like, I want you to analyze very specifically. You've been in there talking to players and coaches the day before the game, and you've been watching film all week. And I'm not necessarily looking for a take on who should make the playoff.
Right.
I want you to break down somebody's secondary.
So the Oregon injury?
Offensive lineman?
Is that Lalaulu?
All right. 4th and 5 for Nebraska. Do or die time after timeout. This is not it. That was horrendous. That was like crazy person time. They rolled Dylan Raiola left, and he just was tiptoeing into a rush. He tiptoed into 5 guys grabbing him by the torso. What was that? Roll left, tiptoe. Oh, my gosh. So this is one of those, like we talk about this stuff, making a block on the edge here. They rolled Dylan Raiola left, and the whole play comes down to Nebraska's running back being able to block a linebacker so that the guy can work free in the end zone. And the linebacker just came and destroyed the running back, knocked him to the ground, and sacked Dylan Raiola. And then it's a situation where well, why did you make that play hinge on a 175-pound running back blocking that guy?
Yeah.
Because it's not that he – watch this play. It's not like the guy wasn't there. He didn't miss the block. He just was incapable physically of handling this guy. Tiptoe left, bang. Ooh, over.
Matt, I guess are you thinking the ball's out before you get to that point? I don't know. That's not great.
He did seem to, and you can see the guy working in the back of the end zone. He's run this route is complicated enough. It's going to be out and then back. And if he can wait, he's going to have him, but he couldn't wait. And that's one of those, you called timeout to dial that up.
Georgia has tied the game at 13. It's 7:01 left. Iowa State looking at 3rd and goal.
I wonder, talking about conversations and,
Oh, got the Gator chomping a throat slash after the Georgia touchdown, and he didn't get penalized for it.
No, they're not going to penalize
Kirby's
Kirby.
yelling at him.
Kirby's yelling at him?
Yeah.
We don't throat slash at Georgia. We shove. 3rd and goal timeout. Oh, my. What is Houston doing here? Oh, punt.
Career high 2 passing touchdowns for Davis Warren.
Oh.
They're calling him Davis Dimes.
Just wanting to call him Warren Davis the whole time. Were you watch the UNLV Boise State game that was such a huge game 2 Friday nights ago? And
they kept calling him
Madsen Maddox instead of Maddox Madsen.
Yeah.
The very first thing.
Yeah.
It was the introduction to the game. And it was this game is going to hinge on Madsen Maddox. And it was you had all week. You had all week to get the guy's name right, and you flipped it the first time. I couldn't believe it. Gabriel Dillon, also one of those.
Oh, yeah. 2 first names.
Yeah.
Dylan Gabriel got crushed on that play.
He did get crushed. He also
What
will.
What was the O-line injury?
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Was it Poncho?
No, Poncho's still in there. Must have been.
Is that right guard? Is
left
that the right
guard? Right guard, yeah, right guard.
I mean, it is that I think is the frustrating thing about Michigan is that their flash players and their flash moments are truly elite.
That's that's Harper, right? The right guard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something about. He's their best interior lineman, I think. Actually, that's not Poncho's pretty good.
So
what
Nebraska.
Did they run that play back? Do you have this game up?
Which one? Nebraska, Oregon, run it back? Yeah. What do you want to see?
what they did on the line with Harper injured? They moved Poncho to right guard and put Pickard back in at center.
Can you tell? So, really disappointed. Talking about like there have been enough coordinate. Of course, there's going to be coordinator changes by this time, and I do think, by the way, on the Wednesday KOTN, in addition to reacting to,
No, they didn't do that. They kept Poncho at center.
In addition to reacting to college football playoff, the first rankings on Tuesday night. We'll do a lot of that on Wednesday. Stephen Godfrey's also going to be on Wednesday. I think we're going to do some coaching carousel stuff on Wednesday. Also, just as a heads up, on Tuesday, I think we're going to plan to have a BYU writer on as a guest to dig in on the Cougs, and also plan to have Brian Fremo, who runs one of the stat sites that we cite a lot, to just talk about how he does that, but also like the people who view college football through a statistical lens. What do they think of using a committee for the playoff rankings? Do they think, does a guy like Brian think that there should be computers involved more specifically, rather than just having the committee members cite those?
Yeah.
So, but also we bring his name up on the show so much, I wanted to actually have him on the show. So Kansas State got it stopped, and now is getting downhill a little bit with Dylan Edwards, who again is maybe the best like change of pace guy.
Oh, not go back. That was through a pick.
Really?
Roll it out, sprint out to the right with one receiver over there.
Yeah. No, this is
That play call.
These are all the just these quarterbacks who can make a game-winning play as long as when they try to throw the ball to you on the play before you drop it.
Right.
And
now they're going to kick a field goal.
I think you have to kick a field goal here, right? Because I think they've moved the ball enough to believe they'll get another shot at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't come up with a 0 here, but like 2 field goals will win this for Iowa State. So just did not like Iowa State minus 13.5 here, but like
Kansas State's out of the half.
Kansas State is up 16-10 with 12 minutes left in the third quarter, moving the ball a little bit. Texas Tech now up 17-16 on Iowa State after Iowa State makes that field goal with 12 minutes left in that game. Nebraska's still down 2 scores. And
46-10 Indiana.
46-10 Indiana. I mean, are there holdouts? Like you and I were talking when we analyzed the Indiana Michigan State game this week of like, are people waiting for the other shoe to drop on Indiana? Is there something that has to be people coming around of like, I understand their schedule is what it is, but man, these guys are good at football.
I don't know what it is. Like maybe to see the defense tested by a complete offense, which they'll get a couple weeks against Ohio State. Maybe it's you want to see their offensive line, how it handles an elite defensive line like Michigan's next week. I don't know. At this point, I think the lack of belief in Indiana mostly just stems from an inability to like wrap your mind around what Indiana is doing. And like people say, like, what's Indiana's best win? What's Indiana's best win? It's the fact that it kicks the crap out of everybody. That is Indiana's best win.
So this is what I predict will happen. So Indiana is 13th in the AP poll right now. You're looking at teams ahead of them. A bunch of them are off this week. There isn't any, Penn State lost, but Penn State's not going to drop behind Indiana, I don't think. Penn State's not going to drop from 3 to 14 for losing by 1 score to Ohio State.
I don't think that's how poll voters work. Yeah.
So my prediction is that Indiana will be in the top 10 of the committee rankings. I could see Indiana, because they are so efficient and they're going to be they're very high in offensive efficiency ratings and success rate and things like that. And the committee is going to look at some stats like that. I think they definitely could be ahead of Notre Dame. I think they could be ahead of Texas A&M. I think they could be ahead of Clemson, because again, you start looking at something like, what's Clemson's best win? Clemson's best win is that it lost to Georgia, right? Like what?
Georgia,
so.
Yeah.
I think Indiana will be in the top 10, and then as a result, they'll move up in the polls because the poll voters react to what the committee does.
Yes.
But I think Indiana will be more respected by the committee. This matters, but for Indiana is a little bit different than Pitt and BYU and Iowa State, I think, in that some of their offensive and like their like game control, if that's
I wonder if we will hear the return of the game control conversation with Indiana. That is what the committee has used in the past to justify teams that had top 5 perception coming into the year that had not played good schedules.
Yes.
That they were, whatever the game control metric is, they dominated it.
And so will you apply? It's like it's easy to apply to a blue blood.
Yeah.
Well, this blue blood's good no matter who they play.
Mm-hmm.
Will you apply it to Indiana? But to your point, I think they should. Kansas State just tried a field goal and screwed it up. So Kansas State lined up for a 53-yard field goal, and it looks like maybe a bobbled hold, and it got snuffed out, and so they did not extend their lead. That's still going to be 16-10 Kansas State halfway through the third quarter. Low snap. Holder couldn't quite get it down. Field goal kicker hesitated. So, and now Iowa State's trying to get after it on defense. Nebraska does have the ball back. Not dead yet, but they got to do something, and they just haven't been doing that.
Coach on the Oregon sideline when I just broke his leg.
There are really, I mean, the number one Dylan Raiola thing truly is the tiptoe. It is the number one Patrick Mahomes thing, the way he moves around on the balls of his feet.
Yeah.
Like during plays and after plays. Like when they like hit a play down the field and then he has to run to the huddle, it's on the balls of his feet. But also in the midst of that play, he was moving around like Patrick Mahomes.
Ballerina.
I thought that Donovan Edwards was a dark horse Heisman contender coming into this year. I've always liked Donovan Edwards. You have been more on the side of not sure about the vision, and I think your side of things is more played out this year.
Yeah, I don't think he's anything special. When he can find that crease like he just found here, he can really get north and south on you quick, but finding that crease is pretty difficult for him.
If it's not right there.
I remain surprised that they don't get him involved more as a pass catcher.
Yes, and I think he can be like used in the NFL.
I think he will be.
I think he is a really good open field athlete. I think he is a good north-south athlete, but I don't think you can ask him to pick his way through the line.
Right.
And
even some of his long runs, it's like he runs like into a massive bodies, then pops out and runs for 48 yards.
Yes. Yes. So Iowa State's defense showing up here against Texas Tech.
4th and 1.
4th and 1 with 9 minutes left. Nebraska trying to keep moving the ball. They're almost in the red zone again. Like this is really one of the situations Nebraska could have scored that touchdown. This really would be on here for Nebraska and UCLA. Instead, they're still down 2 scores with 8 minutes left. So at the edge of field goal territory on a 4th down try for Texas Tech. Is Michigan showing you something?
I mean, they're doing...
This was like a 15-point spread.
Davis Warren is having a nice second half, yeah.
And this is one of those, it's like, how are you evaluating Michigan? Are you judging Michigan on what they should be overall? Then it still is what it is. But I feel like they are making the most of what they have right now.
What are they doing? Edwards 9 for 46. Mulling 7 for 14. That's
just not been as...
Orgy's up to 36 yards on 5 carries.
But like to work Orgy in a little bit to get the ball to Loveland, right? You didn't get it.
Interesting. Like the Alex Orgy run package prior to last week just looked terrible, whether he was a starter or not. Like is it them figuring out their offensive line stuff? I just don't know what has helped it be so much better.
But also, I mean,
but I guess all that matters is that it is better.
Are we giving some credit to like, okay, well, Kirk Campbell and the offensive staff like didn't?
I don't think I'll give any credit to Kirk Campbell.
No, didn't give up. They kept getting after it in the lab. They went in the lab and they kept working on it. He's trying to save his job, brother.
The job you should have never had in the first place.
Those are the jobs that you try to save the most. Dylan Raiola is tiptoeing backwards and now lobbing it into the end zone. So that is, I don't know what happened at the beginning of that play, but I know it was 1st and goal, and Dylan Raiola ended up releasing a pass from the 23-yard line. So that is just, sometimes you look down, and this is what Nebraska should be doing. And I do think every Nebraska fan, every part of the fan base, there's some part of this that has to come with, we're grooming a young quarterback who probably has a chance to be pretty good. And so your lumps, there's at least more that your lumps might lead to than is with some other teams. But there are times you look down at Nebraska and it's like, I don't know what's happening here. This doesn't make sense to me. Mm. This offense has too much backward action at the moment.
O-line problems there too, right? I think.
Yeah. But again, it's not a free pass, but they lost their left tackle in the preseason.
This is where Michigan, I still find them frustrating. You don't complete a pass on first down. You bring in Alex Orgy on 2nd and 10 to run into the teeth of the defense. And now you're asking Davis Warren to come back onto the field to convert 3rd and 7.
Right. And that does seem to be, I would wonder, for the teams that use the wrinkle quarterback or the running quarterback, how often is it on 2nd down?
Right. It feels like it should be a 1st down or a 3rd and short conversation.
But it's usually exactly like you said. It's on 2nd down, and then when it doesn't work, it's like, okay, regular guy, you fix this now.
3rd and 7 run. They're going to go for this, I guess.
I guess.
Not kicking a field goal to stay down 2
No.
scores, right?
Nebraska 2nd and goal.
It would be a heck of a thing to kick a field goal to make a 2-possession game into a 2-possession game.
Dylan Raiola's going to scramble for it. Got to the 2 and took a huge shot, and he's down. I don't think Dylan Raiola is injured, but he got thumped, and he's feeling it right now, I think. So he is down at the 2-yard line. It's going to be 3rd and goal for Nebraska, but he did the right thing there.
Where's you back in on 4th and 5?
Throw. He's going to throw.
Nope.
No, he's going to throw. Orgy special.
Yeah, that's.
Oh!
Did he run into the weight of the camera?
He ran into the weight of the camera
that's
because the
bad.
throw is 6 yards out of bounds.
Man, that's bad. That is
like an immovable object.
so that's the camera crane is the other end of the camera is like a bunch of weights you'd see at a gym helping balance it out, and he just ran right into it.
There is no give on that.
I've never seen that happen before.
Wow. And this is one of those again. Oh man.
But this is it. It's like, what do you got on 4th and 5? It's like, I guess we'll run a trick play because we can't win one-on-ones. We don't have a quarterback. We try. Oh man. Hopefully that he hit the side of that and not the weight.
So Heinrich Harburg's coming in for Nebraska. Maybe a hip pointer for Dylan Raiola. He's walking off with his hand on his hip, like kind of limping. He just took a shot on his side. Really big hit. So Nebraska, former starter Heinrich Harburg's going to come in on 3rd down. I hope Dylan Raiola is okay. It looks like it's the kind of injury that he's okay, but he's coming out of the game. But he did get him down to the 2-yard line.
Iowa State got a stop on 4th down, has the ball back. Near midfield, 8:26 left.
I mean, this is just every Iowa State game.
Oof. Completion over the middle.
Heinrich Harburg, run, nothing. Boy, oh boy. Nebraska has a chance to end up with like 2 empty trips at the 3 in a 2-score game. That's tough. That's tough. So again, thanks to everybody who's joining us here on Kings of the North with our watch along. I think this is just what our Saturdays are now. Me and you in the basement, just watching games, shooting the breeze.
A little warm down here. I don't know.
Maybe. Next week, Ohio State, Purdue.
No, next week I'm going to Indiana next week.
Oh yeah, you are going to Indiana next week. No, we do have some stuff we're going to get back out on the road. Bill's going to Michigan and Indiana next week. I was going to go to BYU, Utah, had the plane ticket, had the credential request, had the hotel, and then it's a 10:15 Eastern start.
Yeah.
And it's like we either couldn't do the post-game show or I would be flying to Utah to like talk to people at tailgates and then not go to the game.
Right.
It's not even a 7:30 Eastern start where maybe I'd have to leave at halftime.
Oh, yeah.
It's a 10:15 Eastern start for the Holy War.
You can watch maybe the first quarter
and so it's just not. I was very surprised by that start time and disappointed. So
let's blame Utah.
We bailed on that trip, and Nebraska just must have gotten a penalty. They're still 1st and goal, so they're still alive. So, but we have a couple trips planned. So you're going to do that. I do think if it warrants it, somebody will be at Clemson at Pitt on November 16th.
Yeah.
I think we'll probably both be at Ohio State, Indiana, November 23rd.
I'd imagine.
And then we've got some bangers in the last week of the regular season that we're going to be out and about. So This is not the norm for us. We could have gone to games. We decided to do this instead. And as it turns out, I think it's been a good decision. But of course, it would have been cool to have somebody at State College or somebody in Ann Arbor today. But the fact that both these games, especially in the preseason, when you still thought what maybe Michigan was going to be, it was like, these are the 4 best teams in the North, and they're going head to head on the same weekend. Like maybe we just hunker down and do this. And I think it worked out.
Yeah, no, I'm glad we did it. It was nice to sit down, and I also find it like kind of instructive to know kind of what your thought process is. You're watching a game too.
Oh, instructive in terms of like you've lost total respect for me and my football analysis.
No, not at all.
When I was like, I think Oregon is good now, and you were like, why do you think now?
Just what you're looking for and what I'm looking for and how they match up and stuff like that. Yeah.
Nebraska, it's not going to work out for them. 4 minutes left, trailing 27-14. It's going to be a big whiff by old Dougie on that one. Iowa State trying to get this done. This is just living the Iowa State way. And
they're going to try to run this bad boy down as much as they can while also playing.
Avery Johnson is 40 yards behind the line of scrimmage. That is not an exaggeration.
How'd that play end?
Okay. With a completion.
Ooh.
Can I double check this? All right, I'm going to double check this so I'm not shouting things that aren't true. The line of scrimmage was the Kansas State 49, so their own 49, okay? On 3rd and 8. Avery Johnson got back as far as the 17-yard line. So he ran backwards 32 yards and then completed a pass to DJ Giddens for a loss of 2. On 3rd down.
This wasn't a loss of 30.
And when he was 32 yards behind the line of scrimmage, he had to skip out of a tackle. He was not fancy and carefree back there. He was running for his life and almost took a safety from midfield.
I bet Chris Kleiman loves it. Iowa State now staring at 4th and 11. This is not where you want to be. Looking at a long field goal to take the lead.
They believe in their kicker.
Kyle Conradi, freshman.
He's drilled him before.
He's 3 for 3 today. This is a 51-yard banger.
But it's in the beautiful Ames night air.
Not even close.
Drilled it.
If they moved the goalpost 10 feet to the left, it would have been close.
Yeah. He missed it by like 3 widths of the goalpost.
Yeah.
If that was like a skee ball ring.
That's about as bad as you can miss a field goal.
And
I don't know if the wind, it's raining pretty good there. I don't know what the wind situation is there in Ames. But
which gets you into a situation of like, why are you asking guy to kick a 51-yard field?
You're in, are you sure you're going to get the ball back territory now for Iowa State?
All right, it's getting real. George is ahead.
Yeah.
I almost swore. If I was not on a show, you know what I would say when I found out that Georgia was ahead. How did they do that? 22-yard reception by Cash Jones.
I'm going to go ahead and turn off the Indiana game because it seems.
Let's see this. The precision of Carson Beck just dialing it up for another touchdown pass. Let's see what he did. It's a 3-yard crosser, and the guy broke 5 tackles and got to the end zone. And George is ahead with 40 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. 2013 against a Florida team that literally has no offense. So that's just how they do it in the SEC. It just means more.
Did you hear anything about Tez Johnson? I know he got hurt. He's in a sling.
Well, Nebraska did score. So Nebraska managed to punch that in while Iowa State was missing field goals. Oh, UCLA got an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty, which helped Nebraska get a 1st down. All Nebraska's touchdowns have come after an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty on UCLA. Their best offense is UCLA jacking around. And they still didn't get it until 3rd down, but at least they got in. All right. So that is a bit of a game. They must. What did they do then?
So this is Oregon cruising, but Tez Johnson was injured on the 3rd play of the game and did not return.
That is a big deal.
Yeah. I mean, Trayshawn Holden's just had a couple big catches. Holden 6 for 149. Evan Stewart 3 for 16 in a touchdown. Justice Lowe had a big week last week, 6 for 45, but yeah, no Tez.
So Nebraska was like they were on an odd score. They were down 13. So it's like, if they scored 2 touchdowns, they win. They missed the extra point. The guy just hooked it left. So they were down 27-14, and they scored a touchdown. They missed the extra point, so they're down 7 instead of being down 6. So So yeah, that's a big deal. That is, I mean, you can have an explosive offense with Trayshawn Holden and Evan Stewart and Terrence Ferguson and Jordan James. So this is more a compliment to Oregon. They've got some depth there that I don't know that is a devastating. They're a different team kind of loss with Tez Johnson, but he's really stinking good.
Yeah.
He is their most explosive guy.
And the part of too, what makes everyone else in that offense so dangerous is the presence of Tez Johnson. Right?
That is
so
correct.
And that's a comfort spot for Dylan Gabriel as well. They're going to need, we'll see what this is, if it's anything longer than this week, but I think he'll need more consistency from Evan Stewart. It's encouraging that Trayshawn Holden's done what he's done today, but you're talking about one of the more dynamic receivers in the country who's out right now for Oregon.
I like when it's like you just go on Twitter and you just put in like a player's name. And when you just search for everything, it's like Tez Johnson, and it's just people tweeting at online sports books saying that they should void their bets because they had a Tez Johnson over and then he got hurt.
Oh, he got hurt on the third game. Yeah.
And that is totally what sports books are there to do, which is to void their winning bets because an injury happened. Oh no, that's never happened before. An injury in football.
Ooh,
who could have seen that coming? So player overs, right? This is the TSU and I talk about that, like individual player overs. There is just a tendency to the under because it's like alien abduction unders.
Yeah, we can't bet them in Ohio.
No, we cannot bet them in Ohio, which is on college games, and it's not the only state that does that. What do you think of that rule? I get it actually.
Yeah, I get it. I'm fine. I'm not enough of a gambler to be upset about it.
I can remember conversations, I mean, like on old shows that I used to host at Cleveland.com when the idea of like legalized sports betting in all the states first came up, talking about like, are you going to be allowed to bet on teams in your state? Are you going to be allowed to bet on players?
Some states you can't.
And there are some states you can't.
Illinois, you cannot bet on teams from Illinois, right?
That I actually think is like a little bit too far.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's such a national sport to note it, but the idea of like, well, guess it's like they think you can drive down the road and influence an outcome of a game, but you can't drive across the country and do it. Right. Which I'm not as exactly. I don't know that's exactly how it works. But I would rather everybody just be able to bet on the games and then say no player props in college. I think that is not unreasonable.
We're doing the playoff predictor chances with Iowa State. 50% chance to get in with the win, 21% chance to get in with a loss. Cyclones have the ball with a chance to drive for the win.
I do think like that.
4:31 left. And a nice punt return from Jalen Knoll to put them at the 35.
You know what? Because they have explosive players that make plays when the game's on the line. Yeah. But like a prediction like that. So first of all, if they win the Big 12, they're in. Actually, their chances of winning the Big 12 don't change with this loss.
Yeah.
Because they still needed to beat Kansas State anyway. So now they still need to beat Kansas State and win all their other games. So you think they have a 29% better chance of getting in? Again, is it performance or results? When it comes to winning the Big 12, the result doesn't matter that much. And I don't know that this performance changes your mind about Iowa State that much. And so you think that they have a 29% chance of getting in as a non-Big 12 champ? Otherwise?
21% chance, it said.
But it's the difference between 50 and 21.
Oh, right. Yeah.
But like that idea of so that's the BYU and Iowa State are both undefeated. The loser still gets in.
Yeah.
That you would be banking on for Iowa State. And again, all those robots. I mean, there's just a lot of things that aren't.
They're on the verge of field goal range already. Nice completion from Rocco Beck to Jaden Higgins.
You start putting numbers on things that really.
Although I guess I shouldn't say they're on the verge of field goal range based off how the last kick went.
Yeah. I mean, I think their field goal range might be like, we're not kicking a field goal.
Yeah.
And then they get stuffed there. So a bunch of teams trying to stay alive. This is a pretty good window that these games are coming down to. Nebraska scored 13 straight. And now Nebraska does have the ball back. So they got the score. They missed the extra point. They get the ball back. They are at their own 19-yard line with 2:22 left, first down. And they run Dylan Raiola. Oh, no. They didn't. I guess Dylan Raiola is not in the game. Or is he? There's too much happening at the same time. So we have Nebraska in the final, coming up on the 2-minute warning.
Iowa State's going to have a 3rd and 13. It has to try to do something with.
So I'm trying to see, what is happening. So this is almost helpful that the Kansas State game is a little bit not quite on the same.
What's Oregon going to do here with the up 14 and the spread was 14.5? Not that we're a gambling show.
Oh, no, we got to call TSU and ask them what they should do. So, okay. So that is Harburg in at quarterback for
converted 3rd
Nebraska.
and 13, and he got loose and he's going to score. Iowa State takes the lead.
Who is that?
One of the running backs. Carson Brown. Well,
I mean, what do you do with that?
a lot of sad bettors.
What do you mean? For Iowa State?
No, for anybody who took Michigan plus 14.
Oh, Oregon cashes that in.
I took Michigan plus 14.5.
Oh, you took Michigan plus 14.5?
Yeah, but I only bet.
Look at you. I'm trying to ask. Like,
I
yeah.
only bet $2 on it, so we're fine.
The Doug bet. But this is Iowa State. This is Iowa State. Like, this is crazy, but this is also like exactly who they are. And so I do think sometimes there's definitely a close game that you can win and it feels like you were trying to blow it the whole time. And then there's a close game that you can win and it's like, my God, you had to fight and really do some good stuff down the stretch to find a way to win that. And I think that's closer to what this is for Iowa State. Did you feel like Iowa State was trying to blow this game all day?
Yes.
Oh. Yes.
I mean, they just weren't doing anything on offense. Like, field goal, turnover on downs, field goal, interception, punt, touchdown, fumble the ball away, punt, field goal, missed a field goal, and then you finally score a touchdown.
So in the committee room, you would say what about this game for Iowa State? Like, it's a credit or a mark against?
I mean, it's a win, so it can only be so much of a mark against. It's they're a team that starts slow. I don't know what you do with that. I don't know. I don't know what that says about the quality of a team. If you're a team that starts slow and often finds itself in a hole, but then still finds a way to win, I would imagine the last part of that probably matters more than anything else, right? So, I don't think like. I don't know that Iowa State's going to get downgraded by the committee, but and again, it's another conversation where like how much does it actually matter because they're not. I don't know that they're in a position to be scrutinized all that much given their current position. So
yeah,
if it came down to it and you're like really trying to parse things, then maybe you look back and say like, well, you guys really messed around with Texas Tech. I don't know, but they also have to finish the game. There's 2 minutes left.
I'm trying to double check this. Carson Brown, he's a third-year player at Iowa State who just scored that touchdown. I am not seeing. Okay. He had 4 catches for 38 yards on the year. And he just cashed in a 42-yard touchdown. 47-yard field goal for Kansas State is good on the last play of the third quarter. So K-State's now up 19-10 on Houston. So they just, in the open field, threw to a guy with 4 catches, and he made a guy miss and took it to the house.
So nice read by Rocco Beck.
That's in his career. That was the 5th catch of his career.
Big-time players make big-time plays.
Just like we said, they're just filled with weapons. And this is down 2 for Nebraska. They just took its last time out with 1:52 left. They have a 4th and 11 coming up to stay alive. So 38-17. So this is, maybe it's not anything for Oregon other than just more of the same. And this is Oregon being Oregon. Like, does this influence much of you? I mean, without Tez Johnson is a little bit something, right?
I mean, they didn't necessarily keep the pedal down without Tez Johnson, right? It was Michigan, I think, won the second half, did it not?
But Tez Johnson's been out like the whole, like most of the game, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, I think it's good to see. Like,
I can. So, by the way, I hope everybody knows this. I mean, except you don't have to know it because you're just a college football fan and enjoy your sport. Ward Manuel is the committee chair, the Michigan athletic director. He's the committee chair for the first time this year. So he is the guy that you're going to hear and see being interviewed on ESPN after all these games. But I can almost hear Ward Manuel as the committee chair saying, we thought Oregon's win was very impressive. They lost a great player early in the game and still managed to put up 38 points on the road in a tough environment.
Yeah, Oregon is in no jeopardy whatsoever of being anything other than the number one team.
Yeah. So, but is that pablum or is that like actual meaning that like that you should be impressed when a team loses its best offensive weapon on the first drive, still scores 38 against a defense with pretty good players on the road to go to 9-0.
Yeah, I don't know that it makes me. I already thought Oregon was good, so like I don't know how much better you want me to think they are, but it is impressive to put up a 38, even in light of playing against a defense that I don't think is very good in the secondary.
Yeah.
After losing Tez Johnson 3 plays into the game.
Yeah. And this is officially like we're a little bit on bowl watch for Michigan now, right?
So this drops them to 5-4,
and they have Indiana and Ohio State left.
Yeah,
like it's real.
What is the rest of that schedule actually?
So Nebraska's still alive. Minute and a half left. Marching. Heinrich Harburg in at quarterback. Ripped down the middle of the field. Had a dude and missed him. Had Jamal Banks and missed the throw. But that's what happens sometimes when you're backup quarterback.
Oregon 5-4. Excuse me, Michigan 5-4. At Indiana next week. Then they're off. Then they play Northwestern at home. And then they play Ohio State. So they should beat Northwestern and get to a bowl game.
5-4. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Northwestern has that end of the year. Northwestern has Ohio State and Michigan back.
I hear Orlando's lovely in January.
So we will. I think we'll hang on to the end of Iowa State.
Yeah, we should see what they do.
And then we'll send you home with the Dragon statue. Nebraska 3rd and 10. Heinrich Harburg's going to run for a first down, maybe. Right at the sticks. Are they going to mark him slightly short? You got to get to that line, man. He got it. Okay, first down. Kansas State's kicking off up 19-10. First play of the fourth quarter. And not for nothing, just because it is $500 at stake, but that totals at 29 right now. And Tishu and I bet it as our $500 bet at under 45.5.
What game was that?
Kansas State, Houston.
Oh, nice.
So we're in decent shape for the moment, but this is the kind of thing where I say that, and then someone gets a defensive score, and Tishu starts to punch holes in his wall. They're going to review. I think they're reviewing whether Heinrich Harburg got the first down. It was a third down run, and like there was a defender chasing him, but he kind of like stepped out. Like he didn't quite maybe get there. And it's a situation where you got to get to the sticks on that run, and I don't know if he did. So I will be very curious. Now you're setting up a situation where they might have to go for it on a 4th and 1 to get that. So, but the biggest thing still going on is Iowa State up 5 trying to hold on with Texas Tech moving the ball at the 40.
Near midfield. They're taking a shot here. Got him. Oh, he gave up on it. I thought he had him.
Got behind.
3rd and 10.
What do you think to yourself when a team is up trying to protect a lead and they let a receiver get behind the defense?
Bad. It's like
Is it ever forgivable?
We got turned around there too. I mean, it's a safety. I don't know if there's a coverage bust prior to that allows that to happen, but no.
I'm like, no help.
Especially when the team that has the ball like has to score a touchdown.
Yeah.
It's not like you're trying to protect field goal range.
Yeah. And they're really reviewing this Harburg spot. I think he's going to be spotted short.
False start on Texas Tech.
Iowa State.
Be 3rd and 15.
Jack Trice Stadium. Getting loud. Big third down here for Houston. 3rd and 7. Has a chance to maybe get away from, and they ran it. Oh, Houston had a 3rd and 7 at their own 28 and ran it up the middle and got stopped for like a loss of 4. Kansas State swarming. Kansas State's starting to feel a little bit here.
So the Indiana game's final was 47-10 Indiana. Curtis Work ended up with 4 touchdown passes. Indiana's defense had 7 sacks and 15 tackles for loss. Minus 24 rushing yards Michigan State finishes with. Aiden Fisher had 9 tackles. Mikael Kamara had 7 tackles, 2.5 sacks, 4.5 TFLs. Another JMU.
4.5 tackles for loss.
Another JMU guy. Yeah.
That is wild.
He's been really good this year. He was definitely on the list to be like in the mix for All North midseason. I don't know.
Absolutely.
We didn't end up picking him, but he was right there.
Nebraska moving the ball.
4th and 7 for Texas Tech.
Do or die, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska gets a first down under a minute.
Oh, they converted it. Nice throw.
That is a nice throw.
Only rush 3.
What would you do on that? You like rush 3, drop 8? Make them find a window?
No, I like making the quarterback uncomfortable.
A lot of times I just don't know what the difference between the 7th drop guy and the 8th,
Mhm.
right? And give you an extra rusher.
Going for the win. Again, the guy behind. Oh.
Oh! Wow. DB recovers and knocks it out. I mean, that's a good play by the DB, but he got beat first. Didn't he?
Yeah, he got smoked. He never looked back for the ball.
What is happening? Why?
Wow, that's just a really well-timed punch. He could not have timed that any better.
So, but that's read, and it's not like he's reading the receiver's eyes.
No, he was. He didn't look for the ball.
No, nobody's looking at the receiver. You look, and then when the receiver looks for the ball,
He was reading the receiver's eyes.
that's what I mean. Yeah. He didn't look for the ball, but it wasn't just luck because he stared at the receiver. Oh, now they're running wide. But that situation is like you have a safety who's like playing 15 yards off the line of scrimmage.
Flat-footed.
When a field goal does nothing.
Yeah.
And you're letting a guy run right by your corner.
Mm-hmm.
Texas Tech is absolutely threatening here. People in Ames have to be going bonkers.
This feels like we're going to win the game drive. They haven't even had the call timeout yet.
Oh, pick for UCLA. Heinrich Harburg threw down the field. It hit off a UCLA defender, off the Nebraska receiver who was on the ground, and then like a UCLA guy picked it off of him.
Jason in the chat's asking what happened to Dylan Raiola.
Dylan Raiola was scrambled up the middle near the goal line and got hit really hard right on his side and was down for a while, limped off the field, like holding his hip. Heinrich Harburg had to come in to finish that drive, and now this game is over. Maybe like the way he was walking, like a hip pointer. It could be just something more in the abdomen on the side. It did not look the way he did come off the field under his own power, limping, but we don't have the sound on. But it did not look. It's not one of those things where you're worried about an X-ray or something. I think he just got absolutely nailed on a smart, well-timed scramble. And that's going to do it. UCLA is going to beat Nebraska 27-20. Sorry, T-Shoe, if you're watching. And I don't know what's happening, but Carson Beck is shaking his head, and it's 4th down. So I feel good about that.
Great.
So that will.
Oh, it was an abysmal throw behind his receiver.
Oh, yeah. No, that's great. That's a 6th round throw right there.
Kirby's going to shove him.
Is Kirby Smart yelling at him? I told you to hit those throws. So that's a 27-20 Nebraska loss. We have a 38-17 Oregon win. We have what was the Indiana score again?
47-10.
47-10 Indiana over Michigan State.
In the game that Indiana was down 10-0.
10-0. Yeah. So we had 4 Northern games in the early window. We had 5 in the secondary window. We have 3 night games tonight, and we only have 12 Northern games this week.
Yeah.
So we have Pitt SMU, we have Iowa, Wisconsin, and we have Washington USC tonight.
Washington USC on Big Ten Network.
Oh, yeah.
I saw that going through the preview this week, and I had a chuckle.
It got real for you, brother.
Yeah.
I kind of like the Jackie Robinson hat. The Sean Foster.
Oh, yeah. That's cool, isn't it? I like that, too. He's got good sideline style, Sean Foster.
So this is really encouraging for UCLA. I mean, I just think there's some belief there, and they could have given up on this season and they didn't. So, like, a lot of
Iowa
credit
State
for that.
is just taking the strategy of not covering anybody on the game.
I don't know. How can Iowa State be in a situation where they're simultaneously letting guys run past them, also giving up easy stuff underneath? It's like, we choose both. Touchdown.
They're working with the one. His body was in the end zone, but I don't think the ball was, which is actually worse. Like, they should just run the clock down and then just run the ball in.
The Iowa State secondary has given up everything on this drive. There is nothing that they have not managed to give up.
Yep.
So it is not the end of the world for Iowa State not to win this. It is not the end of the world for the Big 12. But we were wondering, Landis, right? When's somebody going to get you?
Yeah.
And this feels like it. Man.
Can't lose this game at home. He'll be short. First and goal from the half-yard line for Iowa State.
Just guys getting smoked. Like the I don't even understand. I just don't understand these coverage matchups. I mean, this is literally 40 seconds left from the 12-yard line. I don't even know what they're in. They're like in zero blitz. They're in zero coverage. There's no help. They have 5 guys manned up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And everybody else like at the line of scrimmage.
Mm-hmm.
No safety help. Just have a safety sit in the middle of the field to help this guy lift. The guy covering the slot is stumbling the entire route.
The structure of your defense is to have 3 safeties. Why you don't have anyone,
This is not well designed. I don't know. And it's just one of those things where they're also like not getting close to bothering the quarterback.
No.
So then what are you doing? You're not affecting the quarterback and you're not helping anybody in coverage. So now you're locked up one-on-one everywhere with no upside. Yeah, I don't know what that was. All right, goal line stand for the ages. What's happening?
False start.
No. 27 seconds left. Iowa State leads Texas Tech 22-17. Texas Tech hit at the half-yard line. And they did not just false start. You can't tell me that. That's not just what happened. Officials really milking this. You feel like the official sometimes like wants his moment.
Yeah.
He's like, let me walk. Let me consider everything going on. It is a false start. It's going to move him back to the 5.5. Can Iowa State survive? Meanwhile,
Florida down to the 30 or 28.
Go for 2. Oh, there's still, that's not 0:43 left. That's 9:43.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of game left.
Plenty of time. I mean, sometimes the third string quarterback's just going to get you sometimes. That's just life in the SEC.
That's right.
You can't hope to stop a third string quarterback. What are we talking about? First and goal at the 5.5. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us today. Been a good day in Northern Ball. There was going to be some crazy stuff to happen eventually. It is also raining pretty hard.
It's been raining pretty hard since the first half, feels like.
Thought there was going to be some goofy weather around the country. Play action.
What the heck?
No flag. Kind of threw almost like a pop pass into the end zone. And that was Verdon, who was the guy who was kind of stumbling on the last reception. And this time runs right with the tight end the whole way and does a pretty darn good job.
Yeah, it's good coverage.
Does a pretty darn good. Not fooled at all. Stayed with him. Didn't panic. Went up and knocked it down. That's a quite a good play. That's a nice bounce back by that guy. After the last play did not go so well. I still don't know exactly what they're doing. They just seem too tight to the line of scrimmage on stuff. They're just a direct snap, run wide, touchdown. Wow. Short side run, Landis. Short side run, direct snap. Taj Brooks, your guy.
No good.
So they bring 4, and this is why, again, we're talking short side. Texas Tech, 4 receivers to the left, 4 guys in coverage on them. That takes 4 guys out of the play. So now you only got 7 defenders left to worry about. You direct snap it, and you get everybody blocked up. And this is, look at this shot. They're running wide. What are these 2 guys doing? Like, these 2 linebackers in the middle of the field are just slow reacting. It feels like they're worried about him throwing. And then they're just slow to it, and now it's just everybody blocked up.
Iowa State's had linebacker problems all year. Like,
but
I don't know who's out there in crunch time for you.
You run short side.
On your depth chart.
You run short side like that.
But they also
this is why
they went 4 to the field and took half the defense.
Yeah, they took 4 guys over here, but then those other 7 guys. Why is there nobody? Like, they get that one edge block, and again, you take I don't think the quarterback's lined out wide left. So, like, you send a defender with the quarterback. It's like, is someone really going to throw to him?
Yeah, that's always tricky. It's like, are you covering the quarterback?
And they are, but now you're relying. You're making one block. You get a lead block on the edge, on the guy on the edge, who's not even a defensive end, who gets absolutely blown backwards in the end zone.
He retreated, though, because that guy released like he was going to run up the field.
But this is make one block for a game-winning touchdown.
He's got that guy in man coverage, and so he like retreats initially.
But like that, doesn't that Iowa State linebacker have to react quicker to that and get to that? This is one of those.
No, I don't disagree with you, but like I said, Iowa State's down to their 5th and 6th linebackers this year. I'm not surprised.
This is where a great safety or linebacker makes an ankle tackle, right?
Safety got through a little late.
Somebody triggers. Nobody triggers in time. You make one block on the edge, and it's over.
At least Florida scored.
Make the extra point. Are they going to go for 2? No, just make the extra point. 3rd string quarterback.
The guy who's playing for Florida is Aiden Warner.
Yeah.
And I found myself wondering, I wonder if he's related to Kurt Warner. So I Googled it. And then the Sporting News, an hour ago, published an article, is Aiden Warner related to Kurt Warner, exploring the connection between Florida's 3rd string QB and Hall of Famer. And then it gives you like 5 paragraphs and 300 words to get to a subhead that says, is Aiden Warner related to Kurt Warner? No.
So, but this is simultaneously the death of journalism and exactly why it happened.
That's
how many Sporting News stories have you read this month?
That's the first one.
Okay, they got you, brother. You can only blame yourself.
That's right.
All right. So Iowa State down 1, 20 seconds left. Do they have a miracle? And just a shout out, by the way, to just the Georgia defense, just completely blowing, just giving up huge swaths of ground for Florida to run that in. Oh boy, can't find that anywhere else. So again, we'll have to. Iowa State is just down to they got to win the Big 12.
Yep.
Which they maybe were at anyway. So wiggle room gone, but we now do not have to face the reality of one loss Iowa State being left out of the playoff, because that's now impossible.
Correct.
And that was among the most difficult realities to digest. So it's not like you're rooting for Iowa State to lose, but at least some of the things are happening to not create a worst case scenario of, holy moly, all these teams did almost everything they could. Unless, of course, Iowa State comes back and wins this game.
What do you got with 20 seconds left and 1 timeout? I feel like it's raining harder now, too.
I think it is raining harder. I mean, I don't know. Jaden Higgins, like hook and lateral to Jalen Noel.
Get out of bounds.
I did think, I thought there was such a stark contrast.
Are they going to kick like a 55-yard field goal to win?
They might. How Jaden Daniels threw that Hail Mary for Washington. And did you see in the Indianapolis game, Anthony Richardson was in a similar situation to try to throw a Hail Mary and just got sacked?
Was that before or after he took himself out of the game?
It was after.
Okay.
But like just that situation of, are you like the type of guy who will do anything to keep your team alive, to have a chance, even if it's so slim?
Yeah.
Or is it like, oh, well, I got sacked? So I think like Rocco Becht is like I will do anything I can to keep my team. Oh, I mean, that's kind of like the route they hit against Iowa to set up the game-winning field goal.
Yeah, that's That's the right idea. Now you probably have time to try to do that one more time, right?
Yeah.
And then kick a long field goal.
Yeah, if Iowa State had
It
completed
can
that
be in
pass,
the middle of the field too.
they were
If
at
they
the
have
edge of field goal
They have a
range.
timeout. It can be. You can throw it anywhere.
Hey, look at you with the slash identification again. Yeah, they're at the 37-yard line with 8 seconds left. They need like a 20-yard completion. That is not it. They tried. That was it.
That's a waste of time.
That was a hook and lateral.
You had enough time to throw it. That's bad. I think that's the wrong idea there, in my opinion.
But I don't know that they're trying to score there. I think they're trying to
get
like a 25-yard gain.
But that play is going to take more than 8 seconds.
So you see the guy coming behind though, right?
Yeah. But so that ball hits the receiver's hands with 5 seconds left. He's going to lateral it to the guy running behind him, and he's going to run for how long? We assume it's not going to be a touchdown before time runs out.
Yeah.
Right. So and I'm not saying it's easy
as opposed to just like maybe try to hit like another shot,
to rip a seam throw or something down the sideline. Maybe you get a pass interference penalty or something.
Yeah. Now they're gonna have to throw it in the end zone.
Yeah.
But if you're lining guys up of who do you want standing down there for a Hail Mary, Jaden Higgins is pretty high on my list.
Can Rocco Beck get the ball there?
That is a good question.
Indiana and Michigan State play for a trophy?
The old brass spittoon.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Just amazing the things that people decided to come up with 90 years ago. It's like, that's still a thing. All right, so this is going to be a 63-yard Hail Mary attempt. Maybe get a pass interference.
They're blitzed.
Well, they're not going to do a Hail Mary. They're going to do a chuck it around nonsense stuff, which is actually my least favorite part of football.
God, that's awful.
I'm not sure I can even root for Iowa State in this situation. I hate these plays so much.
Pathetic.
I literally think that there should be a rule that like no more than 4 players can touch a ball on a single play.
Yeah.
Or that there may be no more.
I award you no points.
No more than like 3 changes of possession or whatever. So Texas Tech wins 23-22. It's a loss for Iowa State. They still have a path to the Big 12 championship game, which means they still have a path to the playoff. So let's double check Iowa State. We had Cincinnati as a team to be on the lookout for because Cincinnati plays both Iowa State and Kansas State, but it is Texas Tech that jumps up and bites somebody. We had been waiting. Was an upset like this coming? So this is the path now for Iowa State. At Kansas, home versus Cincinnati, at Utah, and then Farmageddon at home versus Kansas State. If they win the next 3, they will set up a situation where I think Kansas State and Colorado's still
Kansas playing better.
Kansas playing better.
Tough out.
Utah stinks.
Can you get to that game?
And I don't know all the tiebreakers. I don't know all the tiebreakers because Colorado also has a pretty manageable path with its schedule. So we are now potentially getting into tiebreaker territory in the Big 12. And again, I mean, obviously, when you're undefeated, you control a lot of stuff. And when you lose, now you don't. So as it stands right now in the Big 12, BYU 5-0, Kansas State, Iowa State, Colorado are 4-1. And then we have the Kansas State game that is still going on right now. So, and Houston has scored. Chaos Day continues potentially. Houston has scored and has the ball back. So we do not know how that happened because it is not the game that we were prioritizing, but they are approaching the 40-yard line. 19-17, Kansas State with 7 minutes left, and it is really raining. It is really raining. So I don't know. Do we want to keep people, or do you want to go home and see your family?
I would like to go home and put my child to bed and then get ready for the night games.
All right. So we'll let you guys watch the rest of. Georgia scored.
Yeah.
Okay. Section, baby. I see it in the chat. It is Section. It's the greatest modern college football dynasty of all time, playing Section against a third-string quarterback. Congratulations.
Transfer from Yale, by the way.
Transfer from Yale?
Yeah.
That's where Adrian Warner, unrelated to Kurt Warner, is from?
Yeah.
Did the Sporting News write a story? Did Adrian Warner go to Princeton? No. Did Adrian Warner go to Brown? No. Only because it works. All right. We'll let you guys go. It's been a blast. That is 7 hours and 43 minutes on the ticker, man. So we'll just put this up on the podcast feed too.
Yeah.
Anybody who missed it.
Just spend your entire waking day tomorrow.
There's nothing like a live rewatch when you're not watching. And there's just guys yapping. So that'll wrap it up. Watch the rest of Kansas State, Houston. Watch Pitt, SMU, Iowa, Wisconsin, and Washington, USC tonight. Maybe there's still some crazy stuff that a ninth-string quarterback can get done for Florida against Georgia. Just another Carson Beck just dialing up a 4-yard pass on a tunnel screen. Nobody throws a 4-yard pass like Carson Beck. All right. Thanks to everybody for being here. I hope you enjoyed my basement. For now, we'll see you again at 11 p.m. Eastern. For now, thanks to you guys for being here. He's Bill Landis. I'm Doug Lesmerises. And that was our KOTN Watchalong.